Lee Corso and the poster boy, Kirk Herbstreit. We do shows for a lot of reasons, but that's a pretty good one that John Cooper talked about.
That's right.
Third Saturday in October, no Tide, no Vols, and kind of a lack of compelling matchups. Could be a quiet week unless some interesting things happen. What's your headline?
Well, the Big 12 right now is trying to do something that no conference has ever done. Have the number 1, 2, and 3 rushers in the country. Byron Hanspard right now leads the country, 218 yards a game. Number 2, Troy Davis out of Iowa State last week went over 1,000 yards on the year. And number 4 is not June Henley of Kansas or Ricky Williams, but David Thompson of Oklahoma State.
2 weeks ago, Cal beat USC for the first time in 26 years at USC. They have another challenge this week. Since 1977, every time Cal has gone to Washington State with 1 or no loss, they've lost the game. But that was BM, before Mariucci. It's a different time now.
But the same weather up there. Chance of rain, possibly snow tonight, often a factor in the Palouse. Also in the Pac-10, the Klaus von Bülow Bowl in sunny Tempe. Reversal of fortune. A year ago, it was USC unbeaten top 5 Rose Bowl frontrunner and national title contender. Then they whacked Arizona State 31-zip. In '96, of course, the Sun Devils are the conference heavies. But last week's narrow escape left plenty of skeptics, including the Trojans, who don't exactly feel like underdogs. Keith Jackson sets the scene from Tempe. Keith?
Well, Chris, standing here in the shadow of the Superstition Mountains in a town that got its name from Greek mythology, bestowed on it by an English lord, one can conjure up all kinds of dramatic images for a fellow named Jake Plummer from Boise. But he came and he's pretty well conquered. And who in the world will ever forget what he did in the UCLA game at the Rose Bowl last Saturday when he not only threw the ball in the end zone, but he caught a pass and ran it into the end zone. Not down the sidelines where the shrubs are, but right down the heart of the field where the assassins were. It was a game to warm the cockles of any big ugly's heart, and they took him to their heart. So here's Jake and his boys facing one more big bad dude standing right in the middle of the dusty street. If they get by this one, who knows? They might be on that road to Pasadena. Chris?
Mr. Jackson is jacked up. The Devils, without their leading rusher, Michael Martin, until the bowl game at the earliest, he suffered a hairline fracture in his neck against UCLA. The breakdown and the debate, and more on the warm cockles later in game day. Now, since the Sun Devils undressed them, the Nebraska Cornhuskers have played with restored fury, taking nothing for granted, taking no prisoners. Nebraska seems to have learned its lesson since the loss to Arizona State. They say they're more focused, they're concentrating better, and that it starts at practice.
I think it's shown in practice and it's shown on the game field that we're going to go out and practice well and play with a lot more intensity than we had at the beginning of the year.
To regroup, the Huskers went back to basics. The rushing game, the dominating offensive line, and the stingy defense. In the 3 games since Arizona State, the Huskers have scored 16 times on the ground. The same offensive line that allowed 3 sacks against the Sun Devils has allowed only 1 since.
I think we are a team that is starting to hit on all cylinders. We're not there yet, and we know that, but we're getting better, and I think that we like that.
Since the loss, Nebraska has scored 51 points a game. Its ground attack has averaged 436 yards, which translates to almost 6.5 yards per carry. Compared to last year's numbers, the Huskers are back to their championship form.
The offense is starting to play a lot better, and that helps the defense out a lot, and the defense is playing pretty darn good right now, and if we can just keep those 2 things going along pretty well, then we're going to be where we want to be at the end of the season.
We know that Nebraska has to take care of Nebraska, and maybe some other teams will stumble along the way, but I think if we run the table and play well the rest of this year, that we'll have a chance.
Well, that's an understatement. If the Huskers win out the way the polls shape up right now, they're a lock for the Sugar Bowl. The coaches continue to somehow rank them ahead of Arizona State. The big poll question, though, is at number 2, where Ohio State holding on to a 3-point margin over Florida State in the AP poll. The coaches rank FSU ahead of Ohio State now.
Well, I think the way this thing's working itself out, Ohio State no longer controls their own destiny. Even if they go 11-0, going into that bowl game, they need something to happen to either Florida or Florida State, because the winner of the Florida State game at the end of the year will automatically be number 1 in the country unless they get bumped off on the way there.
And don't forget, Ohio State must look over their shoulder also, because if they don't bomb Purdue, Minnesota, Illinois, and Indiana, 4 of the worst teams in the Big Ten. And if Nebraska destroys their opponents, including a very good Colorado, I know this sounds crazy, but an early one-loss Nebraska could jump the Buckeyes. Fair? No. Possible? Yes.
I don't know.
Preposterous, yes.
If that happens,
if that happens, there ought to be an investigation. I mean, really. Ohio State, though, you're right.
Nebraska
by big margins. Just ask Penn State from a couple of years ago. That's the system we have to live with here. Meanwhile, the solid number 1 is hungry for more Gator bait. Auburn's in the swamp. You can talk offensive wizards against defensive gurus, Spurrier against Brother Oliver, Bowden against Bob Stoops. You can bring up the shootouts of recent years. But what we really have here in '96 is a pretty decent team against a pretty devastating one. Auburn needs every lucky break and lots of Gator mistakes. But it's happened before in '94. Spurrier's team number 1 the last time Auburn visited the swamp. 18-point favorites, up by 4, going for more. But Werfel and the receiver not on the same page. Brian Robinson makes up the interception, sets up Auburn's desperation drive. They convert on 4th down, and then Patrick Nix to Florida native Frankie Sanders for the touchdown. Auburn beats Florida a second straight year. That's part of the backdrop for today's matchup.
I think you'll say that nothing ever bothers us, but if you got beat by a team last year, you want to do better this year, and it's that sort of thing. So understanding the last few years of the games with them, I think that does give you a desire to do the best you can.
We have had some wild games. They won the first 2. I think we had 10 turnovers in the first 2 and got 0. And lost by field goal in each, and we could probably lose again if that happens.
Spurrier hardly expects that to happen. They had to recover from some early turnovers to win the game last year at Auburn. Without those 2 losses to the Tigers, Florida would have an astounding 32-game SEC winning streak. Plenty more in this one ahead. Also, the Purple journey to Madison. Darnell Autry's streak is at stake. So is a lot more. And later, the good, the bad, the ugly from the strangest of TV beasts, the Coach's Show.
Stupid bird.
Never underestimate the bond between a Civic Coupe and its owner.
He said, what? I'll be there for 10 minutes max. Do not start without me. Slow down, you're gonna get us killed. You're driving like a bat out of Hades.
Traveling's an adventure. Where you stay shouldn't be. Fairfield Inn by Marriott.
Remember when phone calls were simple? Well, AT&T is making them simple again. Calls from home are one low rate all the time.
Are you saying one rate all the time?
Yeah.
This is from AT&T?
Yeah, it's 15 cents a minute, no restrictions. To anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Daytime?
All the time.
After my nap?
Anytime.
To anybody?
Everybody in America at any time.
953.
Why is this so hard to understand?
No restrictions, no games. The AT&T one-rate plan.
Kid, you got the talent, but you got a problem. You're too nice. We'll fix that. Okay, Mr. Lambert. That's how you do it. Good start, kid. Tomorrow, headbutts.
College Game Day is brought to you by Honda. Vehicles designed to help simplify your life.
ESPN's college football lineup, Northwestern and Wisconsin, only about 50 minutes away from this big ball game. Then tonight, down in Miami, East Carolina against the Canes. We play these games rain or shine. Unlike the World Series, it's a 100% chance of rain. That game is in jeopardy in New York. Scoreboard shows at 3:30 and 10. Now for that Canes game, Miami pass rusher Kenny Holmes will be eligible to play. sanity finally prevailed. For a day or so, the NCAA was deeply concerned about a friendly wager of game jerseys made 5 years ago between Holmes and FSU's Henry Crockett and Connell Spain when they were high schoolers. When the Noles beat the Canes, Holmes had to pay off. Now he'll get his jersey back, but the NCAA is also expected to clear Crockett and Spain. The Noles are off today. Big Ten and a major obstacle to the champs title offense in the land of beer brats and beefy people. Specifically Wisconsin's massive line. Northwestern protecting 2 streaks, 11 straight conference wins, and 19 straight 100-yard games for Darnell Autry against the Big Ten's top run defense. Unlike Dyke Stadium, Camp Randall will be packed. Once again, the Cats are the underdogs, but they no longer feel like it.
That's sort of changed now. I mean, we're standing up to people, and we're standing up to verbal and to physical shots, and issuing a few of our own physical ones.
I just want people to know when they come to play us that they're going to have to tighten those chin straps up. It's going to be a physical game, to prepare for that. And I'm not trying to send any kind of message other than the fact that we're going to play football the way it was designed to be played.
And tailgating the way it was designed to tailgate. Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson, I bet you guys can smell the bratwurst wafting over from the parking lot. But there's also something else in the air, the smell of desperation. Wisconsin guys, after a couple heartbreakers, they might be the best team to go winless in this conference so far, but they don't want to hear that, I'm sure.
Yeah, they don't, Chris. You know, I talked to Jerry Wunsch, their big right tackle yesterday, all 326 pounds of him. He's the small guy on the line, by the way. He said, you know, we played great the last 2 weeks. Doesn't matter. We got to forget about it and go on.
No, but I think if you winless, who they play against, Penn State, at Ohio State, I mean, their performance shocked a lot of people, and I think they have to feel good about the way they played, but I have to think that now, coming with Northwestern, they can't afford to toss any more away if they hope to get a bowl game and play out their second half of the season.
Guys, looking forward to seeing that jumbo offensive line. Wisconsin with 6 300-pounders. They're on the offensive line as they shift the tackle over to tight end. They got big Ron Dane in there. That might be the heaviest offensive unit to ever step on a football field.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. You know, they put Gibson in at that other tackle spot. They move Wunsch into tight end. And really the reason here is like invention. You know, they got to invent something because they're tight end. They didn't really have a great one. They say, hey, let's try something different. And that's what really makes them good coaches like Barry Alvarez. He says, guys, come up with something. Don't complain about it. Come up with something. And they have.
And they got the number 2 rushing offense in the Big Ten, well over 200 yards a game, and good against the rush, which is something they're going to need against Northwestern today, Chris.
Guys, look forward to the ball game coming up right after game day. Great situation in Madison. Northwestern had better be ready. You like this team, this Wildcat team, although not to win the game. You like them.
Well, Chris, I tell you, I have been very impressed with Northwestern skilled people. Their roles remind me a lot of the big 3 of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll start with quarterback Steve Schnurr. He's the leader. He's a winner. His record as a starter in the last 2 years, 15-3. His partner over there, Troy Aikman. Wideout Dwayne Bates, NFL size, NFL speed, 3 straight 100-yard rushing games, Michael Irvin. All right, Darnell Autry, toughest inside runner in college football, 19 straight games he's run for 100 yards. His partner over there, Emmitt Smith. Now, let me get back to the reality of the situation. This is Northwestern's first road test. They've played on the road 3 basketball schools. That's right, basketball schools. They lost to Wake Forest. They beat Duke and Indiana, who have a combined record of 2-9. Wisconsin's got 2 major things going for them. 1, urgency. They got to win this one. They're 0-2. And redemption. They got bombed 35-0 last year by Northwestern. The Kabasa will bomb them. Wisconsin by 2 touchdowns, and they hit them over the head with a Kabasa.
And this is going to be the game that you're finally going to respect Northwestern.
Okay, well, if they win this one, I will.
I'll tell you why. I think this year Northwestern, they now no longer one-dimensional. Steve Schnurr, the quarterback, is starting to throw the football, and the reason is because his receivers, Dwayne Bates and Brian Musso, have a better understanding of the offense. Last week, they get a veteran wide receiver, Dave Beasley, back, and facing a lot of 8-man fronts today against Wisconsin. Look for Northwestern to go to a lot of 3 wide receiver sets with Brian Musso, and at the top you have Beasley. Now, what this is going to do, it's going to give Schnurr 2 plays in the huddle, a run and a pass, and depending on what defense he sees will dictate the play called at the line of scrimmage. When I talked to Gary Barnett earlier in the week, he mentioned that they're a little concerned they're going to get into that 3 wide receiver set, and what it's going to do, it's going to help the passing game. But he said they're not going to get away from their strength. They'll definitely try and run this football. I like Northwestern to win this game on the road because I think Wisconsin, after 2 tough conference losses, will be a little bit down.
With the last 6 games the Badgers have played decided by a field goal or less. They are 0-3-3. I must be mistaken. I thought you heard Troy Aikman compared to Steve Schnurr.
Oh, that's right.
Steve Schnurr is Troy Aikman.
No.
This will be the game, though, right? Tonight when they win, this will be. All right.
Okay. Meanwhile, the only unbeaten team, or another unbeaten team in the Big Ten, very quietly, is Iowa. They're a modest 2-0 as they schlep into the slop at Happy Valley. The Hawkeyes are always confident if they can keep it close early. They've only given up 3 points in the fourth quarter all year. Now, Happy Valley is being hit by this huge storm, this nor'easterly that is blanketing the Northeast. They are taking the tarp off it at State College, so possibly the field conditions will not be as sloppy as the weather might indicate.
Well, I think with this game, this is Iowa's first true test of the entire season. Playing on the road, for Iowa to win this game or to stay in it, they have to be able to create turnovers. They lead the conference, forcing 19 of them. But I think in this slop, it's playing right into the hands of Penn State. Solid defense and the running game with Curtis Enis will prevail, and they'll win this game.
Not so fast, my friend. I've been waiting for this.
You've been waiting.
I've been waiting. Iowa will come out running the football. The reason why? They outweigh the Penn State front seven by 35 pounds of men. Then they're going to fake the ball inside and go over the top for touchdowns. Watch it happen. Quarterback Matt Sherman is the key to this situation. He's an excellent faker. As you watch him here, he'll bring in the secondary, and then he goes over the top for a touchdown. This is excellent in bad weather. Now, in the 7 games this year, Penn State's defense has given up a total of 84 points. But an interesting stat here, 72 of them have been in the last 3 Big Ten games. So I like Iowa to upset Penn State in all that bad weather.
Well, an Iowa win would set up a big showdown with Ohio State at home next week. If you missed the Thursday weekend kickoff show, this is the AARP game, right?
That's right. That's right.
Hayden and Jopa, 500 wins between them, 501 wins between them. Our weekly caravan around America's campuses starts with a battle. It's been a real long time in coming. 46 years between wins is a long time by any standard. But that's what NAIA McKendree College was facing going into last Saturday's game with Division III Westminster College. 0-4 McKendree last played football in the 1950 season. 2-3 Westminster last hit the gridiron in the 32 season. They dubbed their game, appropriately enough, the Return Bowl.
What this is about is celebrating collegiate athletics and the student athlete in the purest sense.
In the end, it was the Bearcats of McKendree getting their first win in 4.5 decades, thus claiming the first Return Bowl Victory Bowl.
It was exciting. I've been in it 27, 28 years, and I don't know if I've ever had a win that meant more.
McKendree goes for win number 2 this afternoon against Blackburn College. Another team returned to the win column after a long stretch of futility. Division III Muhlenberg College overcame a third-quarter interception by Chris Fowler. No, not me. To defeat Swarthmore 40-27. In doing so, the Mules snapped their 21-game winless streak. They tied a game last season, but their last win came in September of 1994. When Division II Bloomsburg visits Millersville today, Sean Smith has a chance to break an NCAA record held by, among others, Billy White Shoes Johnson. Last Saturday against Mansfield, Smith returned 2 punts for touchdowns, both in the second quarter, by the way, and now has 4 this season, tying the NCAA All-Division mark. This weekend marks the 20th anniversary of an NCAA record that might not ever fall. On October 16, 1976, in his first year of kicking in American football, Ova Johansson of Abilene Christian boots it over the goalpost from 69 yards in a 17-0 defeat of East Texas State. The record breaker was the 4th ever field goal for Ova, former NAIA soccer All-American and native of where else? Sweden. We're a long way from being Ova in College Game Day this week. A lot more on the Gators and the Tigers battle in the swamp. We'll hear from Spurrier and Werfel on their unique relationship.
Would you like to reduce 75% of the summer heat pouring in your windows? Then call B&B Glass and Tint in Kearney. You can choose from any of 20 different types of 3M Scotch tint for your home, business, or automobile. From low-E film to safety and security film, which adds 300 times the strength to glass. Even clear film to stop the sun's rays from fading your furniture. B&B also installs windshields in any vehicle, and for no charge, they can come do the work at your business or home. Call B&B Glass and Tint at 1-800-WINDSHIELD or stop by their new location at 11th and Central, Kearney.
Hey Husker fans, Golf USA has a deal you can't refuse. Your chance to win 2 Nebraska-Colorado football tickets. And if that sounds good to you, you'll also want to get into Golf USA and check out all of their new fall merchandise. Take advantage of their fall specials for your Christmas shopping. And with every $10 you spend at Golf USA, you get a chance at those Nebraska-Colorado tickets. For all your golf needs, from balls to tees, clubs to gloves, Golf USA at 5001 North 2nd Avenue in Kearney is the place for you.
4 hours a day? What took you people so long? I mean, does it take a genius to realize that some of us out here are marching to a little bit of a different drummer? I mean, it's not like you can say, you know, be here for sports news at 6 or be here at 11. Hey, man, you know, I'm here when I'm here, you know. My mother, she's like, dinner's at 5. I show up at 7, you know. I'm thinking of moving out, you know. Any of you guys need a roommate or anything?
Well, a long way from big-time football and big-time bowl games down in Lincoln Parish, Louisiana. This has been an atypical season. For one thing, the Grambling program that's averaged about 8 wins during Eddie Robinson's half-century there is struggling at 1-4. But as Jimmy Roberts reports, that's just the beginning.
The quarterback here at Grambling is just like a million other kids. He loves this game. That someone is actually willing to pay for his education just so he can play? Well, that seems like a pretty good deal. But to have a chance to play for the winningest coach of all time at a place often called the Black Notre Dame, well, that makes him truly lucky. And not at all unlike the other 90 players on this team. Until, that is, Mike Kornblau takes off his helmet.
It's a school that's a black school that, you know, there's a white guy going there, you know, a white Jewish guy is going there. People are like, wow, that's different, you know, I mean, and yeah, it is different.
Of the 7,000 plus students at Grambling, a handful more than 200 are white. As far as he knows, Kornblau is the only Jew. His take on that? So what?
You grow up in New York City, and whether you like to or not, you can't escape diversity. I mean, you live in diversity. That's the reality.
Growing up as a teenager, Kornblau's school didn't have a football team. So about 2 years after his bar mitzvah, he came up here to Harlem to play in a church league. But it wasn't only the blonde hair and blue eyes which made him stand out. It was the big arm. And that's what got the attention of a couple of people who called Eddie Robinson. Grambling was very interested.
My thoughts. Truthfully, my thoughts when someone first told me that was, yeah, right.
It wasn't that Grambling was a black school. Many times in his athletic wanderings of the city's playgrounds and fields, he had found himself the only white face on either team. But this was the Eddie Robinson.
There's so many good people in the world, and if you approach them, sometimes people just want to be approached to give you an opportunity to do things.
Still, this would be no run-of-the-mill recruit.
It is tougher, I believe, for a white kid to go to a black school than it is for the black kid to go to the white school. He's been going all his life. But this is a new thing for him to come here and walk out there and be the quarterback on this team.
Actually, it's not an entirely new situation. A white quarterback named James Gregory played for the Tigers 25 years ago.
Then that was really a big story, say. And they filmed it, you know, they made a movie after him, White Tiger.
So I'd like to give my game ball to Jim Gregory.
Gregory was a backup, but because of an injury to the starter in this year's third game, Kornblau is now running the team. The first time a white quarterback has ever been in that position at Grambling.
I don't find it a big deal, but, you know, a lot of other people do.
Not fans or teammates, both of whom have extended a colorless embrace.
1, 2, 3, win! We're not worried about, you know, a color of a person. You know, our main focus is to go out and win, regardless of his color or whoever's color, whether it's the quarterback, the punter, or anything.
The society makes a big deal out of his color and everything, but we try to keep it to a limit and make sure that everyone knows that he's just here to play football and go to school, and to give him some push so he can be a good quarterback.
Still, there is the attention that has brought the curious peering through the fence. Sports Illustrated, ABC News, and yes, ESPN.
I think people in this country are infatuated with race. You know, if we're going to win a game, and after the game they're going to talk about, you know, the first white quarterback this, the first white quarterback that, then everyone's missing the point, and that's really unfortunate. That's, you know, that's one of those really unfortunate situations.
In 1988, Grambling alum Doug Williams became the first black quarterback to start a Super Bowl. 8 years later, in a sense, the cultural shoe is on the other foot. But as Williams told us then, and Kornblau tells us now, it is as simple as black and white. The focus should be on the game, not on the race. In Grambling, Louisiana, I'm Jimmy Roberts, ESPN.
Kornblau and the Tigers will try to turn their season around today, hosting Arkansas Pine Bluff. Meanwhile, the original White Tiger, Jim Gregory, now a high school coach and an art teacher in California. Coming up on College Game Day, Danny Werfel and Steve Spurrier, their relationship, what's unique about it? That is straight ahead. And also Byron Hanspard, #1 rusher, meets the black shirt defense. More on those ball games straight ahead.
Passport.
Yes.
In an age of streamlining and downsizing, Chili's still makes its Big Mouth burgers by hand, one at a time, by a person. What this lacks in efficiency is more than made up for in taste. Chili's Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Play football at Chili's this season. In every restaurant, you could win 2 round-trip tickets on Southwest Airlines to anywhere they fly, a football or Chili's Big Mouth burgers, all just for playing.
When you buy a computer factory direct from Gateway 2000, our tech experts are there for you around the clock. What keeps them going?
When I fix their problems, guys that I don't even know will just come out and say, "I love you, Gretchen. I'm married." At least I know I still got it.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. And the only way to get them is to call 1-800-GATEWAY. You've got a friend in the business. Give us a call.
We got to be real careful as journalists. We can't step over the line between covering a story and possibly becoming part of the story. Like the Jim Harbaugh story. We might have gone over the line there.
Jim Harbaugh's surgery is well underway and appears to be going quite smoothly. Let's get an update. Keith, how's he faring?
Very satisfactory. Dan, more suction, please.
Aren't I supposed to be asleep?
Dan, you're in my way. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah. Well, that'll happen.
It just boils down to ethics. People trust us to know where that line is, and that's what journalism is all about.
Today in South Bend, the Irish and the Air Force. You know, Autry Denson continues to be one of the most underrated backs around. He's versatile. He catches passes as a flanker and a back. Another 100-yard game against Washington. He's been the key. Notre Dame going back to the power offense. Goodbye, Blarney. Hello, Barney. Is in dinosaur. You know, last year they had to beat the Falcons, the Irish did, to clinch that Alliance Bowl, that $8 million. There has been some talk this week that if Notre Dame loses another game between now and the end of the season, they could be left out of an Alliance game.
9-2, 8, even 8-3, Notre Dame can go to any bowl they choose except the Sugar Bowl. And the reason, they're the best television draw in college football, and they take thousands, I mean thousands of people with them to these bowl games. They go anywhere they want except the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, not only that, 8-3, think about that. That means they're going to have to either lose to a team like Rutgers, Pitt, or maybe Navy over in Dublin, Ireland. It's not going to happen. This team at worst is 9-2 with a great chance to finish at 10-1.
Well, that's kind of the knee-jerk reaction. But if you talk to bowl people, if Tennessee's 10-1, if Arizona State's not in the Rose Bowl, but it's 10-1, they bring a lot of people. Tennessee does too. And the Orange Bowl had Notre Dame last year. Something to think about. I think it's possible at 9-2. If they don't go to one of those bowls, we're talking Independence Bowl. They're not going to be 8-3. So
They're going. They're going to a bowl. They're going anywhere they want.
Now back to Florida, where the fire and ice of college football create hot water for opponents in the swamp. Steve Spurrier is fire. Danny Werfel is ice, the perfect quarterback to thrive in and maybe even tone down his coach's demanding demeanor. Mike Adamley visits with the odd couple that, unlike Martin and Lewis, Lisa Marie and Michael, Julia and Lyle, is not headed for a divorce.
Steve Spurrier has always gotten in the face of his quarterback. But with Danny Wuerffel, the dynamic seems different.
And it's kind of funny to sit back and watch him on the sidelines after a bad play. Just, Coach would be screaming in Danny's ear, and Danny would just be kind of shrugging it off, saying, yeah, I know, I got to do something differently.
If I ever come to the sideline and there's been a bad play, it's not like I think I did something great and then he's over there trying to explain to me that there was a mistake. I mean, I'm right on the same page. I'm very upset as well, and we're just trying to move on and get better.
I may say something like, Danny, you're too good a player, you're too smart a player to do something that stupid. Now, don't do it anymore. We can't win this game unless you really play well. That's basically what I've always said to all the quarterbacks. I certainly don't call them names or anything like that. I'm just trying to get their attention.
Spurrier said he tried to mellow once back in 1991 on the road against Syracuse. The Gators lost 38-21. He said never again. Much of his trademark fire and intensity on the sideline is misunderstood, but not by the player who matters most.
People label him as such a tense guy, which is very inaccurate. You can't sit through a film session with him without laughing 3 or 4 times because of something. We'll be watching the tape and he'll have one play, and then you'll see a touchdown, and he'll catch the mascot back in the far corner of the end zone jumping off the ground, and he'll go back to it and do it up and down 100 times.
Spurrier wasn't laughing after Wuerffel's subpar debut against Southwest Louisiana. He barred his quarterback for media day, but Wuerffel says he understands.
He's doing what he thinks is the best for the team, and if I was the coach and I thought it was best for a kid never to talk to the media for the rest of the year, you better believe I'd have the guts to do that. And so I think if anything, you have to respect him.
Do you think you've mellowed him, and if so, how?
I think everyone in life, by situations they're in, you learn from things, and I know every day, that I'm learning from everybody, and every situation that comes my way. There's a quote that says, I'm a defeated man to know it if there ever comes a person from whom I can't learn something. And I think he's not exempt from that either.
They're kind of a good combination for each other because Danny kind of helps mellow Coach out, and Coach kind of, insists some of his fire onto Danny.
I think it's reassuring to a coach anytime that a player has the confidence, and if you're behind or it's a very close game at halftime, as it was the Arkansas game, that you've got a player that has total confidence and says, hey, don't worry, we're going to be okay. We're going to win this thing.
He's got tremendous patience, and he's always positive. And I think that rubs off on all of us. Everyone around him takes on some of that positive attitude.
When you get right down to it, we're two people that really have the same goals. We want to do the best we can in football, and we work together.
I hope you had some calm quarterbacks when you were coaching. Now, even though the teams have combined for 76 points per game, the last 3 since Bowden got there, Spurrier thinks there's going to be a lot more defense played in this game than some people think, and perhaps more running than some people think, especially in the Auburn side.
Well, Auburn loves to run to win the football game. They're 21-1-1 when they've rushed for over 150 yards in a game. But this new Gator defense, the 8-man front, they stuff the run, and they're very good at it. Florida gives up only an average of 91 yards on the ground per game. And when the quarterbacks pass, here they come. They've got 27 sacks against some of the best teams in the nation. But here's an unbelievable stat. On 3rd and 3 or more, the opponents are making only 12% of the first downs. Now, you know why Florida scores a lot? They get the ball a lot. And I'm not so sure that the best recruit that Steve Spurrier ever recruited might not be defensive coordinator Bobby Stoops. I like the Gators in this one. I like them by 22 and a half.
22 and a half. I think Auburn's going to come out throwing all day long with Damian Craig. But one of the things to watch in this game, one of the keys in this football game will be see how Auburn responds early in the game to the initial blow of the offense of Florida and the crowd. I think they're going to be relying heavily on turnovers to stay in this football game early. They lead the nation with 14 interceptions, also lead their conference with a +8 turnover ratio, averaging 13 points a game off of turnovers, and have scored 2 defensive touchdowns. Now, in the last 3 years, Auburn has won the turnover battle against Florida, and they've won 2 out of the 3 games. So look for them. 2 things have to happen. They have to get the turnovers again, and you got to give Damian Craig time to throw the football because he can throw it, but he needs help. He needs some time.
Those Auburn DBs are young. 4 of the top 6 are sophomores or freshmen, so enjoy the experience today and get ready for next year's ball game. They've never had a 300-yard game against a Brother Oliver defense, so that is the challenge for Steve Spurrier. You know, Brother Oliver was coaching Auburn's DBs back in '66 when the Tigers faced the Florida team, quarterbacked by Steve Spurrier. Gators' only national TV game turned into the defining moment for the Gators quarterback/kicker in his duel with Purdue's Bob Griese. 30 years ago, the Heisman race between quarterback Steve Spurrier and Bob Griese hinged on more than their arms. Both kicked field goals, too, and that made the difference when Spurrier's 7-0 Gators faced Auburn on November 12th.
I was the long-distance field goal kicker back in '66. We had an excellent extra point man, Wayne Barfield. In fact, I think he, at that time, set an NCAA record of 51 straight, something like that. But anything over 35 or so, I usually attempted it. We had a timeout available, and I had a square toe kicking shoe that someone had put a zipper on to help speed up putting it on, I guess. But it was a long field goal, and I asked Coach Graves, I said, let me have a shot at it. And he said, okay, kick it. And fortunately, it went through.
He won games on last-minute field goals, as I did. You know, nobody else on the team could kick, so or kick as accurately. So I said, you know, I kicked in high school. You know, I kicked that, so I did. It was no big deal. We just kicked to win the game.
Spurrier's last-minute heroics won the game for Florida and may have won himself the Heisman. His performance of 27 for 40 for 259 yards and a touchdown certainly helped sway the voters.
If it was a race between he and I, I'm not so sure that the fact that I threw 5 interceptions probably that same weekend may have just catapulted him right to the top.
But looking back on that season 30 years later, both say individual pursuits weren't as important as team goals.
Certainly winning the conference championship was something we did not do that year. And so those are the memories that I wish we could go back and change.
I didn't know anything about the Heisman. I was just tickled to death to be starting and to be winning games and going to the Rose Bowl.
Byron Hanspard, top Heisman running back candidate, gets to face this defense today. We'll talk about the Huskers and the Red Raiders ball game, and Jake Plummer and company. Are they set up for a fall? Someone here thinks so as the Trojans come calling.
Sooner or later, it's gonna happen. Good thing there's CarStar Collision Repair. We guarantee a quality job without any hassle. CarStar, where America goes for quality collision repair.
For 36 years, Dr. Pearl has believed in providing the best in value. And now at Pearl Vision, we're celebrating our anniversary with a fantastic frame sale. All our frames are 50% off, every one reduced by half. But hurry, Pearl's Founders Day sale ends soon.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? Very simple. No stress.
We'll be happy to
They arrange to pick me up free, so I don't have to ask anyone for a ride. See? No stress.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
At the tone, the time will be 7:30 p.m.
On Monday nights, your NFL action starts at 7:30. Because between what happens on Sunday and what's coming up Monday night, there's plenty to talk about.
The time will be 7:30.
Join Mike Tirico, Sterling Sharp, and Joe Theismann as they take you deep inside the NFL. Analysis, perspective, experience. It's time to catch NFL Prime Monday. Monday nights at 7:30, only on ESPN.
Colorado starters Herschel Troutman, Mike Phillips back from the one-game phone gate suspensions as the Buffs try to dial 1-800-PAYBACK in Lawrence. The Jayhawks turned 5 takeaways and a blocked punt in an upset last year.
Well, at the beginning of the year, Colorado wide receiver Ray Caruth was expected to be Detmer's go-to guy. Only 1 touchdown on the year. Today, Colorado will throw all day, and he's going to have a big one.
Jayhawks got to find the running game. June Henley stuffed by Texas Tech, only 106 yards the last 2 games, Lee.
Colorado runs the ball so well that Coy Detmer's bootlegs set up long touchdown passes. The reason why, the defensive backs come up to support the run, and he goes over the top for big ones.
Elsewhere in the Big 12, Lubbock is buzzing today. It's a measuring stick game for Texas Tech. They're trying to get more than just a moral victory as the Huskers come calling. They've won 11 consecutive home games since Nebraska won down there a couple of years ago. Their hopes hinge on Byron Hanspard. Amon Green, fellow tailback, says Mr. Hanspard's in for a long day. See, Green sees that black shirt defense in practice every day. Huskers do respect Hanspard, but they also know that the last 200-yard game against Nebraska back in '82, Kirk Warner on Penn State's national title team. Byron was 6 years old.
Well, Byron Hanspard, to me, is the best pure running back in college football. He'll get his yards in this one, but the key to Tech's winning is Zebby Lethbridge, the quarterback. What can he do against Nebraska? Now, Nebraska's defensive ends rank with Florida State and Miami as the best pass rushers in college football. All of them are going to play on Sunday. Now, Nebraska's offensive line outweighs Tech's defense by 40 pounds of men. You know what's going to happen? They're going to pound them. They're going to pound them and finally beat Tech bad.
Yeah, they're going to wear them out in the second half. I think it'll be a good game early. I think one of the guys in this football game really to keep an eye on, and what really will tell you how this game is going, is Jesse Cush. Never heard of him? He's the Nebraska punter. In the last 3 games, he's only averaging being on the field twice a game. And I'll tell you what, for Tech to even see Cush, they have to buck up on first down. Nebraska is averaging 7.6 yards on first down. So first down really tells a lot about Nebraska's offense.
Wow.
Well, it's the ASU defensive strategy. Try to make Scott Frost beat him by keeping or throwing, and you can't fall behind. By the way, Tech has scored in his last 5 first possessions of ball games.
I think this game will be a little closer than people think.
I think so too. You don't think much of this preview of the Big 12 championship game. Good at 4 losses. Meanwhile, it has been confirmed the opening game of the World Series has been postponed. Steady rain in New York, so the Yanks and Braves will have to wait until tomorrow. Coming up on College Game Day, we'll talk about that Arizona State USC game. Derek Rogers, he was Frost's nightmare in the opener. Blowing his trumpet no longer. He is blowing by blockers. That story's coming up.
Honda invented the ATV, and in over 25 years, no one has taken the idea farther. Now, with the purchase of a Fortrax 300 or 300 4x4, get a Magellan GPS satellite navigator. So no matter where on Earth you go, we can help bring you back. And with any new Honda Fortrax, get one of the best deals on Earth. No down payment and 13.5% APR financing.
You have to look for that idea that excites you. For example, I started thinking, let's make food be fresher, as fresh as it used to be when I was a kid. DuPont allows its people the freedom to go after hunches. We're building a machine that will let producers know if the food is safe, that it is free of bacteria, to track the food as it moves along, fresh food. There's nothing artificial about a moment of inspiration.
Better things for better living. DuPont.
Can you tell which man is at home and which is in a Residence Inn hotel room?
Honey, can you take out the garbage?
That was a hint. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home.
It's simple. For every hard-fought, bleary-eyed inch of up, you will receive a single millisecond thrill of down. Is it fair? Is it worth it? Is it yin meets yang? Well, Grasshopper, there's only one way to be absolutely sure.
ABC regional games at 3:30 for the Buckeyes. It's been kind of a feisty week. Cooper blasting Buster Tillman and Josh Jackson, the kicker. Orlando Pace kicked out of practice for skipping a class. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech, their last visit to Clemson, they were 1-7. O'Leary was an interim coach. They lost the game. Times have changed for Georgia Tech. Meanwhile, in L.A. this week, USC coaches have watched him over and over on tape beat blocker after blocker. They have tried to draw up a plan to prevent Derek Rogers from leveling their quarterback. The Sun Devils senior citizen has become a major force. His former buddies in the band and in the service should see him now. Steve Cyphers describes Mr. Rogers' roundabout journey to big-time football.
He's 25, but Derek Rogers has less experience playing organized football than any Sun Devil freshman. His high school Friday nights were spent playing the trumpet, not football.
We sat in the stands and played music while the team was on the field, and then at halftime we'd march on the field.
After high school, he served in the Air Force 4 years as a medical lab technician with a little flag football on the side. Buddies thought his talent could make it at the college level. So before he left the service, he called Riverside Community College in California.
We get a lot of calls from kids showing up that you never heard of, and I remember Derek because he was a polite, nice guy.
And he asked me what position did I play, and I told him trumpet. And he got kind of quiet for a second.
But he gave him a chance, and Rogers landed at linebacker on the scout team, where his effort made the head coach wonder why Rogers wasn't playing in the games.
I remember going to our outside linebacker coach and saying, hey, what's wrong with this Derek Rogers kid? He sure is giving our offense a hard time. And the coach said, well, he's physically weak. He doesn't know what he's doing.
So he learned the game and added 15 pounds of muscle. And last year, recruiters knew what he was doing.
I mean, it was like turn on the tape, and it wasn't but about 5 or 6 plays we said, oh, geez, look at this guy.
He did everything that you want of a football player. I mean, he was all over the field. Never seemed to get tired. He had a great motor.
He isn't big, but in the spring, Snyder decided to try putting the one-time trumpet player in a down position to see if he could rush a passer.
And the first time I saw that, I said, oh my gosh, this guy's got jets. And he did it every day, every snap.
You'd have a hard time believing that the guy didn't grow up doing what he's doing.
The first play I got him, and then the second play went right by me. So I was like, whoa, who is this guy?
Just 6'2", 225, Rogers is no longer anonymous. Offenses change schemes to block him. Quarterbacks worry, and he has fantasies.
What the quarterback's going to look like, just wrapped in, when I have him wrapped up.
When he's rushing a passer and he's working on a tackle, what does he have in his favor?
The speed. He's just so quick, and he's like a cat.
Speed with his feet and his hands.
I want to get his hands out of the way, so I'll slap his hands first, and then I'll try to rip around him to keep his hands keep him from putting his hands back up upon me.
Okay.
So it's just a slap and a rip.
Okay, how quick is that off the ball?
Quickness and will. The will to want to win, the will to not want to lose.
That will was obvious in preseason camp. At the end of a second practice one day, the coaches told the players to take off their pads and get ready for the most grueling conditioning drill so far. But Rogers asked the coaches if he could keep his pads on.
It had anything to do with showing off. I want to make sure I was ready. I never played in a Division I game. I didn't know how what kind of intensity it was. I had no clue. So I just wanted to make sure that I was the best I could be.
I bet he played the trumpet that way, as hard and as fast as he could go.
Oh, about that trumpet? Rogers says he hasn't played a horn in 5 years, but he still has a way of belting out a hit.
That is the stage for me right now. It's the atmosphere that I want to be in.
If you can beat Ron Roquet, you can beat just about anybody. And SC not exactly real solid up front. They've given up 16 sacks. You say what? Just close the splits up?
SC will just close the splits up and only give them one way, Kirk. Then they just roll them out of
some quickness, close his chances. I think with Arizona State, quarterback Jake Plummer gets most of the notoriety for this high-scoring Sun Devil offense. He'd be quick to point out that he's been blessed with a lot of talent on this offense, especially wide receiver. Keith Poole is extremely quick, reads the defense as well, and as you can see here, great chemistry with his quarterback, Jake Plummer. Now, Lindsey Jackson at 6'2", 180 pounds as a sophomore, also one of Plummer's favorite targets. 2 touchdowns on the year. Now, I talked to Juan Roque earlier this week. He said there's no way the Sun Devils won't be ready for SC for 2 reasons. Number one, Arizona State, out of the 22 starters and their 2 kickers, 24 starters, 17 are from the state of California, and these were passed up by SC, so they're going to be pumped. And the other thing is, this team is a junior and senior team. They were 3-8 2 years ago. There's no way they won't be ready to play this SC team.
You just used my line about them being passed up. That's okay.
Oh, no.
Not so fast, my friend. Number 2. Arizona State averages over 43 points a game. We know they're tough to stop. But USC, they only give up 13 points a game, and their key player is Sammy Knight. Now, this guy can play. Sammy was the leading tackler last year for USC at strong safety. He led the team. He leads the team again this year with 56 tackles at his new position, outside linebacker. Now, Arizona State can't keep from talking about the great Nebraska win. And they're still talking about Jake Plummer's run against UCLA. Up Up here, USC upsets Arizona State right there.
Boy,
they're ready to play a good game because of last year, because of what's at stake.
No, they're talking too much about other games.
It's a veteran team.
John Robinson is right, though. He says there's a long way to go in this Rose Bowl race. Still 7 teams with either 1 loss or no losses. All right, get ready. After this, we'll take you into the world of easy money and hard-to-watch television, the coaches' shows.
To be honest with you, they're all the same pattern. And as I'm embarrassed sometimes to see what we put ourselves through.
We do shows for one reason: to get paid for them.
Hello, I'm Bob Monroe with the Monroe Law Firm in Kearney. If you've been injured in an accident and don't know where to turn, give me a call. There's never a charge to find out if you have a case. Fighting personal injury claims takes time and money, but everyone can afford our services because we don't get paid until you do. If you got hurt at work, on the road, or any place, find out if you have a case. Pick up the phone and call our law firm. It's free. Remember, experience pays.
The special warmth of wood heat takes me back to my childhood. Autumn leaves, working in the yard with Mom, and my new sneakers drying by our Lopi fireplace insert. Recently, I was delighted to discover the Lopi stoves of today are the cleanest burning, most efficient stoves made. Now I'm a second-generation Lopi stove user, and there's a few more sneakers drying under our Lopi wood stove.
Come to Detterding's Alternatives in Kearney and Grand Island to see the new Lopi stoves.
Packed season in the NBA, so get a jump with ESPN Magazine Pro Basketball 96. Give it a spin and see what's up with the new look Knicks, the NBA's Kitty Core. Then, can anyone stop the running of the Bulls? Check out the Free Agent Frenzy, 12 Guys to Watch, and Morning in Miami. Meet Mr. Super Agent and the next great superstar. You'll get nothing but net in ESPN Pro Basketball 96 on newsstands October 22nd.
Thing virtually every college football coach in America has in common. Nope, not those tight polyester shorts. It's the weekly TV show. They get paid between a few thousand and a few $100,000 for these things. It's mostly lightweight fare, but in one case, it's a ratings heavyweight.
You know, what's this new look you got here? I see you got more hair on your chin than you got on your head. What are you thinking about?
On Sunday mornings in Omaha, Nebraska, the Tom Osborne Show goes up against the network NFL pregame shows and trounces them regularly.
Shoot.
Over the air, on cable, via satellite. They come by the dozens, hundreds, running day and night. Not just the Notre Dames of college football, but the Bucknells, Bethune-Cookmans, and North Dakotas.
Hello, Dutchman football fans, and welcome once again to the studio portion of Football in Focus. I'm your host, Jeff Spanky Amlott, and with me...
Even Coach Dean Krebs and his Division III Dutchman at tiny Hope College in Holland, Michigan, have a show. Everyone from Florida to Furman is in on the act.
There's no business like show business.
It's my cushion. Got to get that. You got to see what it's like for a short person to be on TV. You got to have a cushion.
Like no business I know.
As you start the second quarter, you're down 25-0, but still not out of the ballgame.
Everything about it is appealing.
We do shows for one reason: we get paid for them. I mean, we're not kidding anybody, you know.
Everything that traffic will allow.
Coaching shows are fine when you're winning, but boy, they're tough to do when you're losing.
I guess the bad news is it's a loss. The good news is it's pretty early in the season.
Nowhere could you get that happy feeling when you are stealing that extra ball.
Actually, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but we haven't been to bed yet.
Often taped in the wee hours of Sunday morning when a coach is still groggy or still grumpy about a loss, the coach's show may be dressed up to look like a news or talk show, but it's most closely related to the infomercial. The product is the football program.
The name of the game is recruiting. And if they can get up Saturday, players can get up, high school players can get up Sunday and watch the John Cooper show. We think they're going to be impressed, and I think it helps you recruiting.
I haven't done any singing or dancing or anything yet, but I want it to be a little different. It would be because there's a lot of shows out there, and a lot of them are the same old, you know.
Oh, we know. The lackluster highlight read, the booster-like host.
Well, how about those Wolverines?
The chalk talk and the feature on anything from the training table, the birth of an assistant coach's son, Zeb, or a Wisconsin class in the ancient art of kendo, our well-worn traditions of the genre. And don't forget the product endorsement.
The official hot dog of the Florida Gators.
In all of big-time football, there's one lone exception. No show for Joe.
I've never seen one that was worth looking at. To be honest with you, they're all the same pattern, and I'm embarrassed sometimes to see what we put ourselves through.
That's why, in a world of cookie-cutter coaches shows, College Game Day would like to salute the bold innovators of the form. The Wink Martindale Award for Best Game Show within a coach's show goes to Lou Holtz.
Coach, you've got the answer and our winner.
Well, the answer was 1930, and Sister Amy Marie from Dubuque, Iowa was the winner.
And now Amy Marie wins a Joe Theismann autographed mini helmet for her correct answer.
The Aaron Spelling Award for Nepotism in television goes to Oregon State. How do you dress up a show amidst a dismal season? If you're Jerry Pettibone, you put your wife on.
Here at Oregon State University, we are adding new traditions to the old. One of those new traditions is the Beaver Walk.
The Man of the People Award goes to Illinois coach Lou Tepper, who tapes in front of a live studio audience.
Coach, one of our younger Illini fans here, Kate from Champaign, with a question about the upcoming game this weekend.
How many offensive sets are you planning to use against USC?
Wow. That's a tremendous question. And finally, the Jimmy Buffett Wannabe Award to Coach Rick with the guitar pick.
Play it again, buddy.
I'm up to Boulder. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, the undisputed innovator, the master of this coach's show genre, our old buddy Lee Corso. Tragically, the tapes of his show at Indiana were destroyed at a mistake, but we offer you this recreation from beyond the grave.
Hey, you Indiana fans. This is Lee Corso. I know we got beat, but we'll be right back. We're going to beat them next week. Don't leave.
And the stunt worked. Somebody will get buried in Madison, Northwestern, and Wisconsin are coming up next after game day.
You got a client meeting before and you better be there.
You're not gonna wear that, are you?
Hey, lady, you're out of Huggies.
Life getting kind of complicated? Try the simple luxury of an Accord V6 sedan from Honda.
All right, gentlemen. Tomorrow, your butts are mine. Lights out.
Man, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field.
Hot dogs.
French fries.
Hamburgers.
Tacos.
Tacos grande. Pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies. Hard work.
Dedication.
Commitment.
Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, Lord, bud. Go, go.
For 36 years, Dr. Pearl has believed in providing the best in value. And now at Pearl Vision, we're celebrating our anniversary with a fantastic frame sale. All our frames are 50% off, every one reduced by half. But hurry, Pearl's Founders Day sale ends soon.
Where can you get big savings on the best paint money can buy? At Sherwin-Williams, where this Thursday through Sunday, you'll save 30% on everything in the store.
Sherwin-Williams, where to get it?
Some tidbits. George Jones' suspension is finally over. San Diego State survived it without a WAC loss. They visit New Mexico today. Speaking of the Cowboys, Wyoming, after Miami's loss, now has the longest winning streak in the country at 10 games. Why no respect? Their opponents are 7-25 combined. And in the Ivy League, the standings are upside down. Roar, Lions, roar. Columbia's best start since World War II. They are 4-0 as they step out of conference and take on Lafayette today. That'll do it. Mike Tirico all day joining these guys at halftime. But it's time now for this big ball game in the Big Ten. One of the best games of the day. Northwestern and Wisconsin. Urgency, redemption, kielbasa, all that stuff. Let's go back to Brad, Gary, and Adrian at Camp Randall. Looking forward.
Welcome to the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. The Kickoff Show is being sponsored in part by the Pacific Realty Group.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster. Welcome to the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. This week, we go back on the road for a big game at Texas Tech. On today's show, we'll tell you all you need to know about the Red Raiders. Plus, I'm going to go one-on-one with a fellow fullback, who also happens to be my coach, Frank Solich. So stick around. The Kickoff Show is next.
Like the Nebraska Huskers, Pacific Realty Group is a team of creative and talented individuals who know how to win. In 9 years, Pacific Realty Group has become the Midwest's leading commercial real estate firm. Based in Omaha, with offices in Lincoln and Des Moines, and now new locations in Cedar Rapids and Davenport as well, we offer expert service in the sale of all types of commercial real estate and project development. So whether your need is small or large, put your trust in our winning team, Pacific Realty Group.
I'm Dave Ellis, Coordinator of Performance Nutrition for the Nebraska Athletic Department. The scientific approach to sports nutrition involves both food and water. We choose the Pure Water brand, high-quality drinking water made right here in Nebraska. Pure Water is at the Hewitt Dining Center, in the Strength Complex, and at practice. At the University of Nebraska, we're taking athletics to a new level through our Performance Nutrition program. And Pure Water is helping us get there.
Now available at Super K.
Take it on.
Saves you lots of time with easy one-stop savings. Fashions, home, and food galore. Come see the store that's got a raving. Discount store and supermarket. No one matches our selection. Super Kmart is the place to save on everything at once.
Stop by your Lincoln Super Kmart at 27th and Cornhusker this week for great low prices on an all-American lineup of fried chicken, party trays, chips, and Huskers merchandise.
Save on everything at once.
Only at Super Kmart.
From the Michael Grace Production Studio at Memorial Stadium, this is the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Schmall along with the coach, and today it's time to talk about Game 6 on the Husker schedule, Texas Tech. Tom, the Red Raiders are 4-2. They lead the Southern Division of the Big 12. How dangerous of a team are they?
Well, I think right now they're playing the best football of any team in the Southern Division. They've lost 2 games, but they could have won them both. They probably doubled the yardage on Kansas State, but made some mistakes and lost. And then Georgia went 97 yards on them with 2 minutes to go ahead, and then they missed a field goal right at the end that would have tied it, and they probably could have won that game. So it was very, very close. But they're an outstanding team, great offense, great defense, lots of outstanding players.
Each week on the Kickoff Show, we announce the Pacific Pals Players of the Week. The Nebraska State Troopers Association and the Pacific Realty Group will donate $1,000 per week to a newly created athletic development fund for the University of Nebraska. The Offensive Player of the Week from the Baylor game was fullback Brian Schuster. He rushed for 28 yards, caught a 48-yard pass, but Tom, most importantly, Brian had 14 knockdowns and graded out to 1.96.
Well, he played very well. This was the play that probably caught the fans' eye as the most was a screen pass. And you know, for a big guy, 230 pounds, he runs well, but he's been battling kind of a sore neck, and he's done a great job. And with Makovica hurt, he had to carry the load and did a great job at fullback for us.
Defensive Player of the Week, Grant Wistrom. Grant had 5 tackles. One of those was for a loss, and he also had a quarterback sack, and defense just seems to be getting better and better.
Well, they've been playing well, and of course, a big part of it has been people like Grant, excellent mobility. He always comes to play. He's a 100%er, and So you see him here coming up to make a stop. He was in a pass drop on that particular play, which is unusual because we don't drop our ends much anymore. But on some of the zone blitzes we do. And so Grant's been playing very well.
The Huskers have now had 3 very convincing wins in a row. Last Saturday, it was a dominating performance on both sides of the ball as NU beat Baylor 49-0. Tommy had 9 backs carry the ball in the game for 491 yards rushing. Damon Benning led the way with 136 yards on 22 carries, and he had 3 touchdowns.
Well, Damon had a nice game, and he really he ran hard, broke some tackles, and showed good balance, and we were really pleased with his performance.
Great block there by Vedral.
Yeah, this was a play where Anderson, the cornerback, hit Damon solidly, and he ran right through that tackle, but certainly had some good blocks along the way. And D'Angelo Evans came in and did a nice job here. He's on a 5-yard touchdown run where he shows good leg strength, good power. D'Angelo's built low to the ground and runs very hard. Now an option play where D'Angelo gets around the outside and makes a big run up the sideline. Got hit very hard,
Mike
too.
Corrigan would have liked that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty good collision there. And, of course, Scott Frost did a nice job. An excellent throw here and a great catch by John Vedral. And we just wish John hadn't thrown the ball up in the air. He got flagged for that, but he certainly made a great catch. And now Scott Frost on a shovel pass that where he couldn't shovel the ball because the defensive end closed on D'Angelo, and Scott carried the ball in from about 14 yards out. Now some great defensive plays. Terrell Farley on a blitz sacks the quarterback. Now big Jeff Ogard came through and sacked the quarterback. Jeff doesn't get a lot of sacks because that's not his main assignment. And now just great overall pressure. Jamal Williams comes through and sacks the quarterback.
The second unit guys played great down the stretch in the 4th quarter to preserve the shutout as well.
Brian Shaw, and he's our second team Sam linebacker. See Mike Rucker in there. This is Julius Jackson on a tackle. But I was very pleased and encouraged by the way our number 3 people played, and 2s. Tony Ortiz, who's our number 3 Sam backer, came in and made a nice tackle there. So overall, it was really gratifying the way those guys played in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, a lot of people played really well. Don't go away. We've got a lot more to come on the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show.
When it comes to running the football, there is no place like Nebraska. But Texas Tech does a pretty good job, too. After the break, we'll take a closer look at the Red Raiders.
Menards is your complete source for bath remodeling. Choose from our wide selection of drop-in vanity sinks, tubs, faucets, and toilets from Elger. This white Savoy toilet is just $58. Finish your bath remodeling with Lions tub and shower surrounds and doors. This white one-piece wall is only $99. A trackless tub door is $139. Menards is your complete source for bath remodeling.
Save big money at Menards.
Come and taste what's new, coming out of the blue. You want it piping hot? Come and see what we got. Gotta get a little Long John's now.
Introducing new Super Soup Bowls at Long John Silver's. 3 hearty soups and French bread bowls so delicious you'll want to eat the whole thing. Choose from rich broccoli, cheese, and shrimp soup, spicy, chunky Louisiana gumbo, or creamy New England clam chowder. They're hot and just $2.59 each.
Get a little Long John's right now.
I didn't even know I had a sister. Then I got a call and I was speechless. Sally gave me back my family.
Stacy's amazing. She's really funny. She loves to party. I want to be with her. She never told me she was married.
You can talk about what matters right here.
Sally, weekday mornings at 9 on NTV.
Kickoff for the Nebraska-Texas Tech game in Lubbock is set for 2:34. and it will be televised regionally by ABC. The Red Raiders look to be a formidable foe for the Huskers. Texas Tech is coached by Spike Dykes. He has a 60-49-1 record in 10 years at Tech. In 1996, the Red Raiders have a 4-2 record with narrow losses on the road to K-State and Georgia. They're 3-1 in Big 12 play. Nebraska leads the series 3-0, and this will be the third meeting between the schools in the last 4 years. The Huskers' average margin of victory over Tech is 17 points. In some notes of interest, Texas Tech has made 3 straight bowl appearances. They defeated Air Force in last year's Copper Bowl. In the first meeting between the two schools, the 13th-ranked Huskers upset number 9 Texas Tech 27-24 in the 1976 Astro Bluebonnet Bowl. Tom, you played Tech a couple of years ago. Are they a better team now than they were then?
I think so. You know, they had Bam Morris not 2 years ago, but about 4 years ago, and he was a great player. But Hanspard is a little quicker, a little different type of back. I think their defense is better now than either of those two teams that we played. And their quarterbacking is certainly better than it was 2 years ago because the same quarterback played then, and I think he was a redshirt freshman or just starting out. And he's got a lot of experience now. So overall, they're a very strong football team, and I think probably the best Texas Tech team that we've played, other than maybe in the Bluebonnet Bowl. I don't know. That was been so long ago I can't remember that one very well, but I remember it was a very tight game.
Yeah. For a closer look at the Red Raider football team, here's this report from Bill Dolman.
2 years ago, when Nebraska last played Texas Tech, the Red Raiders lineup included a star-in-the-making named Byron Hanspard. Since that 12-carry, 27-yard night, Lord Byron, as he's called in Lubbock, has reached superstar status and has taken the rest of the Tech program to new heights with him. The nation's leading rusher at 217 yards per game, Hanspard highlights the nation's number 4 ground game, which ranks right behind Nebraska's. But the 4-2 Red Raiders are more than just a one-man band. In his third season as a starting quarterback, junior Zebby Lethridge is fast climbing the Tech passing charts en route to becoming the school's all-time best. While the Texas Tech offense has a big name or two in its arsenal, it also includes one of the smallest players in college football in 5'5", 150-pound flanker and big play specialist Stacy Mitchell. Mitchell is listed as the third smallest player in Division I. The unsung heroes of the Red Raiders' success, however, may well be the members of a rebuilt defense. In all, 5 new starters are listed on a unit that ranks 9th nationally in stopping the run. Last week, Tech's defenders forced 2 fourth-quarter turnovers that turned into touchdowns in a 30-17 come-from-behind win at Kansas. One last item of note, Texas Tech will be trying to extend its 11-game home winning streak with a win over the Huskers. The last time the Red Raiders lost at home? September 6, 1994, a 42-16 setback at the hands of, you guessed it, Nebraska. Reporting for the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show, I'm Bill Dolman.
Tom, do you see the team that runs the ball better in this football game as having the big edge?
Well, I think usually the running team, the team that does the best job there is going to have a little more ball control and is going to rest their defense a little bit more. And certainly that's what's happened against the last 2 or 3 opponents that we've had. We've had ball control. We've run 85 snaps to their 50 to maybe 60. And so I think both teams are going to try to run it, but I think an efficient passing game, we're going to throw it some, we're going to throw well when we do throw it, will be very important.
Well, we've heard from our coach on the game. Now let's hear from Texas Tech coach Spike Dykes.
So I really believe the key to having a chance in big ball games against good teams is it's got to start out, you got to practice well. Number 2 is you got to think you have a chance, and I know we have a chance. This team has got great potential. This team has got a lot of weapons, and but we're going to have to play outstanding football. It's going to be, I'm talking about anything less than great is going to be not enough, and so that's what's staring us in the face. But also, as an athlete, this is what you live for. I mean, golly, you live for a chance to play the best, and that's what it's all about. And I don't know that you could ask for a better scenario, a better opportunity than these kids have. Staring them in the face for this weekend.
Spike Dykes, one of the good old boys in college football. Coming up next, a couple of old fullbacks go one-on-one.
Texas Tech has one of the best running backs in the nation in Byron Hanspard, but we have the best running backs coach in the nation in Frank Solich. When we come back, he and I are going to go one-on-one.
Tom Osborne's wardrobe has been furnished by Gary Michaels Clothiers in Lincoln and Hastings. Truly, Nebraska's leader in fine gentlemen's apparel.
Gary Michaels Clothiers in Lincoln and Hastings over the past years has become Nebraska's leader in fine gentlemen's apparel. And we've earned that reputation by being in the forefront of fashion year after year. We take great pride in knowing that all of our clients receive that proper image they work so hard to achieve. And once they have become acquainted with Gary Michaels, we make sure they stay with us for a lifetime. Our mission is simple, to provide Nebraska and the Midwest with the finest updated menswear in the industry. At Gary Michaels Clothiers, the way you look is our entire business.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium, home of the defending national champion.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is Nebraska's #1 cellular service.
After a pickup of 14, that brings a 3rd down and 2 with the ball on the 16-yard line.
Cellular One, clear across Nebraska.
Fullbacks are the kind of guys who like to butt heads out on the football field. So for today's one-on-one segment, we go to the Memorial Stadium turf, where Frank Solich, a former fullback, meets up with his starting fullback, Brian Schuster.
Once upon a time, in fact, a long, long time ago, there was a fullback at Nebraska who set the standard of excellence for all those who would one day follow in his footsteps. His name is Frank Solich, and after all these years, he's still here to go one-on-one with me. Back in the 60s, you had a great playing career here. Maybe you could tell the people at home a little bit about your career and how you got involved with Nebraska athletics.
Okay, well, came out of a high school in Cleveland, Ohio, Hoyt High School, myself and another guy. I think that his first year that Bob Devaney was also here, part of his recruiting class, his first recruiting class, and I think I was kind of a tag-along. They were recruiting the other guy at my school hard, and I also came along and was able to get some playing done here, but the fullback position has changed over the years.
Yeah, that
Brian,
leads me to my next question. By today's standards, how do you feel that you would compete today if you were still playing?
Probably a split end, wing back would be the positions, maybe a defensive back. You know, I still got to think that maybe there's something out there for me, but the fullback spot is certainly one where you take a lot of hits and give a lot of hits, as you well know, and it's tough for some of the fullbacks to hold up through the course of a season, taking and giving all those hits, and so we've been fortunate here at Nebraska. You know, we've had some big, strong guys that have been able to get all phases of it done in terms of the running, the blocking. So it has changed over the years without any question. We still run a power offense here where you're blocking on linebackers, inside and also some outside backers at times, some of the best people on the defensive team. So you got to be pretty talented, and yet you got to have some size and some strength about you to get it done.
Yeah, a lot of us backs, we feel like, you know, at the start of the year when we're introducing some of the blocking drills, we feel like maybe there's a part of you that wishes you could kind of strap it up and you know, demonstrate the attack and adjust on us full speed. Is there any part of you that has sometimes maybe kind of wanted to do that?
No, not really. As I get older, I think more about the running part of the game and the pass receiving part of the game, but not much about the blocking part of the game.
I know last year at I-back we were a little banged up, and it seems like this year certainly Damon's been injured a little bit, but the fullback position seems to be taking a little more heat. You know, if we weren't as banged up, do you think you know, the elusiveness I showed on my touchdown run and the speed I demonstrated last week with that catch, do you think that, you know, if we lost some guys at I-back, that there could be a spot for me there?
No, and to be very honest with you, if I recall this right, when you caught that screen pass, there's a spot down there about the 30-25 yard line where that 360-pound defensive tackle was about to run you down and was very close to making the tackle when a defensive back who had a poor angle on you ended up making the tackle.
See, what happened was I had to make some moves here, and it was really a tremendous run. And
that's how you see it in your own eyes, huh?
Tired. I mean, I had took about 50, 60 snaps there in that first quarter, and I was starting to wear down. But
yeah, which leads me to wonder exactly what kind of shape you are in.
Yeah, that's another question I have. It seems that the only thing people can find wrong with my game is that my stomach seems to be too big. and what I tell people is, if I'm faster than you and I can test out better than you, carrying my gut, I mean, what could possibly happen if I lost that? I mean, what kind of potential would there be?
Yeah, that's unlimited potential, I guess. But you know, when you kind of look like Lou Groza, you know, it's kind of tough to be a guy that's recognized as one of the great backs of all time.
Frank has his own way of keeping those guys humble, doesn't he?
Well, as you can see, you know, there's a tendency for them to want to lord it over you a little bit if they have a little success. So you got to keep them down a little bit. But Frank does a great job, and of course Brian has done an outstanding job, particularly this year.
Yeah, he's certainly got a stable full of good players there. There's still more to come on the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show as the coach breaks down a couple of option plays.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
Like the Nebraska Huskers, Pacific Realty Group is a team of creative and talented individuals who know how to win. In 9 years, Pacific Realty Group has become the Midwest's leading commercial real estate firm. Based in Omaha, with offices in Lincoln and Des Moines, and now new locations in Cedar Rapids and Davenport as well, we offer expert service in the sale of all types of commercial real estate and project development. So whether your need is small or large, put your trust in our winning team, Pacific Realty Group.
Options have been a big part of the Nebraska offense for a long time, and they were a big part of the Huskers' game plan against Baylor. On Tom's Chalk Talk today, the coach diagrams a couple of options that went for touchdowns last Saturday.
Okay, we'll talk about a couple of options that went for touchdowns against Baylor. These were well executed. Of course, sometimes things don't always go the way they're planned. Actually, the first option was out of the shotgun, was somewhere near the 14, 15-yard line. And normally what would happen here is the tackle would block him, the guard would block this defensive tackle, and the offensive tackle would come through and seal the backer. And these two men would block these two fellows here, and then this I-back in the shotgun would release to the outside the quarterback would get the direct snap from center and then would attack the rush end. If the rush end turns to play the quarterback, we pitch the ball. If the rush end goes upfield, then the quarterback would keep the ball. In this particular case, however, Baylor didn't play it straight. They had a rush end here, and he came down, and this guy kind of went around to the outside. And so what happened was that our offensive tackle, who was trying to get through on the backer, ended up actually bumping into this guy, and then finally getting down on the backer, and we end up optioning on the tackle. So he came, Scott Frost pitched the ball. Lance Brown did a nice job of blocking here. Brendan Holbein was out here and blocked. And of course, in option football, you really know better than the blocks of your outside people. If these guys whiff or miss, you've got no gain. But if they make great blocks, sustain the block for 3 or 4 counts, then D'Angelo Evans had a lot of room and was able to beat that man into the end zone. So we do an excellent job blocking here with our receivers. It's a key part of it. And of course, the coordination between the quarterback and the I-back is critical too. Okay, the last option we're going to talk about here that scored on Saturday against Baylor was one in which Matt Turman had an option called to the left. He saw that the defense was reduced over here, so he went opposite to run an option to the right. And Baylor elected to blitz on this play, so they had this backer coming here, this backer coming here, and this man was looping out. Now the tackle blocked the defensive tackle. The center reached and was able to pick up this blitzing linebacker. He came here and he pulled down, and so all these people were sealed off. Rashawn Jackson was the tight end on the right, and he started in to block the backer and then saw the backer was already gone, so he turned upfield, and he and Josh Cobb, the fullback, both ended up blocking the safety man here. The guard pulled and blocked the end. The end was coming upfield, so he blocked him out. And then the I-back was out here. The corner was playing the pitch man, so Matt Turman made a brief fake to the fullback, read the guard's block, kicking the end out, went underneath, and had these 2 blocks here. And another key block on the play was right here. Aaron Wills came down and cut that safety off, and then this man was blocking him. So the safety was knocked off and couldn't pursue Matt. And of course, Matt accelerated right in here and made an excellent run of 40 yards or so, 45 yards, I guess, for the touchdown. So it was a good job of the quarterbacking audibling. The critical thing was that they chose to blitz, and that's why people always want to blitz. But when you blitz an option team, many times it's 6 points, and that's why we really don't get as many blitzes as most teams do.
Tom, good luck against Texas Tech. Let's hope some of those options work against the Red Raiders.
We sure hope so. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll run a few of them. That's it for today's show. Thank you for watching. For the coach and our entire Husker Vision crew, this is Jeff Schmall. So long, everybody.
The Tom Osborne Kickoff Show has been brought to you in part by the Pacific Realty Group.
Texas Tech has been... See, doggone it. Okay. Who also happens to be my head coach, Frank Solich. So stick around. The kickoff show is next. I've almost forgot Frank. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. I said head coach. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. So stick around. The kickoff show is next.
College football is here on NTV, and we want to give away 2 trips to college football's biggest events of the year. The Big 12 Championship and the National Championship game, the Sugar Bowl. All you have to do is watch NTV. When you see a commercial with this Go Big Red button on it, write down the business name, day, and time you saw the commercial, plus your name, age, address, and phone number, and send it to NTV Championship Giveaway. P.O. Box 220, Kearney, Nebraska 68848. You must be 21 years or older to enter.
Come and taste what's new, coming out of the blue. You want it piping hot? Come and see what we got. Gotta get a little Long John's now.
Introducing new Super Soup Bowls at Long John Silver's. 3 hearty soups and French bread bowls so delicious you'll want to eat the whole thing. Choose from rich broccoli, cheese, and shrimp soup, spicy, chunky Louisiana gumbo, or creamy New England clam chowder. They're hot and just $2.59 each.
Get a little Long John's right now.
Without this, he might not have made it. Her injuries could have been permanent. The cancer might not be in remission. The diagnosis might have been too late. The heart might have stopped beating. Or we may have never known the cause. Without the latest high-tech equipment and the caring professionals at Good Samaritan, who knows how your world would have changed.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Quality health care close to home.
You're watching the Nebraska Cornhuskers on NTV.
The sights and sounds of college football continue this week from Lubbock, Texas, zip code 79401. ABC Sports College Football presents a Big 12 clash between the 4-1 Nebraska Cornhuskers and the 4-2 Texas Tech Red Raiders. A look at one of the grain elevators that pierce the flat Texas plains. And High Red is ready to ride as the Nebraska Cornhuskers ride into town with a 25-game conference winning streak. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Jones, and welcome to the 4th meeting ever between Nebraska and Texas Tech. Here at 4th and University Avenue in Lubbock, it's a hub of activity. Why? Well, it's building to a crescendo because we have a battle between 2 division leaders. In the north, it's Nebraska coming off an impressive shutout against Baylor. In the south, Texas Tech won on the road last week at Kansas. Part of the reason for their success, Byron Hanspard, the Heisman Trophy candidate, leads the nation in rushing, and today will be an acid test for him. Beating Nebraska, a daunting task. And for more on how to do it, here's John Spagnola.
Mark, the Texas Tech coaches took a look at the Arizona State shutout of the Nebraska offense, and they saw a lot of similarities in their defense. Let's take a look at September 21st, 1996. Tom Osborne's first defeat in 2.5 years, and it all revolves around speed. Arizona State has it, and so does Texas Tech on defense. They have to get after Scott Frost and not allow him to operate the option in that area of the football field. Penetration kills the option. And right here, it caused a critical turnover in that football game. Then, when you shut down the running game, you have to pressure the quarterback and create sacks. 3 safeties in that football game, and of course, the shutout of Nebraska's high-powered offense. In order to beat this team today, Texas Tech has the shutdown yardage on first down, forced turnovers, and pressure Frost. Dean Blevins will be charting all of that for us this afternoon and give us a progress report. Mark?
Nebraska has a long conference winning streak. Texas Tech has a long home winning streak. One of those must give today. The kickoff when we come back.
Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me.
I just adore a penthouse view. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue.
The chores.
The stores.
Fresh air.
Times Square.
Ford Explorer. It's at home anywhere.
Their goals are as basic as a first home, an education, a secure retirement. Yet they own over half of all the stock in America. They are individual investors, and for them nothing is more valuable than information. Today, NASDAQ is delivering news about companies, performance tracking, even timely stock quotes, instantly. So if you're an investor who seeks vital information, you now know where to find it.
Dave, darling, I saw your grilled chicken sandwich commercial the other day and you looked fabulous. Anyway, I had to try one. Honey, it was delicious. The whole breast filet is bigger, plumper, and juicier than ever. And they made it fresh right when I ordered it. Dave, just between us, it was so good I had to. Don't tell. Love and kisses, Iman.
You know Iman?
When you got it, you got it.
Try Wendy's new plumper, juicier grilled chicken sandwich.
There's something about an Eggo waffle that sticks with you. The warm toastiness. The reassurance of 7 vitamins and iron. Nice to have on a morning like this. It's cold out there. Don't let them go without an Eggo.
Welcome back to Jones Stadium at Texas Tech, where singer John Denver once went to school. And Dean Blevins, did he write any songs about the breeze here?
Well, Mark, the wind will be a factor today, as you see by that shot. The wind's gusting a typical West Texas gust of 17 miles an hour. Should impact both the kicking game and also the passing games this afternoon. We'll be monitoring that from the sidelines, for you. And also here are some other stories. We'll chart that Arizona State formula John mentioned, which led to the big upset of the Huskers. And we'll tell you about a scholarship fund Tom Osborne heads up. Tech star lineman Casey Jones went to the courthouse to be cleared to play. And it's a jam-packed, loud house here where they're calling it the biggest game in memory.
Yeah, it sure will be, Dean. And there's a look at the head coach for Texas Tech, Spike Dykes. Born just a few miles from here in Lubbock, Texas, he says that if you can't get up for this game, you belong up in the flute section somewhere. Meanwhile, his counterpart on the other side of the field is Tom Osborne. He's put in 23 years as head coach at Nebraska, and he has come to epitomize all the good things at Nebraska and all the good things about college football. The stately Tom Osborne. And just a few moments ago, one skydiver came in, and here's another one.
You know what? Maybe this is the 12th man Dean Blevins was talking about. I didn't know he arrived through the air.
A very festive atmosphere here all week long. This game has been highly anticipated and highly debated. A sellout crowd here at Jones Stadium.
I hope these guys have tickets to this game. That's an elaborate way to get by the ticket booth.
Texas Tech putting its 11-game home winning streak on the line. A tough ticket to get. Good landing that time.
Yeah, right on the Big 12 conference insignia on the sidelines.
These two teams have met. This guy coming down a little bit quick.
Jeez whiz. We almost had a red carpet here instead of a green one. Series record, Nebraska with 3 wins, no losses. They last met here 2 years ago. Nebraska won that game 42-16. That was the last home loss here for the Red Raiders. And, you know, they were in that football game, Mark, until the third quarter. They were only down by a touchdown about midway through the third quarter, and then things got away from them, as so often happens when you play the Cornhuskers.
They can really detonate on you. Nebraska, meanwhile, has brought its own contingent of fans all the way from Lincoln. A good portion of them waking us up early this morning at the hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
Very raucous group.
They travel all over to see this football team play. What a loyal following they have, not only at home, but on the road.
Red will be one of the dominant colors today in the stands and on the field.
There's a man without a pretentious bone in his body, isn't he? I mean, just a breath of fresh air to sit down with Spike Dykes and talk football, life, religion, anything you want to talk about.
Let's get out here. Let's get out here.
A lot happening in the Big 12 Conference today as the standings begin to take form midway through the schedule. Colorado leading Kansas right now in the fourth quarter. Colorado takes on Texas next week, a game you'll see right here on ABC. Iowa State and Oklahoma State just underway.
We'll be keeping an eye on Troy Davis and Byron Hanspard today. Hanspard, of course, #1 in the nation in rushing. Davis right behind him at #2.
Well, John, Nebraska has won the toss and has decided to defer. Texas Tech will receive. Texas Tech has been very proficient in the early going so far in the last 5 games, actually. Busy day in college football, and we'll be keeping you up to date with scores, both from here and also from our studio with Roger Twyble in New York. Iowa leading Penn State, a bit of a surprise.
Michigan coming back on Indiana. Indiana was ahead early in that football game, too. And, boy, what a battle there. at Camp Randall Stadium between Northwestern and Wisconsin. Now, Texas Tech, Mark, as you mentioned, does get off to good starts in football games. They scored on their first possession in 5 straight games. They haven't gone against a defense quite as good as Nebraska, though, but it would be a huge boost to this hometown crowd if they could get off on a good start here today.
A lot of their hopes lie on the arm of that young man there, Zebby Lethridge, number 8, the quarterback. Okay, we're ready for the kickoff.
I don't see anything else coming out of the air.
No, not yet. Just a football falling from the sky now. That's Chris Brown's kickoff through the back of the end zone. And Texas Tech will start off on its own 20-yard line. Zebby Lethridge is completing just 43% of his passes, John, but that's kind of misleading when you look at the last few games.
He's playing a lot better, completing 55% his last 3 games. He's a big concern because this is by far the most mobile quarterback this Cornhusker defense has faced so far this year. And I think to beat Nebraska, he has to create a lot of plays outside of the concept of the offensive plays. On the other hand, he can hurt this team by trying to do too much outside of the offense, too.
That's one of the things that head coach Spike Dykes has to look out for. Texas Tech has a very fast pace and tempo on offense, and they come out on 1st and 10 with 4 wideouts. Byron Hanspard, the lone back. And they hand it off to him, and he fumbles it. Nebraska could take it in for a touchdown. Just like that, Terrell Farley. That's exactly what the coach, Spike Dykes, didn't want to happen.
So many teams, when they go against Nebraska, just play completely outside of themselves and do things that are uncharacteristic. Hanspard gets the ball in the inside trap, right up the middle. Let's see who gets a hand on it. Penetration from the inside. It looked like Jason Peter, number 55, got his hand on it, and Farley picks it up and goes right in and scores first play of the game. That's 12 turnovers this year for Nebraska's defense. Look at that, 56 points off those turnovers.
There is a stunned silence and disbelief here at Jones Stadium. The sellout crowd of over 50,000 can't believe what they just saw. And neither can their head coach, Spike Dykes. On the first play of the ballgame, Heisman Trophy candidate Byron Hanspard coughed it up on the hit from Jason Peter, and Terrell Farley, who was suspended earlier this year, brought it in for the touchdown.
Oh, take a look at it, Mark. Yeah, you can see 55 Peter gets his hand in there, beats his blocker inside, knocks that ball out. You know, and your best football player makes a mistake on the first play of the game. It has a real deflating effect on your entire football team. And speaking of best football players, that guy Farley makes this defense go for Nebraska. They missed him in that game against Arizona State.
Yeah, they sure did. He's 6'1", 205 pounds, a senior, and a Butkus candidate. Unbelievable, really, on the first play of the game.
Makes Tom Osborne look like he's clairvoyant to kick off, doesn't it? And
sure does.
Think that his team's going to get a turnover and score on the very first defensive play?
Well, if you just tuned in, folks, this is not the opening kickoff. We've only played 7 seconds. Nebraska kicked off just moments ago. Texas Tech started with the ball on the 20. Hanspard coughed it up. Farley went in for the touchdown. And we're going to do it all again with Chris Brown kicking off. Stacy Mitchell and Clint Robertson are back deep. It's going to be interesting to see just how Texas Tech reacts to this adversity. Brown has a strong leg. And where have we seen that before? Just moments ago, he kicked one 8 yards deep. Let's do this thing again, John.
Okay. Well, you know, one thing Texas Tech can't do is do anything outside of their normal game plan. They have to play the way they designed this football game offensively today.
The Chili's backs and receivers. Byron Hanspard, who fumbled just moments ago, very quiet, very self-effacing. And I'm sure that with his poise, albeit just a junior, he'll recover. Look at the offensive line.
Ben Kaufman, good left tackle. He's got a great matchup today, going against Wistrom there on the right side.
Morris and Hanspard out of the eye. They give it right back to him. Hanspard running between the tackles out to the 24-yard line, tackled by Jason Peter. A look at the front 7 of Nebraska.
Grant Wistrom leads this team with 4.5 sacks. These ends, Tomich and Wistrom, really make this defense go.
Ralph Brown, the freshman cornerback, he's been picked on a little bit this year early.
And I think he'll get tested today. They want to run out routes against him early in this football game, so let's look for some of that from Zebby Lethbridge.
It is 2nd down and 6. Hanspard gaining 4 on 1st down. Little option package. Lethbridge was down before he coughed it up. He'll be about 2 yards short of the 1st down. It'll be 3rd down, about 2 to go. Look at the team comparisons. Offensively, Tech 451.5. Nebraska's defense very stingy and staunch.
Well, you're looking at the number 17 offense in the nation against the number 7 ranked defense, so it's always a good matchup, especially rushing the football and defensive rush. Both of these teams are ranked very high in that category.
John, it is 3rd down and 2 on Tech's 2nd possession of the ballgame. Backs out of the offset eye. Hanspard, and he won't have the 1st down. Stopped up on the right side. He ran over Scherler and Dunn, but ran into Winstrom and Peter. So the big red-black shirts hold on the 2nd possession, and Spike Dykes' team will have to punt.
That's unfortunate for Spike Dykes, too. I know Osborne is happy about his defense so far in this game. The one thing they wanted to do is run right at that speedy defense in Nebraska, and they had success on 1st and 2nd down. No success on 3rd down, so they're forced to punt.
Jeremy Hernandez is standing on his own 13-yard line for Texas Tech. At the 41. And brought down right at the 45-yard line. Octavius McFarland. A 4-yard return on the 31-yard punt. Just underway. Stay with us.
Kickoff fielded by number 4.
In an age of streamlining and downsizing, Chili's still makes its Big Mouth burgers by hand, one at a time, by a person. What this lacks in efficiency is more than made up for in taste. Chili's Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Play football at Chili's this season. In every restaurant, you can win 2 round-trip tickets on Southwest Airlines to anywhere they fly, a football or Chili's Big Mouth burgers, all just for playing.
There's a global company that can help you reach overseas markets as if they were right next door. A company that can speed packages across the Atlantic or the Pacific for less than you'd probably pay to send them across town. The U.S. Postal Service offers global priority mail. Around the country and around the world, no one delivers like the U.S. Postal Service.
I feel very safe in this car.
People love talking about Ford Taurus.
I mainly bought it for safety and security.
I like the way it looks.
This car has everything I need to fit my lifestyle.
Feels safe, reassuring.
It handles well, it hugs the road. I can turn on a dime.
I finally found a manufacturer who listens to the customer.
Ford Taurus, the best-selling car in America, starting at $18,545.
It's forward-moving, forward-thinking, and I love being a part of that.
You can't beat it.
Took it to the next level.
Undefeated Florida State needs to beat Virginia to remain in the national title hunt. Or other action from the Big Ten, Big 12, and Pac-10 next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Well, if you're just joining us, here's what happened on Tech's first play of the game. Byron Hanspard fumbled, and Terrell Farley scooped up the loose pill and took it into the end zone. It is now 7-0. And Nebraska has the ball on its first offensive possession, starting with very auspicious field position at the 45-yard line. Scott Frost is the quarterback, and he takes the snap. On the counter, Amon Green with a gain of about 1. Scott Frost is from Wood River, Nebraska, 6'3", 215, a junior, completing just 49% of his passes. And our Chili's backs and receivers, Amon Green missed last week because of turf toe. He had a great week of practice, and he is ready to go. There he is, number 30, and there's the offensive line that he'll be running behind. Aaron Taylor, an All-American candidate, and this is Amon Green out over midfield on Tech's side of midfield, falling forward at the 49, brought down by Monte Rager.
Well, one of the things Dean Blevins is going to chart is that the Nebraska offense averages about 7.6 yards on first down. Red Raiders had a good defensive stand on first down. Now they put Nebraska in about a 3rd and 5 situation.
John, 3rd down and 4. Trips left formation for the Huskers. A single back set. On the option, Green gets a block, and he's right near the first down marker. It's going to be close. Let's take a look at the Red Raider defense. Dane Johnson made the tackle. He's the free safety on that last play. A look at the front 7.
Yeah, Robert Johnson only weighs 194 pounds, but he flies around and leads this defense in tackles.
And the secondary came up with a couple of big plays last week. A couple of interceptions. Tony Darden had one of them. Dane Johnson, another leader.
In the 4th quarter to turn that game around against Kansas. But Dane Johnson, I think he's going to be a key today. He has to prevent the breakouts by these Nebraska I-backs. Right there, he was in on that play. If you can limit this team to 5 yards instead of 50 yards, you're going to be in the football game.
What's happening to you out there, all right? Pass those calls.
That's Unbehagen, the offensive line coach, a Marine, Vietnam vet. Great coach. Does a terrific job with these offensive linemen.
You've got to feel what you can do in that situation. Okay?
And see, his calm demeanor belies the fire that burns inside of him when he coaches his guys. But I wouldn't keep that mic on him too long. This might, we might have a few expletives here pretty soon.
It's a family show. 11:33 to play in the first period. Nebraska getting the first down on that run by Amon Green. 1st and 10. Nose of the ball at the Texas Tech 45-yard line. Schuster and Green out of the eye. Frost on the option. Pitches to Green. And they played the option well that time, John. A loss of about 2 yards on the play. Johnson and Rager making the tackle.
Yeah, let's watch Monte Rager. I talked about the penetration. I talked about speed defense. Number 34 comes in across, plays off his block, hold it there second, and then he just accelerates to the football. Watch the speed that this defense has. The closing speed into the backfield of that Nebraska defense. It's hard to operate the option when there's that much penetration.
2nd down and 11, the counter. Nebraska has run 5 plays so far. All 5 of them have gone to number 30, Amon Green, who comes up limping this time on that left leg.
That's that turf toe again. You know, he was out a game and a half, hurt it against Kansas State, and that's the kind of thing that can really bother you.
That means that Damon Benning, number 21, comes into the backfield now on 3rd down and 7. A look at the team comparisons. Nebraska offensively, Tech defensively.
Nebraska offense 18th in the country. They move the football.
Frost delivers a strike, complete, near the first down marker to John Vedral, the 5'11", 205-pound senior. And the fans booing because of the spot, I think, that time. He appears to be about a half-yard short of the first.
Vedral's going to work up here and come right inside. Texas Tech plays man-to-man defense. They bring some pressure up front. And let's see if we can help out with that spot. Yes, just right inside of that yard mark. That's an accurate spot, Mark.
John, 4th down and short. Tom Osborne deciding to go for it. Scott Frost, a mobile, agile quarterback, has the first down at the 34-yard line. Getting a good surge over that center, number 67, Aaron Taylor. And it's a first down for the Cornhuskers.
Well, if you want to run the football, go behind your 2 All-Americans. Aaron Taylor right here and Chris Dishman right here. They're just going to surge forward, wedge blocking. And nobody from Texas Tech is really in a position. The linebackers, they fill late. You can see them filling late right there. I wonder why more teams don't set up to stop the sneak on 3rd or 4th and short.
Yep. Interesting point. Excuse me, down to the 30-yard line, actually down to the 29.
Zebby Lethridge is another guy who is going to quarterback sneak a great deal because he's such a good athlete.
Nose of the ball just inside the 30. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Ace formation, 2 tights, 2 wide, single back set. Back drops it up. And Texas Tech takes one back.
I think Monte Rainer got it, didn't he? 34? Yeah.
And that gets the crowd going here at Jones Stadium.
That adds definition. That is new meaning to the word cough it up, doesn't it? That ball definitely got cut. It's a full block here. Dishman's going to come around. This is a very common play that they like to run here at Nebraska. But let's see who gets their hand on the football. Right there, just coughs out. Somebody through the right side came through. Daniels, 86, looks like he got a hand on it. Big turnover for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, only Nebraska's 7th turnover of the year. Give them something to cheer about. We'll be right back.
Bullwinkle, we passed by here an hour ago.
Where's here? I thought we were there.
Bullwinkle.
Oh, don't
okay,
worry.
that's enough TV for today.
Dad!
Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, come on, we're out of here.
Dad, where are we going? This better be good.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, honey. See that? See?
That's cool.
When are we gonna be there?
Hey, stop! Wait! Dad, can we take him home?
Ford Explorer, because the world's too big to be left unexplored.
We're there.
At Transamerica, we've helped 1 million people live a better life with consumer loans. And millions more plan for retirement. We've provided the security of life insurance for 15 million lives. And provided millions to finance educations. We also underwrite hopes and dreams. Transamerica. Life insurance, retirement plans, commercial and consumer loans.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex. With its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
Hi, everybody. I'm Roger Twybo in our ABC studios in New York, sitting in for John Saunders, who will return next Saturday. We've got an upset making in the Big Ten. Folks, take a look at this pass from John Reeves to Brian Alford. 55 yards in stride. That made it 14-0. Earlier, Reeves hit on an 86-yarder to Isaac Jones. And what about this score? Iowa 21, Penn State 20 a final. Let's go back to Mark Jones. Mark.
Boy, Penn State and Ohio State hit the snooze bar today, huh?
I'll tell you, it is hard to work your way through that Big Ten schedule. There are just too many good football teams that come along at some point in the season to get you.
Jim Coletto, the head coach of Purdue, has got to feel good about going up against his former team where he used to coach and doing well so far. Hanspard, the deep back in the eye. 1st and 10, Texas Tech at the 24. Nebraska coming with a blitz. And Zebby Lethbridge is lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Jeff Ogard making the tackle. They came with a corner blitz that time, putting pressure on the quarterback, who stepped up. Lethbridge can improvise, but he had nowhere to go that time. It'll set up 2nd down and 11.
You know, that had to be a quarterback draw. I'm looking, and he's looking at the left side of the football field. There were no receivers out on that side of the field.
To Hanspard. Hanspard powering his way out over the 25, out to the 28-yard line. Be about 7 yards short of the 1st down. Jason Peter and Mike Minter, the strong safety, making the tackle for the Cornhuskers.
You can see a lot of the runs so far for Texas Tech has been right at this defense. There's so much speed sideline to sideline that the coaching staff basically feels the best way to attack them is to go right at them.
Hanspard, 6 feet, 193 pounds. The coach is telling us that he's improved running between the tackles this year, as opposed to just running on the perimeter. A little movement on the offensive line. On 3rd down and 6. Folks, tomorrow ABC Sports brings you Major League Soccer's first championship game. LA Galaxy against DC United. Tomorrow live at 3:30 Eastern Time. Our referee today, the man wearing the white hat, Randy Crystal. Sets up 3rd down and 11 after that penalty against Texas Tech. One more look at our officiating crew. Lethbridge to pass. A catchable ball by Sheldon Bass. It was slightly behind him, but there's a flag down on the play.
He might have got roughed on that play. I got a feeling that Grant Wistrom got called for personal foul, roughing the quarterback. I thought the offensive line did a real good job in pass protecting for Lethbridge. And the ball appeared to be tipped, too. Well, that's a good break here for Texas Tech.
They have not enjoyed a lot of success offensively here in the early going.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, automatic, first down.
And that is their first down of the game.
Watch Big 98 coming in from the right side. Lethbridge again, he gets good protection. See his right tackle, Scherler, doing a good job for him. Then all of a sudden, there's that late hit and that push down by Wistrom, and that's the penalty.
Byron Hanspard out to the 45-yard line. That time running for about 6 between the center and the guard. Jeff Ogard, number 97, making the tackle for Nebraska, the 6'6", 310-pound senior. Hanspard, an ordained minister. And he is as unselfish as they come. Let's go downstairs to Dean Blevins for an injury update.
Guys, good news for Zanica and Nebraska. And behind the bench now, the trainers have been looking at his right ankle. It's stable. They're retaping it. He will re-enter. And also I-back Amon Green will re-enter with an aggravated turf toe.
Here's another I-back. Hanspard on 2nd and 4. Run out of bounds right near the first down marker by Michael Booker, number 20. And he's close to the first down.
Well, I think Byron Hanspard is at the point now where he can relax a little bit. You know, when you have a mistake like that early in the football game, you get a little flustered, although this guy in his undying belief in the Lord is pretty much unflappable. Not a whole lot seems to faze him.
He is as poised a student athlete as I have met this year. Very self-effacing, very disarming, very spiritual. And here's the measurement. It's a first down for Texas Tech. Their second of the ball game comes with 6:28 to play in the first period. They come in all sizes here.
Yeah, they do. You know, Chuck Reedy made a real good point. He's the head coach for Baylor about Hanspard. He said, if he gets 200 yards against Nebraska today, he said, just mail him the Heisman. Don't even have a vote.
From DeSoto, Texas. Tell you, he doesn't run like a DeSoto. A lot faster than those things. Field Scoville split wide to the top of your screen on first down. Hanspard down to the 46. Let's check in with Roger Twyble in New York for an update on USC. Roger?
Well, Mark, we've got an upset in the making out in Tempe, Arizona. First quarter, Lavelle Woods 13 yards on the touchdown run. Both of the touchdowns for USC have come off interceptions of Jake Plummer. 14-0 first quarter. Mark?
Well, Roger, it looks like a upset Saturday is in the making right now.
I don't know. Arizona State came back against UCLA. They can come back. They're a football team that can come back when they're behind.
Second down and 6. Hanspard, nothing doing. Flag down. Thrown at the interior line play. Boy, Hanspard running between the tackles again, John. Ran into a wall that time. Tackled by Jay Foreman, number 56. And Eric Stokes, number 16 for Nebraska. There's flags down on the play. Spike's expression has not changed. Very stoic looking so far. A slim down Spike Dykes. And a look at the avuncular Tom Osborne. Here's the call.
Defense, offside, holding on the offense. Replay, second down.
So that's a break. Yeah, break for Texas Tech. At the very top here, Grant Wistrom jumps off sides. That's part of that quick cadence offense that Texas Tech has. There's the offsides play. Now, I'm trying to find the holding call, but it's really hard to see. So offsetting, and they do it over again.
Second down and 6 for Texas Tech. The ball at Nebraska's 47. and give it to the fullback that time on the option that Sammy Morris, number 42, who had a touchdown last week in their win against Kansas. Morris, number 42, is filling in for the starting fullback, Ryan Jones, who had an appendectomy yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, they said he'll be out about 2 weeks with that illness.
Gain of a couple yards on 2nd and 6. It's 3rd down and 4. Texas Tech with the ball on the 45-yard line of Nebraska. Under 5 minutes to play in the first period. Lethbridge is going to throw. And he throws over his intended receiver's head, Sheldon Bass, number 18. It'll be 4th down. Never seemed to quite get set that time.
No, he didn't, but there were 2 Texas Tech receivers open. There was only 1 defender for Nebraska. But their spacing was poor, and Lethbridge didn't want to force the football in there.
Lethbridge completing less than 50% of his passes, although he's been on a roll in the last 3 games. So far today, he is 0 for 2. Jeremy Hernandez punting, standing on his own 41. And they'll down this inside the 5 at the 2-yard line.
They did it correctly.
A 43-yard punt by Hernandez, who puts it down on the 2. Nebraska with 98 yards to go. One more look at the artwork of Jeremy Hernandez. We'll be right back.
Cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high. Shake out the thunder from the sky. But though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win overall. While her loyal sons are marching onward to victory.
There's over 173 different sports in the world, and each has its own special outfit. Running shorts with storm flaps? What's gonna get in there? I don't know! What you need is this. Discus Athletic. Athletic wear made for every sport. Shaq! Oh, Shaq! One brand for 173 different sports. Discus Athletic. One thing to wear. Well, maybe only 172.
To you, it looks like this. To a car thief, it looks like this. And to our Ford Motor Company engineers, it looks like one of the most powerful anti-theft devices ever. Only this key sends an electronic code to the engine before it will ever start. So it looks like your new Taurus will be just where you parked it. Ford. Quality is job one.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one. The U.S. Army, be a part of the toughest, smartest Army in the world. Be all you can be. First Brands Corporation, makers of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. And Chili's Grill and Bar, home of the Big Mouth Burgers. I'm Mark Jones in the house, along with John Spagnola and Dean Blevins. Nebraska against Texas Tech, a battle of 2 division leaders. Who's number 1, my dear? Well, we're going to find out. Deep in the shadows of their own goalposts, Amon Green back in the ballgame after that leg injury, running it out over the 5-yard line. Tackled by Jody Brown, the strong safety. Amon Green last year ran for 1,086 yards on the ground. Didn't play last week because of that turf toe. Rushing 6 times today for a total of 16 yards. Matt Hoskinson, number 62, is in at right guard for Rob Zadiska. On 2nd and 7, a nice defensive play by the Tech defense. Cody McGuire and Corey Chandler teaming up to make the stop.
Yeah, Cody McGuire knifed right in. And as I said, you know, this defense likes to penetrate and take chances. The problem you have is that if you don't cover your gap responsibility, you can have a breakout. That time McGuire won, slanting inside and got right on the running back.
3rd down and 8. on their own 3. 2 tight ends in for Nebraska. Frost is going to throw. Picked up! And this will be room service. Turnabout is fair play, and Spike Dykes wanted his crowd to have something to cheer about early. Well, there it is. Robert Johnson, with the interception, returned it back for a touchdown.
Well, the turnovers are even now. 2 scores off of 2 turnovers. We're back to square one in this football game. But again, takes a page from the Arizona State playbook defensively, forcing points from the defense deep down in their territory.
Jared Greaser in for the extra point, and we have a tie ball game with 3:31 to play in the first quarter.
Scott Frost goes to play action, and it's a dangerous thing when it's 3rd and long to go to play action. The blitz is on. He throws the football.
Robert Johnson had nobody, John, between him and the end zone after the catch.
That's right, and there he is in great shape. Robert Johnson, who makes so many plays for this defense. Got to look from behind. And, you know, when a quarterback's got to turn his back to the football or the downfield for a long time, he can only locate one receiver. He's trying to go to Brandon Holbein, but Johnson took a deep drop and gets into the end zone.
Frost has had problems before, most notably with his voice. Sometimes Nebraska will audible and his players will not hear him. Makes you wonder if that might have happened in that occasion, that time. Tech with some points off the turnover that time. And we're tied at 7 apiece.
Well, that was all set up by shutting down the running game. Good execution by the special teams, setting up the good field position, and all that works together. The Texas Tech gets back in this football game. But more importantly, they get the crowd back into this football game.
Spike Dykes said that they have to look up in the 3rd and 4th quarter and say, we have a chance to win it still. Here's D'Angelo Evans. And he coughs it up. Out of bounds, Nebraska will retain possession at the 25. Let's go downstairs to Dean Blevins for more on the quarterback, Frost.
Guys, it was unusual when Frost came off the field. Tom Osborne just patted him on the back. No words of encouragement or discouragement, I should say. No bad words. And then Turner Gill, his quarterback's coach, didn't have anything to say to him. And when he came off the sideline, several players came up to him and kind of jacking around with him, laughing and smiling. So I guess they took that in stride. Maybe there's some inside joke we don't know about.
It may be, Dean. Frost said confidently before this contest that the days of people thinking that I'm nervous are over. Well, we'll have to see if that's true or not.
And he said he's reacting now as a quarterback instead of just thinking. Before he did a lot of thinking.
He checks at the line of scrimmage. Frost keeps it on the option. Frost pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line by Darwin Brown. Well, Monday night, Annie Potts stars in an all-new Dangerous Minds, and Junior Seau in San Diego charged up because the Raiders are coming to town. AFC West rivals clash on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. That's Monday beginning at 8 Eastern right here on ABC. You know, back to Frost, I was intimating earlier about his players not being able to hear him, John, when he checks at the line.
Yeah, so they do a lot of less audibling than they did before. They learned that lesson in Arizona State.
2nd and 4. They give us to the fullback, number 28, Brian Schuster, the 5'11", 230-pound senior who gains about a couple yards on the play. Tackled by number 86, Tony Daniels for Tech.
You know, Tom Osborne made a real interesting comment, too, about Scott Frost. He said, you know, we had played down there in the Fiesta Bowl, and we didn't think we had any problem with audibling, but what we failed to realize is that half the fans were ours down there. Because they were all against us in the second game of the season, and consequently, we couldn't get a lot of things done in audibling, so we're not going to do much of that anymore.
Nebraska fans with not many tickets down there. 3rd and 1 And Frost appears to have the first down. Frost again on the quarterback keeper. And that'll move the chains with 2:43 to play in the first quarter. We're tied at 7 apiece. Both teams getting on the scoreboard via the defense. A look at Scott Frost's improvement in games 3 through 5.
Yeah, I think that's what you mentioned. He started to relax, started to react instead of thinking, and started to make some big plays.
Play action going up top. Brendan Holbein just off his fingertips. Incomplete.
Boy, Corey Turner did a great job, number 21 in coverage on Holbein. Holbein trying to go downfield and beat him. And again, when you run the football as effectively as they do, 324 yards a game, the play action is effective, especially on first down. Watch this, stride for stride. Corey Turner right there. Great coverage, and they're going to be locked in man a lot today. The cornerbacks are for Texas Tech.
Right now, they're facing 3 wide receivers. The give is out of the backfield to Green. Amon Green still on his feet, finally brought down at the 45-yard line. A 19-yard pickup and a first down. The tackle made by Dane Johnson. Amon Green, a versatile back, both running and, as you saw there, receiving out of the backfield. That's the ordained minister, Byron Hanspard, trying to make his mark with some Heisman ballots in the offing today. First and 10, Nebraska. They get it to the fullback.
Oh, there's a late shot. That's got to take a penalty. Oh, I can't believe no flag was thrown there. Chris Dishman takes a shot downfield at a Texas Tech defender, Cody McGuire, and that was well after the whistle, and nothing was called.
McGuire coming out of the ball game.
He must have said something about his mother or something like that, don't you think?
Examining the family tree. It'll be second down and 8. 2 tights and 2 wides, single back. They call that the ace formation. The pitch, Green. Green lowers his hat and put his sombrero on the cornerback that time. 13-yard pickup and a first down. Back to that last play, though. Here's the action after the play.
Yeah, there's 75. You see Big Dishman pushing on Cody McGuire. The play's over. And some of the players, John Abinjan, you can see 56, gesturing to the official like, what's that? You know, I'm surprised. Green with a big gain on that last play. They didn't take the pitch man defensively. They took Scott Frost. The defense today is supposed to allow Frost to get open, not the pitch man in the option.
Yeah, they want Frost to beat them by taking everything else away. Frost keeps it, and he fumbles it. Texas Tech says they have it. The officials saying otherwise. Nebraska retains possession. That's the 4th time we've seen the ball on the rug today.
Yeah, Nebraska's been lucky. They put it on the ground 3 times now. Frost is audibling. You see he's trying to get everybody to hear what direction they're going to run the option in. He runs the play. And again, see, they're taking away the pitch. And they allow him to run upfield and strip the football. Tony Daniels got in there and stripped it away.
Second and 5. Amon Green up the middle. At the 18-yard line, another Nebraska first down. Dwayne Price, the free safety, made the tackle for Texas Tech. But they moved the chains again with 18 seconds to play in the first quarter. We're tied at 7. Nebraska's big offensive line and their running game have a tendency to wear you down.
Yeah, this is what scares me. This will be the 10th play of this drive, and the Cornhuskers love these long, methodical drives. They can wear down this defense. They outweigh them by 52 pounds up front.
Well, the first 15 minutes are in the books at Jones Stadium in Lubbock, Texas. Tom Osborne's team tied at 7-7 against Texas Tech. We'll be right back.
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better. Flight 3 Alpha. Spotted. For myself. For my future.
Be all that you can be.
All set?
You bet I am. Thanks to you.
A few weeks ago with Jesse, I noticed something. Dandruff. So I told him about Head & Shoulders. Regular shampoos just rinse flakes away. Head & Shoulders helps prevent flakes from even forming.
Because great hair can't have flakes.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
I'm not crazy about this artificial turf. Looks like shag carpeting. It's got no give. No big deal. After all, this is America, and we play football no matter what. Blizzards, floods, tropical storms, I've seen it all. And let me tell you this. If a meteorite hit the Earth tomorrow, you just wait for the darn thing to cool off, draw a field in the ashes, run it in for 6 points, and spike it to the end zone. Ow!
Get your hands on the Ford Citibank card.
And start earning 5% in Ford rebates.
Let's save you money. On Ford cars and trucks, even Lincolns and Mercuries. Call for the Ford Citibank card today.
Welcome back to Lubbock, Texas, the place where the late Buddy Holly used to call home. And inside Jones Stadium, Spike Dykes' team tied at 7 against Nebraska. The Cornhuskers, though, with the ball. It is first down and 10 at Texas Tech's 17-yard line. This is the 10th play of the drive. Amon Green is the deep back in the eye. And Scott Frost is audibling again. Amon Green got jacked at the 23 by Monte Rager. How do you like that?
I think right now Amon Green saying, I think you audible to the wrong play, Scott. Again, this penetrating defense, just at the bottom of your screen, you see Monte Rager come right through on the inside block of the tackle, gets by the fullback, scrapes right through, and that is a horrifying sight if you're an I-back, getting hit like that right up the middle.
2nd and 14. The flanker screen, Holbein drops it. Brendan Holbein had it in his arms and couldn't squeeze. It'll be 3rd down and 14.
Tony Daniels again exerting pressure. We've seen him making a lot of plays today. Number 86 should be coming off your right side. Yeah, there he is. Oh, you know what? And the tackle slipped over the motion. Dishman, 75, slipped or tripped over the back that was going in motion and couldn't get a pass set.
Scott Frost with a decision to make here. 3 wide receivers to his right. 3rd and 14, incomplete into traffic, and it'll be 4th down. And the Texas Tech defense had a nice sequence there.
They did. They regrouped when they changed the quarter, and they had 3 very good downs defensively. Scott Frost is 2 for 6 now for just 25 yards.
Let's go downstairs to Dean Blevins.
Well, guys, the formula that worked for Arizona State is working in large part today for Texas Tech. Take a look at first down yardage, 1.9. Forced 2 turnovers, 2 others, fumbles were recovered, and, of course, 2 pressures on Frost. So Tech doing a great job defensively.
Chris Brown missed 2 field goals last week, but this one is good from 39 yards out. He is now 8 of 11 on the year, and that propels Nebraska into the lead. 10-7 when we come back.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
We thought this would be a good time to show you around the roomiest extended cab pickup there is.
Like a rock.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
The difference between children and parents is that children are the ones without a care in the world. Keeping them carefree and protected is the reason you get life insurance for yourself. With State Farm, you'll get a life insurance company that has always received the highest possible ratings for financial strength. And that can help you be sure that your kids will get to be kids for just as long as they please. State Farm understands life.
Cold will sneak into your house anywhere it can, but Owens Corning has a lot of ways to make cold feel most unwelcome. Like our pink fiberglass and rigid foam insulation, house wrap, and windows. Together they're on guard all around the house to keep comfort in and cold out. After all, there's a system to these things. Owens Corning. System thinking for the home.
Peter Jennings, more experience, more depth, more solutions. No wonder more Americans get their news from ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Here's a look at the numbers from the first quarter. Of course, the score now is 10-7. John, if you're Texas Tech, you're a little concerned about the rushing yardage, I would think.
Yeah, well, they've rushed the football for 29 yards. No completion so far. Lethbridge is 0 for 2. He has to throw the football somewhat today. And, of course, points off turnovers. Both teams doing well with the points off the turnovers today. Both of them scoring defensively.
Chris Brown kicking off for Nebraska. Stacy Mitchell and Clint Robertson back deep for Texas Tech. And for the third time, it goes into the end zone. Mitchell says no. Thought about it. Then took the knee. Mitchell
That was into the wind, too. I mean, the others he blasted out of the end zone behind the wind. Northwestern comes back again. Boy, can they win at the end of the game. They did it against Michigan, and they do it today against Wisconsin.
Conversely, Wisconsin, John, we saw them earlier this year lose one at the wire against Penn State.
And they battled Ohio State tough. Very tough till the very end.
Texas Tech with the nose of the ball on the 20-yard line. Their own 20 as we begin the second quarter. 14-13 to play in the half. Backs out of the eye. Hanspard with just 25 yards rushing. Well, we'll have to take a few off the net. Make that 23 after that play. John Hess and Grant Winstrom making the tackle. Hess really brought it that time.
He did. You know, both of these teams play very similar styles. They shoot gaps. They come around from all over the place. Look at big number 44, John Hess, right there is going to shoot right through. Gets behind the pulling guard and just runs the play down from behind.
Sets up second down and 13. Hess already has his psychology degree. Completed it in just 3.5 years. Lethbridge passing. It's caught, but it's caught out of bounds. That's the bad news. P.J. Jason, the tight end, caught it out of bounds. It'll be third down and long for Texas Tech. And the quarterback was brought down hard after the play.
He was, but that is the difference, say, between Brian Cavanaugh from Kansas State 2 weeks ago and Zebi Lethbridge here today. Cavanaugh would have been sacked. Lethbridge at least got rid of the football and gets to dial another play. And although he didn't complete the pass, he certainly saved at least a 15-yard loss on that play from the pressure from Jared Thomas.
Third and 13 for Zebi Lethbridge, a situation they don't want to be in. Trips right formation. 4 receivers. Lethbridge hit his receiver in the hands. Incomplete. Donnie Hart dropped it. And they'll have to punt.
That ball was thrown a little bit too hard, though. I mean, Donnie Hart is trying to escape bump and run coverage. We know Nebraska loves to play bump and run down here. He's going to spend some time escaping coming in. But that ball's thrown with a little too much zip on it for him to handle it. And he had to clear the cornerback first. If Lethbridge had been able to wait a half a second longer, that could have been a real big play. But that's what that bump and run defense does. It just disrupts your passing game.
So it's 3 and kick for Texas Tech. Jeremy Hernandez standing on his own 2-yard line. The dangerous Mike Fullman is one of the return men back for Nebraska. Damon Benning returns at 6 yards. Out to the 34. A 55-yard punt and 6 on the return. Nebraska with the ball again.
Well, great coverage by the special teams.
It's 10-7. We'll be right back.
we have a wonderful 75 Lacouille Cabernet, or an exquisite 58 Le Boussemillon, or a 62 Jevoux Pinot if you're in the mood for...
No. Enough of that old stuff. The lady and I would prefer something fresh. How about something in a lager? What do you got in a Budweiser from, say, early this month?
Budweiser. Guaranteed fresh with born-on dates.
Chevy Blazer, the only sport utility vehicle with a driver control system. It's nice to know it's there.
Drop a little knowledge on you with this Nebraska tidbit. Their first win over an out-of-state school was in 1892 when George Flippin led Nebraska to a 6-0 win over Illinois. Flippin was the first African-American athlete in Nebraska and only the 5th black athlete at a predominantly white university. The Cornhuskers with the ball. Out to the 38-yard line is Amon Green. Corey Chandler making the tackle. 13:04 remaining in the first half. I'm Mark Jones along with John Spagnola and Dean Blevins. Nebraska leads Texas Tech 10-7. Nebraska leads the Big 12's North Division. Tech leads the South Division. 2nd down and 8. Both teams with scores from their defense on turnovers. And Frost is audibling again. The question is, can they hear him? On the pitch. Green brought down at the 34. Jody Brown, number 30, led the charge. Strung out the option nicely that time, John Spagnola.
You know what? A lot of cat and mouse going on. Jody Brown did a great job of moving inside and outside on alignment while Frost was audibling. Right down here at the bottom, he moved around from the inside to the outside. Now all of a sudden Frost realized he was in a predicament. He had called the wrong play. And look at the great job Jody Brown does, not only to play the quarterback, but then play the pitch as well. But that's because he was moving around before the snap.
They want Scott Frost to be the one to beat them. 3rd and 11. 4 wideouts. Frost to throw. Missing badly. Incomplete. Intended for John Vedral, number 25.
Jody Brown again on coverage, so it's an excellent series for Jody Brown, number 30, for that Tech defense.
Much to the delight of the sellout crowd here at Jones Stadium. A win today for Tech would be monumental for the program in the big picture. That has been a constant theme here all week. Jesse Cush to punt for Nebraska. Back deep, that's Clint Robertson. Matt DeBuck is the up man, standing at the 28. A great punt by Cush. Robertson at the 18. Saw a seam for a minute, but it closed very quickly at the 26.
Boy, he sure did.
A 50-yard punt, 10 on the return. Well, next Saturday live at 3:30 Eastern, Virginia tries to snap Florida State's winning streak. Ohio State against Iowa. Texas up in Colorado, that's the game that we'll be at. And Washington takes on Oregon. It starts 3:30 Eastern time, 2:30 Central. Call your cable operator for the games available in your area.
You know, it's really fun to watch this game from a defensive perspective because really both defenses play so well against the run, and they do so much stunning and feinting and moving around with their linebackers. It's one of the reasons why they're so successful defensively.
Byron Hanspard out to the 27-yard line, gaining about 2. Let's go downstairs to Dean Blevins for more on I-back.
Guys, Tech's trying to figure out a way to defeat this incredible Nebraska defense. Running back coach Rudy Maskew is talking to Hanspard saying, get up the field. Don't be running sideways. And that's easier said than done against this defense. They're changing a couple of blocking assignments as well.
That's exactly easier said than done.
It's 100 yards in the last 12 games. He's going to work for every one of those yards today if he gets to the century mark.
Yeah, he's run for 23 so far, John, on 8 rushes. Lethbridge going to throw. Completing the pass to Donnie Hart, number 82. Hart about a yard short of the first down, but Lethbridge delivering a dart that time. Mike Pullman made the tackle.
Yeah, Lethbridge gets rid of the football quickly. Dick Winder worked with him. That was his first completion today. That ball gets out of there pretty quickly. There's no wasted motion. When Winder was here, now he's at Oklahoma. He worked with Lethbridge on that release, did a nice job with him.
It'll be 3rd down and 1 to go.
This is the kind of day where you're thankful you have a quick release.
And quick feet. Hanspard running outside. He's got the first down. Byron Hanspard is looking for some Heisman votes. Michael Booker, the corner, made the tackle, but not before he picked up the first down.
You know, that was one of those offensive first downs that Texas Tech gets. They break the huddle, they go to the line of scrimmage quickly, and as a result, watch how they come out of that huddle. They're ready to go. Nebraska's adjusting, so people are lining up. Boom! People still get in position. That play's ready to go, and this is where that quick tempo out of the huddle can really help an offense.
That's the first 3rd down conversion of the ball game for Texas Tech. Lethbridge seemed to juggle the ball for a while and was sacked back at the 43-yard line by Grant Winstrom, the nominee for Conference Player of the Week last week for the Cornhuskers. He had 5 tackles a week ago with 1 sack against Baylor.
Well, he's a specimen, 6'5", 250 pounds. There's a sack now in 33 straight games. And Wistrom is a big part of this defense here. Just a junior, he's got a 3.48 GPA and pre-pharmacy. A lot of bright guys on this Nebraska team.
2nd down and 13 after that sack by Winstrom. Nebraska blitzing. Hanspard brought down at the 35-yard line, but there are flags littered all over the field.
See, we saw it on 3rd and 1. You go up and you quick count. Nebraska expects that. You go up this time and you don't, and you quick count, but you don't hike the football, and you get an offside penalty. I'm honestly amazed that more offenses don't do that. I think it's a great concept.
Yeah, we saw Oklahoma do that last week with a good degree of success against Texas.
On the defense, we'll replay 2nd down.
2 penalties against Nebraska today. You saw for 21 yards. They average 5 a game for 43 yards. It's a disciplined football team. They don't hurt themselves or beat themselves, at least in most of the games. Arizona State is the one exception this year where they just simply did not come to play.
It was a bit of a wake-up call, admittedly so.
Yeah, I think it was a good thing for him, actually, because you get to a point after 2 national championships, you walk on the football field and you can almost win by showing up.
Yeah, success can spoil some people. Even your fans. 2nd down and 8 for Lethbridge. Quarterback draw. He's got a ton of room. Zebby Lethbridge has the first down at Nebraska's 35-yard line. Michael Booker ran him out of bounds, but not before a 16-yard pickup. Heads-up play by Lethbridge.
Yeah, what's interesting about this play is when he takes the football, he jets to his left a little bit while he knows the blocking is being set up to the right. And as a result of that, downfield, the secondary is pulled a little bit over to the other side of the field, and he's got great athlete, exceptional skills. Now watch how the linebackers just go to their right a little bit. Oh, now they go back to the left. By then, a lot of the blocking has already been set up for Zebby Lethbridge.
8:47 to play in the first half. Nebraska leads by 3. Lethbridge hands it off to his fullback that time, Sammy Morris, a 6', 212-pound freshman who's brought down right near the line of scrimmage, or maybe for a yard loss.
Again, Nebraska taking a page from the Tech defense now and stopping on first down, forcing 2nd and longs, 3rd and longs for the Tech offense. So, and both defenses just play such a similar style. It's really interesting to watch.
Lethbridge can't do too much. We talked to Spike Dykes about that. He said if he sees his quarterback trying to do too much, that they'll bring him over on the sideline and throw some cold water on him. 2nd and 12. Out of the backfield, Hanspard And the Nebraska defense runs to the ball. That is Exhibit A. They got there quickly with about 3 of them making the tackle at the 35-yard line. Jamel Williams and Mike Fullman, number 12, made the tackle on Lethbridge. Pardon me, Hanspard.
Well, you're right about that, though, Mark. I mean, the closing speed for this team is incredible. It's really, a lot of it, as you said, Jamel Williams made the tackle there. Those guys are really defensive backs playing a linebacker position, and they're protected by that defensive line.
It was about 4 years ago, John, that Nebraska changed its defensive philosophy, putting speed guys on the corners, getting that Florida State style implemented into their own system. 3rd down and 9. The draw. Has the first down at the 24-yard line. An 11-yard gain. Jared Tomich made the tackle.
And that offensive line is pumped up. I see Shane Dunn, 68, jumping up and down. Draw play. It's an obvious passing situation. Number 66 gets a great block sealing off inside. That's Chris Whitney. And Hanspard gives you an idea of the slashing kind of speed he has.
John, you talk about that offensive line. They're a model of synergism. Individually, not that talented, but a different story as a group.
Yeah, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And in this case, the offensive line coach, Ted Underhagen, did a great job pulling this whole group together.
Out of the eye, Hanspard again. The meter's running, folks. Down to the 19-yard line. Tack on 5 more to his total. He's run 12 times for a total of 49 yards. Terrell Farley made the tackle on that play.
And I think that Spike Dykes is feeling that his team is going to gain some confidence now from this long drive. His offense is starting to gel and come together. His defense realizes that they no longer have to play in desperate situations. And I think he's going to implore his team that, you know, we can play with Nebraska. Let's keep doing the things we're doing.
Well, we're told that we're experiencing weather problems from parts of the country, and for those of you having picture trouble because of our satellites, hope to get it straightened out for you. And Hanspard is rocked at the 22-yard line, but there's a flag down on the play.
Boy, Hess came running through again, didn't he? I mean, that's a couple of times we've seen him in the backfield just as the running back is getting the handoff.
You can feel those hits up here. But it's offside against Nebraska.
These teams are both built on the premise of a strong rushing attack. Ranked number 3 and 4 in the country. Husker at 324 and the Raiders at 322 a game.
A lot of the numbers very similar between these two teams.
Especially rushing offense and rushing defense. They're both ranked in the top 10 in both categories. But I like the way at least Texas Tech has been able to keep Nebraska at bay. Keep in mind, you know, only 5 penalties a game. They have 3 already and a couple cheap ones now. 3 for 26.
Nothing cheap in football, huh, John, if you're on the receiving end.
Oh, man, but if you can get first downs without having to dial a play or hit anybody, you know, you are definitely a lucky team.
This is the 10th play of the Tech drive. The waggle. Lethbridge tackled in the backfield by Mike Rucker, 84. The 6'6", 250-pound sophomore with a wingspan like a pterodactyl.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's his 3rd. Well, he has 3.5 sacks now in the season. Came into the game with 2.5 sacks. But he showed a great job of staying over his feet and not allowing the moves of Lethbridge to get by him. Lethbridge gave him everything he could. He gave him the head, he gave him the hip, he gave him the leg, he gave him the wiggle. And you know what? Rucker said, no thank you, you're going down.
Sound like Zebby was about to do a little dance there. It's called the escape. Look at the current drive. 2nd and 18. Hanspard running off tackle over the right tackle, Lynn Scherler, and the guard, Shane Dunn. Makes it down to the 18-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and long. Eric Stokes, number 16, making the tackle for the Cornhuskers.
Well, this would wind up being about a 34-yard field goal. That's definitely within Jarrett Greaser's range. He's 7 of 10 on the year. They have to get down to the 4-yard line to get a first down. I'd like to see them take a shot here with their offense. And they are bringing the receiving units into the field.
Ohio State storming back against Purdue. That's a tie game. Right here, 3rd down and 14 to go. Here's the waggle. Complete to the tight end, P.J. Jason, but it's short of the first down at the 11-yard line.
Yeah, Jason got hit pretty hard on that play, but he held on to the football. It was jarred loose after he landed on the ground. It was an interesting play. They had all the receivers on the right side of the field, and then they tried to come back to the left side of the field.
So in comes the field goal kicker, Jared Greaser, to attempt a field goal. This one coming from about 30 yards out. They're going to call it 29 now. Out of the hold of Field Scoville. Greaser, 7 of 10 on the season. He usurped his predecessor and now is the starting place kicker. And here it comes. And he nails it, no doubt. Hey, we're tied at 10 apiece. Texas Tech coming into this contest, 22-point underdogs. DJ Jason made the catch, but he paid a bit of a price. Greaser got the triple. We'll be right back.
It's the only one out there. And here it comes. The only compact pickup to offer a third door. Okay, folks, show's over. Chevy S10, like a rock.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
For the home of champions, Texas Tech graduate Dr. Bernard Harris walks in space. His medical research will aid astronauts as they build Space Station Freedom. Texas Tech joined only 7 universities nationwide in 1995 in receiving 4 Congressional Barry Goldwater scholarships for excellence in math and science. Texas Tech graduate Helen Pallett leads American Harvest, a program feeding the homeless with leftover food from restaurants. Achieving excellence in all we do. Texas Tech University, the home of champions.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And Boston Market, carving out a better sandwich. Well, it tastes good right now for Texas Tech. They're tied with Nebraska 10-10 with 3:37 to play here at Jones Stadium. Tech with an 11-game home winning streak on the line. Nebraska, conversely, has not lost a conference game in 25 outings.
You know, they tied that score up. Look at the drive time, though. 8 minutes and 2 seconds on that drive. That's one way to deny a good rushing attack to football.
But John, this game has a very fast tempo. Greaser kicking off. Back deep, it's Damon Benning and D'Angelo Evans. Did that one go through the uprights? Wow. We have seen a kicking display here. A couple of strong legs from both Greaser and Chris Brown of Nebraska. Nebraska will start off on its own 20-yard line with 3:37 to play. Look at that ball.
Just wide left. Wouldn't have counted anyway, would it? You know, Nebraska so far in this quarter has -5 yards rushing. Texas Tech doing a great job defensively.
2 tight end set. Amon Green. Oh, did he get hit at the 17? Tony Daniels hit him and hit him hard. He brought it. Tom Osborne, one of the great educators and coaches in college football.
You know, Frost is showing a little bit of frustration here. Watch, he makes the pitch. You know, again, nobody's really taking him. But watch him, he gets involved in the blocking. He tries to get a block downfield. A little different wrinkle in the option.
2nd and 13. Here's Green back again. Staying on his feet, breaking a couple of tackles.
Boy, is he powerful.
Yeah, Green just one of 3 talented backs at Nebraska, along with Damon Benning and D'Angelo Evans, the freshman. Rush by committee. Look at their totals per game.
That's right. These are number 1 and 2 in the country. You take the I-backs, the 3 main I-backs for Nebraska, they'd be ranked number 3 if they were one person. And in many ways, they are one person. They're an interchangeable part of that offense.
Tom Osborne with a lot of options in the backfield. Splitting up that playing time. Osborne doing a lot of things in the name of education and athletics. 3rd down and 4. 2 tights and 2 wides. Green, the lone back, a busted play, and Frost is sacked at the 16. Monte Rager again.
You know, Osborne told us he didn't think this crowd would be that noisy. He looked around at the stadium yesterday, Mark, when you and I were talking to him, and Dean Blevins, and he said, you know, it doesn't seem like it would be all that noisy. But I tell you what, there was definitely a miscommunication there, as Scott Frost didn't get the message to Ahman Green.
And Nebraska will have to punt. It's 4th down and long.
See, I think they're going to try to run the counter tray. If you look at what the offensive linemen are doing. Yeah, there's the block, but, you know, the back was supposed to first counter right and then go back to the left. Green didn't do it, so it sets up a difficult situation here for the Cornhusker offense.
Check that, 3rd down and 9. Frost up top completes the pass to Vedral. And John Vedral has a 1st down. A huge completion and conversion on 3rd. A 29-yard pickup. Turner making the tackle.
What a great competitor, John Vedral, and he's part of a 3-wide receiver set, and he nestles in between the short and the deep pattern. See how he's right in between there. Turns it upfield, takes a good shot right here. Doesn't seem to faze him so much as Corey Turner put the elbow on him. A big conversion for the Cornhusker offense.
Yeah, time now becoming a factor with 1:50 to play in the first half. 1st down on the pitch. And they put it on the ground. Texas Tech has it at midfield. Jody Brown pounced on the loose ball. The 3rd turnover for Nebraska.
Well, you got to pressure the defense or the offense, and you got to create turnovers if you're going to beat Nebraska. Ahman Green drops the pitch. It was right in his stomach. It certainly was entirely his fault. Jody Brown jumps on the football, and you have to wonder if Green got a lot of practice time coming off that turf toe. They seem to say he was ready. They said he practiced this week. But, you know, when you're not around for the last 2 weeks or so, and you're forced into this kind of situation, it's a little bit different. Everything happens a lot faster.
Sure is. Play fake. Lethridge to throw. And it is dropped by Donnie Hart. Hit him in the hands. Texas Tech trying to reinvent that Arizona State formula. And let's go downstairs to Dean.
Well, the numbers are holding up. Incredibly, Texas Tech holding Nebraska to 1.5 yards on 1st down. I mean, I don't remember when that's ever been happening before. You see the 3 big turnovers. They've also had a couple of other balls on the ground that were not recovered by Texas Tech, so it is working so far. Jason Peter, by the way, is in with a hurt hand. They'll look at it and try to have him back out for the 2nd half for Nebraska.
All right, he's a key member of that defense. And here's a key member of Tech's offense, number 4, Byron Hanspard, tackled by John Hess. Hanspard gaining about 5 on that play.
You know, before that play that Donnie Hart dropped, that was a play that they had wide open there. You look at the rushing so far, 68 yards for Nebraska, 58 yards for Hanspard. So he's certainly having an acceptable day so far in this football game. But, you know, that drop was a big play. I think Lethridge threw that too hard, though. I think Hart, you know, had an opening there, and he threw one hard to him on a slant in before, threw it hard there, and it hurt him.
All right, let's check in with some other programming and shows coming up a little later on ABC.
You know, a funny video can happen at any time. This week, Funniest Videos is happening at a special time, 7:30, 6:30 Central, ABC Sunday.
Sunday, Lois and Clark have spent the last week in paradise.
How are we going to make it through the day?
But just when they thought they'd grow old together, one woman's quest for eternal youth
We need a donor.
could make Lois age before her time.
We are starting a new life together.
An all-new Lois and Clark, ABC Sunday.
Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96, Todd Blackledge and I'll have all the scores and highlights for you from this third Saturday in October. Give me that darn thing. He's always watching Penn State football. That's Valvoline Halftime 96.
Well, our man Todd Blackledge is prepared with all those clickers, huh? 10-10, 1:27 to play in the first half. 3rd and 5. Compared to the tight end, Kyle Alleman. And a first down for Tech at Nebraska's 31. Mike Minter made the tackle. A pickup of 15 on the play. They stopped the clock with 1:22 in the half.
Yeah, we watched Kyle Alleman in practice the other day, and Spike Dykes commented to us, boy, he looked a little nervous before this game. He dropped a couple of passes. That was a great reception, though, for him. He keeps this drive alive for Texas Tech.
4 receivers on 1st and 10. 1:15 to play in the half. Lethbridge seemingly finding his mark, passing. They hand it off this time to Hanspard, who weaves his way through a couple of tacklers down to the 28. Well, he could be a player of the game, and speaking of which, at the conclusion of today's game, we'll select the General and Chevrolet MVP of the game from each team. To date, Chevrolet has awarded nearly $6 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities. So far, there's the numbers. He's upped his average now to 4 per carry. Lethbridge is going to throw. And he goes down at the 33 under pressure from Mike Rucker, his second tackle for loss today.
Rucker taking advantage of the fact that there was pressure from the right side initially that forced Lethbridge up in the pocket. And he came in cleaned up, but I'll tell you what, Mike Rucker's having a heck of a ball game out of St. Joseph, Missouri. Really making his presence felt. And that's what the beauty of this defense. They are 2 and 3 deep all across the board.
Well, tonight on ABC, all new episodes of Second Noah, Craig T. Nelson and Coach. Common Law and Relativity, the brand new series everyone's talking about, all new tonight on ABC. Well, 35 seconds remain to play in the first half. Byron Hanspard, one of the top rushers, the top rusher in the country. Troy Davis, also of the Big 12, one of the top rushers in the country. Here's a look at the comparison of the two. Troy Davis of Iowa State, at one time during the season, led the country in rushing. Different type of runner from Byron Hanspard. The thing that people don't realize about Hanspard, John, is that he has 10.2 100-meter speed. That's quicks. And here's a look at our NCAA rushing leaders entering today's action. And the ones highlighted are members of the Big 12 Conference. Hanspard, Davis, Thompson, Henley, and Damon Parker, a talented redshirt freshman from Oklahoma. 3rd down and 13 for the Red Raiders. Trips left. Nebraska's blitzing. Lethbridge up top, had a man wide open. Hart was open, but Lethbridge overthrew him. John, you pointed out a couple of throws ago. Lethbridge has been a little strong on his arm today. A little strong on his throws.
He has. I think he's a little pumped up. Hart definitely came open late, but he expected the ball, I think, a little later than it was released by Lethbridge. It looks like they're going to line up for about a 50-yard field goal here, Mark, from Jarrett Greaser.
Jarrett Greaser, in practice earlier today, I saw him kick a field goal from 60 yards out. So if he makes this, folks, it's no surprise. This one coming from 50 yards away. Greaser missed it just barely to the left. I mean, he couldn't have missed that by more than 6 or 7 inches.
Yeah, you're right. It was just a hair outside the upright. You know, those longer field goals tend to hook a little bit.
He had a lot of leg in that, though.
Oh, yeah, plenty of leg. We'll take a look at it again. Good hold by Field Scoville. Ball's up. And it just is heading at that upright. It's still inside, and then starts to hook a little bit. Hold it right there. And now it's just a little bit outside as it goes over that upright.
It's interesting that Greaser was telling me in practice yesterday that that's the end of the stadium he likes kicking towards.
Probably because the prevailing wind is usually behind him.
No doubt. The give is up the middle. And Damon Benning, still on his feet, finally brought down at the 46-yard line. A pickup of 21 with 18 seconds to play in the half. Jody Brown, number 30, made the tackle for Texas Tech.
Now by number 30, Brown.
do not fall asleep against Nebraska. You know, there's a little bit of a letdown here. You know, I'm sure Texas Tech thinking they're just going to take it to the house at halftime, and all of a sudden Damon Benning bursts one up the middle, and you know, they wind up in field position here where they could get some points on the board.
Nebraska, John, calling its first time out. They have 2 remaining. Texas Tech with 1 remaining in the first half. 18 seconds to play. We're tied at 10. Look at a pensive Tom Osborne. Florida leading Auburn. It's interesting, some of the Auburn players were talking a lot of smack before that game. Don't want to do that against Steve Spurrier's crew.
Hey, Air Force giving Notre Dame a battle. There's 2 rushing attacks going at it.
And a big upset in the Big Ten. $18 seconds to go here. Northwestern coming back to defeat Wisconsin. Barry Alvarez probably losing some more hair after that close loss.
Well, Brian Goings, the field goal kicker, was the hero when they beat Michigan. 17 unanswered points in the 4th quarter. They're behind in this game against Wisconsin to come back to win again.
3 wide receivers out to the top of your screen. On 1st and 10, Damon Benning is the lone back. Frost goes up top into traffic, almost picked off. He took a chance on that one. Tony Darden, number 11, broke it up. He's the 6-foot junior, 196 pounds. Darden had an interception last week against Kansas, which led to a touchdown and their subsequent victory.
Yeah, that's right. They were behind 17-14 in that football game when he came up with the key interception.
Frost just 3 of 9 for 54 yards with an interception which led to a touchdown. 2nd and 10, 12 seconds to go. Chris Brown has a strong leg if they could get in range, but they go downtown and it's incomplete and a flag.
Oh, no.
A late flag.
No.
I'm not sure that was catchable.
I watched that the whole way. The ball wasn't catchable, and both players were jostling for position.
Corey Turner, number 21, could be whistled for the infraction here. He was covering Brendan Holbein.
One-on-one coverage. Watch Tony Darden, number 21, as he's working on the receiver, Brian Holbein. Now there's a little bumping there. He turns for the football. Ball's in the air there, and that, you know, that's a ticky-tack call. That's something you just don't see called a whole lot. It's only 15 yards, so it's not as devastating as it would be in the pros, but it certainly gives Nebraska good field position.
Moves them into field goal range, perhaps. It's against Texas Tech.
So they're going to tack on 15 yards for the interference. And let's see if they tack on an additional 15 for the personal foul.
Take one more look at the quarterback, and if there was a late hit. Yeah, you could define that as late.
Sure, Cody McGuire, 74. I remember he got in a fight earlier with Dishman, so...
Payback is something, isn't it?
I could see why some people want to get after him a little bit.
That's what you call get back. From 49 yards out, Chris Brown. He's 1 for 1 today. He has a long of 50 this year. And here it comes. Brown is short. Well, after 30 minutes, the 22-point favored Nebraska Cornhuskers are in a ball game, folks. We're tied at 10 apiece. Texas Tech hanging tough. Spike Dykes, your team's still alive. We'll be right back. Halftime coming up. Valvoline halftime.
Boston Market, the place that made hot hand-carved Boston Carver sandwiches famous, proudly announces the new $4 Chicken Carver Combo. A chicken carver, side, and regular soft drink for $4. Hurry in for a chicken carver piled high with real cheese on a bakery roll, plus a freshly prepared individual side and a regular soft drink for just $4. The $4 Chicken Carver Combo, only at Boston Market.
Hurry in now. Offer ends October 20th. Hey, Randy, use an underarm motion.
Thanks, sir.
Owen Moore is an engineer in ergonomics at the Liberty Mutual Research Center. Owen figures ways folks can do their jobs better and safer. His team has saved the companies we insure millions.
Stan, vibrating devices can cause extremity numbness. Maybe there's another way.
Okay, Owen. Safer, more secure lives.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's the freedom of liberty. Liberty Mutual.
The sun upon my skin like a rock, hard against the wind like a rock. I see myself again.
No automotive company has won more races over the last 30 years than Chevrolet.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions. In 1984, little-known Alonzo Babers stunned the field and Olympic prognosticators by winning in a stunning upset.
And lane 4 is Babers. Babers is going to win the gold medal.
In continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
Australia's Great Barrier Reef. You don't need fins to swim under it. You don't need wings to fly over it. You don't need 4 legs to run through it. But you just might need to bring this. Because Reef Watch Air Tours, Wild Track Jeep Safaris, and Pro Sail Schooners will take you on the ride of your life. But they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. From our New York studios, Roger Twyville and Todd Blackledge.
And hi, everybody, and welcome. John Saunders is off today, but Todd, I guarantee you, he will be back next Saturday. Nebraska, Texas Tech, a couple of top rushing teams in the country.
Yeah, 2 teams that like to run the ball and 2 teams that really do a good job of stopping the run, and that's what it's coming down to in the first half, a real physical game. Neither team establishing their running game, both averaging well under 4 yards per carry, and it's really going to come down to which quarterback, I think, makes the plays in the second half, because both teams determined to stop the run and make the pass beat them.
It's Bowden against Spurrier today. Terry Bowden against Steve Spurrier. Florida, top ranked in the nation, taking on Auburn, 21-7 now. That game in the second quarter. Florida scored on the opening drive for the 7th straight game. Big Ten's had a lot of excitement so far today. Ohio State and Purdue, 3rd and 5 in the first quarter from the 14. John Reeves hits Isaac Jones, and when he finishes running with the football, it's 86 yards for the touchdown, and Purdue's got the early lead. Then in the second quarter, 1st and 10 at the Purdue 27. Pepe Pearson of Ohio State. Watch this move as he cuts it back to the middle, 27 yards for the touchdown. He's got 11 touchdowns on the year. That tied it up at 14, and right now at halftime, Ohio State and Purdue tied at 14. Arizona State and USC, big game out in the Pac-10. Bruce Snyder, John Robinson. USC in the first quarter, 3rd and 6. Brad Otten, 15 yards to his tight end, John Allred, his first TD reception of the year. And then Jake Plummer intercepted by George Perry and returned to the 13. Another touchdown would ensue as Terry Battle, 18 yards for Arizona State, tied at 14.
Well, Jake Plummer, one of the best things he's done all year is not throw interceptions. 16 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions coming in, but 2 interceptions in the first half led to both touchdowns for the Trojans.
Todd, this has been a great year for the service academies, Army, Navy, and even Air Force. And Air Force is playing Notre Dame today. And look at this. In the fourth quarter, they are all tied up at 10 in South Bend. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech and Clemson in the ACC. And right now, Clemson pulling the upset there, 21-10 at halftime. Green with a 3-yard touchdown pass to Crooks. Fresno State and Wyoming in the WAC. Wyoming unbeaten. That's Josh Walworth, their quarterback. In the second quarter, Walworth 17 yards to Len Sexton. Usually it's Marcus Harris on the receiving end, and Wyoming leads at 21-14. Then in the third quarter, 2nd and 9 from the 9, Walworth to Greg Kuhn, 9 yards on the touchdown. Lots of time to throw it in the back of the end zone. Big number 91 there, and Wyoming looking to go 8-0, 42-21 the final in that game. Fresno State and Wyoming. Meanwhile, Utah 14, TCU 7. Fouts with a 41-yard touchdown pass there. And Army just keeps rolling along, 34-10 the final. They are 6-0 for the first time since 1960. And Todd, as we look at their schedule, they got a great chance to be unbeaten going into the Air Force game.
Well, you're absolutely right, and you can see no Notre Dame on that schedule. And one of the things that makes Army so tough is they run that wishbone offense. They're the leading team in the nation in running the football. It's an unorthodox style of offense. Teams aren't used to seeing it. Roddy McKay, the quarterback, an outstanding operator of that offense.
Iowa State and Oklahoma State in the Big 12. Iowa State leading at 24-7. Troy Davis, a couple of touchdown runs of 1 and 6 yards today, and 129 yards so far on the afternoon for Troy Davis. And we'll have more of Valvoline Halftime 96 right after this.
Presenting the Valvoline Xerox Big Play Rebate. Get $4 back on a case of Valvoline or $6 on a 3-pack of Xerox Antifreeze. It's up. It's good. Whoa, Nelly. People who know use Valvoline.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
The most satisfied full-size pickup owners are Chevy CK owners. How do you know?
Like a rock.
You can see it in their eyes. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
In extreme temperatures, yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer enough corrosion protection. Because today's multi-metallic engines are more susceptible to damage than ever, they need Xerox. Extreme protection for today's engines.
Big 12. Togetherness. Cool, huh?
Welcome back to Valvoline Halftime 96. Todd, we've had a big day in the Big Ten Conference. A lot of exciting games and a terrific contest out in Happy Valley, Iowa and Penn State. A couple of the elder statesmen of college coaching, Hayden Fry and Joe Paterno. Fourth quarter, Penn State 3rd and 10. And Iowa's Kerry Cooks will hit Wally Richardson, who fumbles, and Iowa recovers at the 33.
Second half, Iowa did a great job of blitzing and really pressuring Wally Richardson.
Then 1st and 10 at the Penn State 33. Iowa's Rob Thean on the halfback option to Demo Odoms for 25 yards all the way down to the 8-yard line. Hawkeyes have got it 1st and goal at the 8, and Tavian Banks, a big hole right up the middle, and he takes it in for the touchdown. Iowa leads 21-20. Time running out, 4th and 5. Wally Richardson throws incomplete to Juravicius, and Iowa will pull it off in Happy Valley. 21-20 is the final. Tavian Banks with a couple of touchdowns in that game, and afterwards it was a very happy Hayden Fry.
I'll tell you, this is one of the greatest feelings I've had in 45 years of coaching, 35 in college. I want to congratulate the gentleman, whoever was responsible for naming this Happy Valley, because this is Happy Hawkeye Valley today.
Well, you know it's a Happy Valley. It was in the second half for Iowa.
Yeah, great second half adjustment. They forced him to throw the football. 186 yards rushing the first half for Penn State, only 31. They put the game into Wally Richardson's hand in the passing game of Penn State. A lot of problems getting people open, blocking blitzes, and throwing completions.
Well, still in the Big Ten, the Indiana faithful, they had their hopes sky high today because against Michigan, 3rd and 2 at the Michigan 37, quarterback Scott Driesbach's pass is tipped by Clarence Williams, intercepted by Eric Allen, 42 yards on the touchdown return, tied at 7 in the first quarter, and Bill Mallory's got those Hoosiers fired up. But Michigan defensive back Charles Woodson in the game on offense. The 48-yard reverse in the third quarter on a 1st and 10. And look at two-way footballs coming back, folks. Indiana and Michigan tied at 17 after the touchdown. Then on a 1st and 10 at the Indiana 19 in the third quarter, Driesbach 19 yards to Jeremy Tooman. Michigan 24-20. They go on to win it 27-20, the final in that game. And Michigan now 5-1 overall, and Indiana 0-4 in the conference. Meanwhile, Northwestern and Wisconsin, and running back Darnell Autry. You can always expect a big day out of him. 2nd and 5, 20-yard line, first quarter, breaks tackles, goes outside, plows it into the end zone, and that ties it up at 7 apiece. But Autry would come out in the second half, take the pads off with a shoulder problem. Then in the fourth quarter, 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Wisconsin's outstanding back, Ron Dane, will take it in. And the Badgers take the lead over Northwestern, and things are looking good. But then trying to run out the clock, 2nd and 2 at the 45. Dane fumbles. Eric Collier recovered it. And 2 plays later, Steve Schnurr, 20 yards in the pass to Dwayne Bates. And look at this. Northwestern comes back 34-30. And Barry Alvarez deeply disappointed in this one. Wisconsin winless in the Big Ten. And Bates had a huge day for Northwestern. Look at the numbers, 10 for 131, a couple of touchdowns. And Gary Barnett was ecstatic afterwards.
Our theme going into this yesterday was that somebody in a battle, sometimes your best warriors go down early, and it's the people who pick up the guns and finish the fight are the ones that you win or lose with, and that's just what we had today. You know, Darnell went down, a couple guys went down, but Adrian picked it up. It's just an unbelievable team victory. Our kids knew they were going to win that game.
And Todd, an unbelievable decision by the Wisconsin coaching staff at the end.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, they had a chance to just kneel on the ball and kill the clock. They were winning by 3. It was 2nd down and 2. There was less than 50 seconds left in the ball game. They didn't have to take a chance of the handoff, but they did. They got the fumble. And Darnell Autry, you saw him go out of the game. His streak of 100-yard games ended at 19, but quarterback Steve Schnurr really took the team on his shoulders and won it in the end.
All right, we moved from the Big Ten over to the Big 12, and Colorado invaded Kansas today, and the Buffaloes come away with a 20-7 victory. Coy Detmer, a couple of touchdown passes in that game. West Virginia just keeps on rolling on. They beat Temple the final 30-10. The Mountaineers now 7-0 this year. North Carolina State at Virginia. Tiki Barber had a huge day for the Cavaliers on a 4th and 21 in the first quarter. Jay Dukes punts it for the Wolfpacks, and Tiki breaks the tackles, and he'll go all the way 74 yards from the touchdown, and Virginia on the board first and often during this day. In the second quarter, 2nd and 10, North Carolina State quarterback Jamie Barnett's picked off by Anthony Poindexter, and he would bring it back. And tell you, this Virginia team did it on offense, they did it on defense. 35th straight game with an interception. Unbelievable. Columbia and Lafayette, and Columbia picks up the 3-0 victory in a driving rainstorm in New York. They're 5-0 for the first time since 1945. And Todd, we've got some outstanding regional action here on ABC Sports next week, and a rematch of a great finish from a year ago between Virginia and Florida State.
Yeah, it was a great finish, and Virginia's still the only team in the ACC to beat Florida State. They're a very solid team. There was no looking ahead to Florida State this week by the Cavaliers, but Florida State, great defense, and their offense starting to scratch the surface.
Now, next week in Iowa City, Ohio State and Iowa becomes a huge game in the Big Ten picture.
What a great win for Iowa on the road in the Big Ten. They're 3-0 in the conference. Ohio State has proved the last couple of weeks that they're a little bit vulnerable. They'll come into Iowa City with a bullseye in their back.
Texas was off today. They have to go to Boulder next week.
Yeah, they can gain some redemption for their season with a big upset over Colorado in Boulder.
And Oregon needed a week off.
They sure did. They haven't been able to stop anybody. Washington gave up 650 yards to Notre Dame last week. So both these teams, whoever plays some defense, will probably win the game.
And we'll have another Pac-10 game for you out there that we'll announce a little bit later. Want you to check your local listings, of course, for the game in your area, and games available on pay-per-view. Now, more of the Valvoline 96 halftime report right after this.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
At BASF, we don't make the mattress, we make it softer. We don't make the boots, we make them drier. We don't make the house, we make it livelier. We don't make the snowboard, we make it stronger. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
You want to play sports at an NCAA Division I or II school?
You must be certified by the NCAA Initial Eligibility Clearinghouse. Get one of these student release forms from your coach or guidance counselor. Fill it out and send it to the clearinghouse. Remember, if you're not certified, you can't compete as a freshman in NCAA Division I or II. For more information, call toll-free 1-800-638-3731.
Want to play? Know the rules.
This message provided by the NCAA.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
Welcome back to our ABC studios in New York. Certification of the Husker Bowl, which was scheduled to be played December 27th in New Zealand, has been denied by the NCAA. Now, the reason for the denial, bowl organizers did not get a letter of credit to the NCAA by a specified date. The game would have pitted the #3 team from the Pac-10 against the #3 team from the WAC. Todd, how does that affect the two conferences and the teams that would have been involved?
Well, Roger, the Pac-10 still will have 4 teams in the postseason. It really hurts the WAC because right now they have 3 teams in the top 25, but only 2 guaranteed postseason spots. There is one other possibility of an at-large bid in the Independence Bowl. Look for the WAC officials to really go after that bowl.
And, of course, we'll follow the bowl story as the season rolls along. But right now it's time to introduce to you the Burger King Scholar Athlete of the Week Award. And this week we feature quarterback Wally Richardson from Penn State University. Wally has a 3.24 GPA in administrative justice. Here are this week's 9 other student athletic winners from Division 1A, 1AA, 2, and 3. Burger King and its franchises are proud to donate another $100,000 this week to the general scholarship funds of these colleges and universities. Remember, stop by your local Burger King restaurant for details on the College Football Scholarship Fund. And if you've missed a score, log into College Football Today on America Online. The key word, and it's always the key, ABC Sports. The second half is next after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Save some hot water. Too late! Honey, turn up the heat.
It is up.
Please let it be him. Please let it be him. Please let it be him.
The gas-fueled complete heat system from Lennox.
It's him.
Virtually unlimited hot water and comfortable home heating in one unit. And it runs on economical natural gas, so it's super efficient.
Yes!
The Lennox complete heat system. Not just heat, complete heat.
Yes. Clean natural gas. Think what you'll save.
The Pontiac Firebird waits. 305 horsepower comes to life. Ram air induction turns air into fuel in a rush. Firebird, you're ready to fly.
A fast-rising reporter, a high-powered producer. In the talk show world, you get the story or get out. Talk to Me, ABC Sunday. She says he's not bad, just misunderstood.
I see hope in those dead eyes.
But if he's not stopped,
Twig said he's gonna kill me.
Someone will get hurt.
It's just murder, man. All God's creatures do it.
A compelling episode.
It's your fault.
Dangerous Minds. Then, the Raiders against the Chargers on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football.
Anderson Ford is clearing out all their 96 models to make room for the 1997s. Prices on new Ford cars and trucks have been cut to the bone. You'll save thousands.
How many thousands?
Right now at Anderson Ford, you can save thousands on brand new 96 Ford F-150s and save on new Ford Tauruses with payments as low as $199 a month. It's year-end clearance time at Anderson Ford.
The savings at Anderson Ford have never been greater.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
By the way, Father, I had the most delightful meal yesterday. Really now? Freshly baked with a flaky crust, juicy chunks of chicken, lovely peas, lovely carrots.
Glory be, what was it?
Chicken pot pie.
Pot pie?
At KFC, our chunky chicken pot pie is so good, some people may never believe it.
I'll be seeing you in confession, Michael.
To make you a believer, for a limited time, our chunky chicken pot pie is just $2.99.
Fun if you're a Texas Tech football fan right now, as your team is tied with the number 5 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers 10-10 at halftime. They came into the game 22-point underdogs. I'm Mark Jones along with John Spagnola. Dean Blevins downstairs. So far, one of the stories of the game, the fact that neither team's offense has generated much.
Well, I think you have to look at the defensive side, though, Mark. I mean, both defenses are shutting down the rushing attack, and that's been the key to this football game so far.
Let's update the Arizona State formula for success against Nebraska with Dean Blevins. Dean?
Well, Mark, that Arizona State formula has worked. They said they were going to make Scott Frost beat them. Texas Tech said they were going to make Scott Frost beat them. Take a look at the first down numbers. On first down, here is what Nebraska has done. 2.8. They have forced 3 turnovers. That number could have been 5. They have pressured Frost 4 times. And guys, defensively, they are all after him. In my mind, the Nebraska offense relies totally on 7 in the second half to put points on the board. John?
Yeah, I think that's the key to this football game. You know, definitely the turnovers. And here's the key turnover in this football game. Remember, Nebraska had scored on a fumble recovery. And right here, Robert Johnson picks off a pass by Scott Frost, evens the score. At that point, it's 7-all. And this, I think, gave Texas Tech some.
Dean spoke with the coach.
Well, Spike, you told us yesterday if your club could just figure out a way to hang in there after 1, hang in there after 2, you think you have a chance to pull off the upset?
Well, we're hanging on by a thread, Dean. It's just up and down. And, you know, our guys are playing harder. We've got to be a little more effective. We've got to make some more plays. But we got a chance. We really got a chance to win this ball game.
What do you do offensively?
Well, we got to get consistent. We got to go put some drives together. We got to figure out a way to move that ball against them.
Right,
they got a great defensive football team. It's going to be tough.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you, Dean.
Well, that's the question that a lot of coaches around the country are asking, how to move the ball against Nebraska. So far, though, Tech getting it done defensively, more importantly. They're tied at 10 apiece as we get set to begin the third quarter of play. Texas Tech kicking off. Keep in mind that the game started with Texas Tech receiving, and they fumbled on the first play of the game for Nebraska touchdown. Jared Greaser kicking off. Damon Benning and D'Angelo Evans back deep. And Benning watches it bounce through the end zone, and they'll start off on their own 20.
As I said, it was a good defensive struggle in this football game so far. Rushing yards, both teams under 100 yards, total yards. Tech at 96, Nebraska at 143. Nebraska with the 3 turnovers right there leading to 7 points. And you know, this Texas Tech defense has taken a page from that Nebraska formula and also from the Arizona State formula. And that's pressure, pressure, pressure on defense. It's working so far in this football game. First 5 games, 3 of those, remember, occurred against Arizona State.
Could have been worse. Here's Amon Green, who did not have an Amon Green-like first half. He runs for about 7 yards on that play, tackled by Jody Brown and Anthony Armour. Green coming off of that turf toe injury. Didn't quite seem like himself in the first 30 minutes of play. Was shaken up early in the first quarter, came out, then returned to the ball game, averaging just 2.7 per carry so far. Green in the backfield along with number 28, Brian Schuster, the fullback. Kenny Cheatham in motion, the toss to Green, who's brought down for a loss on that play. Number 30, Jody Brown, the strong safety. The defense keying in on everybody and letting Scott Frost beat them, trying to make Scott Frost beat them.
You know, Jody Brown took the place of Marcus Coleman. They lost some key defenders on this Texas Tech defense. Sean Banks, Zach Thomas, who's, I think, the NFL Rookie of the Year now with Miami, the middle linebacker, and Marco Coleman. But Jody Brown took Coleman's spot, and it's doing a great job so far here today in the season.
3rd and 5. Incomplete, intended for Vedral, who dropped it. Robert Johnson providing the coverage. Vedral looking back at his teammates and saying, my bad.
You know, that's where Scott Frost, you know, his numbers don't show up well sometimes, but when players drop passes for you, you know, it can cause pressure for all parts of the offense. That's clearly what's going to be a completion and a first down, but Vedral simply dropped the football.
Jesse Cush into punt. Back deep for Texas Tech. Clint Robertson and Matt DeBuck. Kicking into a wind. Cush, low snap. And he gets off a fantastic punt. Driving Richardson back to the 20. And he steps out of bounds at the 32-yard line. Wow, a 55-yard kick, 12 on the return. the number 5 team in the country, in a dogfight right now when we come back.
This is the Pontiac Bonneville, one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. The luxury of the driver's command center surrounds you with 12-way adjustable seats, steering wheel stereo controls, and a powerful supercharged engine. Order this free video information kit and see for yourself why J.D. Power and Associates rank Bonneville most appealing premium midsize car. Just call 1-800-443-4444.
One fall, we took out our son's favorite sweater and it didn't fit anymore. I think life insurance is like that. You don't realize how much your life has changed until you take out your policies and sit down with your agent. That's why we have the State Farm Family Insurance Checkup. I can help you see if your coverages are up to date, or if you've outgrown them. Then you make the decision. A policy has to fit, just like a sweater.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
In an age of streamlining and downsizing, Chili's still makes its Big Mouth burgers by hand, one at a time, by a person. What this lacks in efficiency is more than made up for in taste. Chili's Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Play football at Chili's this season. In every restaurant, you can win 2 round-trip tickets on Southwest Airlines to anywhere they fly, a football or Chili's Big Mouth burgers, all just for playing.
There's thunder and lightning when these two teams fight. The Raiders and the Chargers storm the field on Monday night.
Interesting looking moon, John Spagnuolo. I think the moon rose a little early here today. Catch a good football game, don't you? That's a Texas moon smiling over the game so far. Probably in Nebraska, it's got a little bit different view of this game. Man, you're a Picasso, I'm telling you. Oh, God. That's about as good as it gets for me.
Spike Dykes told us that his team would have to be in it in the third quarter for confidence sake. A look at the possessions in the first half. Both teams ending the first half with missed field goals. Hanspard out over the 35 to the 37-yard line, a gain of about 5 on first down. Tackled by Terrell Farley and Jamel Williams, number 28. Hanspard was not only the team's leading rusher, but the team's leading receiver a year ago, so he's a versatile back and has tremendous speed, as we mentioned earlier.
A couple players checking in the game. One is Malcolm McKenzie, number 17. He's a guy I'd like to see them get the football to in this game. He's on the right side at the top. He's certainly their big play receivers. Had no opportunity so far today.
Flag down on the play. As they run it, it's Hanspard.
Yep, Jared Thomas jumped off sides on the right side of the offense. He's lined up on the left side. We've seen it a couple of times today. It's an unorthodox offense, and it really throws those defensive linemen who like to get a jump on the football.
Yeah, it's against Nebraska. Tom Osborne, head coach for 24 seasons at Nebraska. His team in a ball game right now with 12:58 to play in the third quarter. These two teams have met 3 previous times, with the Cornhuskers winning all 3 meetings.
You know, it's funny. Ben Kaufman, number 75, scored a touchdown the last time they played. He had a fumble recovery in the end zone. Left tackle for Texas Tech. So he knows how to get in the end zone offensively. Maybe he can tell his guys on offense, this is how you do it, fellas.
Gone are the days of the fumble-rooski. You won't be seeing that anymore. Second down and 1 for Texas Tech. Play fake. Lethbridge up top. Has a man, and it's overthrown. Intended for Mitchell. And he was covered stride for stride by Ralph Brown, the freshman. Number 22 right there on your screen, who's been tested and picked on a lot this year, but he's responded extremely well.
Yeah, Stacy Mitchell, he's 5'5". He's the 3rd smallest guy in Division 1A football. I don't know if he's the kind of guy you want to go up top to on a play-action pass. I talked about Kaufman, though. Watch the good pass protection he affords his quarterback. This guy's a definite pro prospect. People are looking at him. He's going against Peters. He does a good job of maintaining his balance, keeping his shoulders square, and getting a good push on the pass rush.
John, 3rd down and 1 for Texas Tech. Full house backfield. It's going to be close. It's a fumble. Another turnover.
Second time that Hanspard's run right up the middle, been hit, and the ball's come out.
They're still fighting for it. And Nebraska has the ball. Nebraska has 3 turnovers. Tech now has 2.
Man, oh man, happened in the first possession of the first half, first possession of the second half. Pressure comes right up the middle. 3rd and 1 situation. Boy, that ball just gets hit and pops right out.
Ralph Brown, number 22, who was defending on that last pass play, made the fumble recovery. It appeared as if Johnny ran it into his own man almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Wistrom got through. He seemed to get a shoulder on there as he came through. So another key turnover in their own territory for Texas Tech.
Nebraska with propitious field position. 12:36 to play in the quarter. Green the deep back out of the eye on the option. Frost keeps it himself, tackled at the 41. Tackled by Monte Rager. The one thing that won't happen to number 4, Hanspard, is he will not become, he won't get nervous.
That's Rudy Maskew, the running back coach, talking to his offense, keeping them settled on the sidelines. We ran into him at a Mexican restaurant the other night, had a nice chat with him. He does a real good job with his running backs, and he's on the sidelines, other coordinators up in the booth.
They hand it off. Green, Amon Green with some tough running down to the 28. A 12-yard pickup. The tackle made by Jody Brown. That's the Amon Green that most people are used to seeing. He can run inside, can run outside. He's the sophomore from Omaha, Nebraska, who got bigger this year without losing any of his speed.
Yeah, if you look at him, 6 feet, 215 pounds. He is solid running back.
First down and 10. 2 tight end formation. They give it to the fullback. Down to the 21-yard line. Brian Schuster, number 28, tackled by Rager. And, you know, John, that's one thing Nebraska will do. They'll get you on the pitch, and then that one time they'll surprise you, I guess, with number 28, the fullback.
You're right, and I think that's what the option is designed to do. I think the defense for Texas Tech has put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, on the running backs in the pitch. And sometimes you get slanting outward and you forget about what's happening up the middle. Schuster does a good job picking up the yards there.
Second down and 3, 2 tights and 2 wides. Amon Green has the first down at the 17-yard line. That was 2nd and 3, so we're seeing Nebraska gain a little more yardage on this drive on first down. Eric Butler made the tackle from his middle linebacker spot.
And they seem to be having success attacking, instead of attacking east and west, attacking right up the middle on the on the Texas Tech defense.
Nebraska with the ball in the 17. It's 1st and 10. Amon Green is the lone back. Whistles. Not sure they got the playoff in time.
Flag on the play.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. We're still playing first down.
So they'll move it back a few yards, and we'll replay first down.
That's the 6th penalty today for Nebraska. A lot of offside calls on the defense particularly. They average 5 a game, so they're above their average.
Amon Green, the lone back. It's been almost exclusively Amon Green today. Tech coming with a blitz. And Green. That's why it's exclusively Green. Because he can get the job done. Down to the 3-yard line. A 19-yard pickup before finally being tackled by Corey Turner and Jody Brown.
David Benning was going to get some carries in the first half. We saw that. D'Angelo Evans is going to substitute in the second half. But Amon Green is the main man for this offense, Mark. He now has 20 carries for 76 yards. Still looks like he's running a little gingerly on that foot as he goes off the football field. But he stepped up his performance in this drive.
Coach is telling us he's learned to play with those nicks and hurts. There's D'Angelo Evans, the freshman, stacked up at the 3-yard line.
There's the true freshman, about So much has been written and spoken so far. I think he took off a little early, though. I think he might have been thought he was a little closer to the goal line.
Need a little more hang time.
Yeah,
on that
and a little closer to the line of scrimmage. I mean, you don't take off from 4 yards back.
He rushed for over 100 yards in 2 consecutive games. Had 12 carries for 105 last week against Baylor, and 21 rushes for 168 the week before. Evans, the deep back out of the eye. Frost keeps it himself, and Frost takes it to the house. Touchdown, Huskers. Nebraska takes a 6-point lead.
Texas Tech wanted Scott Frost to have to beat them. Scott Frost beat him on that play. Here he runs the option and follows behind Brian Schuster, the fullback, who means so much to this offense. Wes Schuster, 28, just seal things off inside. He gets a block there. That's right in the back of your fullback.
Literally. The extra point added by Chris Bound. A 7-play, 41-yard drive. Nebraska leads by 7 when we come back.
Final say, strike your gate and win. Victory we predict for thee. We're ever true to you, dear old white and blue. Onward state, roar, Lions, roar. We'll hit that line, roll up the score, fight on to victory evermore. Fight on, fight on.
Our race commemorates Sir Whitmore's ill-fated expedition to the North Pole. He was told he would have better grip with wide snowshoes, but he insisted on thin. He learned a hard lesson. Wider is better.
Introducing the new Wide Track Grand Prix. Its wheels are set wide for better grip to make tracks in any weather.
The spirit still calls.
The new Wide Track Grand Prix from Pontiac. Wider is better.
Good. Wise.
Scott Frost just moments ago capping that 41-yard drive set up by that Byron Hanspard fumble. And the quarterback ran it in from 3 yards out. The transfer from Stanford University. He's talking about the fact that he didn't think that attending Stanford was a bad decision. He wanted to play for Bill Walsh, but time came there, he thought things over and decided to come back home to Nebraska.
He wanted to win. That was a big part of the decision. I have a better chance of winning a national championship in Nebraska than I do at Stanford.
That's reason enough. Chris Bound kicking off. And it's a fumble.
Oh, no.
This is not what Texas Tech needs. Nebraska says they have it.
Yeah, the deep backs, the kickoff returners were too far back. They didn't judge the wind.
And Texas Tech retains possession.
And you could see them scampering at the very end to get up to the football as it took flight. I guess a gust of wind came and knocked that football down. And watch how they scamper to get up there. They're not, neither one of them are in position to field the football.
That was Stacy Mitchell, number 6.
And his cohort, Clint Robertson, number 2, wasn't in position either. So Texas Tech gets a break there.
And you can hear a smattering of Nebraska fans making the majority of the noise right now. There they are. There's a smattering of Nebraska people wearing red. Hanspard hangs on to it, goes airborne, clears the 25, and is brought down to the 26. And you can hear somebody down there saying, hang on.
And I think he's revved his engine up a little bit.
And this is why they're saying hang on. First play of the game, he put it on the ground. Terrell Farley ran it in for the touchdown. That wasn't the first one. He did it earlier, too, just moments ago. And that led to this Scott Frost 3-yard run on the option. And a 7-point lead for Nebraska. But back they come to their marquee player. Hanspard again, tackled by John Hess, the middle linebacker.
14 of Nebraska's points are off those 2 turnovers, one directly and one indirectly. That really has hurt Texas Tech today. The one thing they didn't want to do, of course, is turn the football over. You know, as he's running in the middle, I'm just wondering, we see an injured player on the sideline getting stretched out.
D'Angelo Evans, the freshman.
Must have hurt himself when he took flight on that 1-yard plunge. I'm wondering how much the loss of Ryan Jones is hurting that inside running game. He's a very effective blocker, and they may miss him here today.
Hanspard on 3rd and 1. My, it's going to be close. He got the right-footed spot from the official. He was tackled by Scott Saltzman. And it looks like they're going to bring in the chains to measure. It has not been an easy day running for Byron Hanspard. Came in averaging over 217 yards per game. And so far, he has run for a total of just 73. But a busy day in college football. It's a first down. Let's go back to Roger Twibel in New York.
Well, Mark, it's been a struggle for a lot of the top teams today, including Ohio State. Against Purdue, Stanley Jackson finds a seam up the middle, and in the 3rd quarter takes it in from 10 yards out, and the Buckeyes finally go on top of Purdue 21-14. Mark.
All right, John, back here. Pardon me. Roger. Old habits die hard. 7:50 remaining in the 3rd quarter. Lettridge complete to Malcolm McKenzie. Malcolm getting it done that time by any means necessary. The first down after a 12-yard pickup, tackled by Ralph Brown, the freshman.
Yeah, I like Malcolm McKenzie. I talked to the wide receiver coach, David Moody, about him. He said he's a guy that has to step up. He's the guy that needs some confidence. He has big play potential. I just don't know if he realizes it yet. And it's great to see him get involved in the offense. You know, one thing they do here is roll all the wide receivers. You know, sometimes you're better off just playing some guys and letting them get into the flow of the football game.
1st and 10, Lettridge to pass again. Has his intended receiver, Donnie Hart, who's dropped 2 today. That time, emphatically squeezing the ball.
Then again, sometimes it's good to roll your wide receivers. Donnie Hart, I'm sure, is happy to finally hold on to a football today. He had 2 balls that he dropped, but both of them were thrown very hard by Lettridge.
There's a look at Hart, the 6'1 sophomore, 187 pounds. Next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern, Virginia tries to snap Florida State's win streak. Played a heck of a game last year. Ohio State takes on Iowa, Texas, Colorado. That's where we'll be in Boulder. And Washington is at Oregon. That's 3:30 and 2:30 Central Time, plus one more Pac-10 game on the West Coast. The pass complete to the tight end and dropped. It was in Kyle Alman's hands and dropped. You know, if I'm quarterback Zebby Lettridge, I've got to let them hear about it just a little bit coming back to the huddle.
Yeah, you sure do, and I know nobody's more upset than Kyle Alleman. Made a nice catch early in this football game, but there off the play action, he had a nice seam working on a little bit of a sail route. Ball was thrown right in his hands, right in front of his eyes. It's not a tough catch, but he did not hold on, and that's some of those nerves there from the redshirt freshman that we saw carried over from practice on Thursday.
Yeah, no doubt. 3rd down and 2. Tech, 4 of 11 on 3rd down conversions. Hanspard, the deep back out of the offset eye. Flag down. This will be offside again against Nebraska. Again on the same side of that defensive line.
Yeah, this time they won't take the penalty, but I think, you know, one thing about a defense is if you're set up to be with speed and you have those fast defensive ends, they love to get off early on the count. Jared Tomich at the top, number 93. Again, that hard count takes him off, and he's not looking at the football. He's got to look at the football out of the corner of his eye.
1st down.
There's such a penetrating defense that kind of stuff makes them susceptible to it, and you got to give the Texas Tech offense for what they've been able to do.
Let's go downstairs to Dean.
Guys, Casey Jones is in, number 65, offensive right guard. He got a temporary restraining order making him eligible. There was a technicality regarding his eligibility, and he missed the first 6 games, but he's in there now.
And they run over his side, Dean, down to the 42-yard line.
You know, Casey Jones, the guy that had 22 career starts. He expected to play this year and was denied his eligibility on August 30th. So he filed 3 different appeals with the NCAA, and then finally they went to court. And the school is separate from the whole temporary restraining order. The school cannot be punished in any way by the NCAA. That's part of the whole temporary restraining order. So he's in there. Nobody's happier because he's a very solid part of this offensive line.
And a fresh body at this point, too. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Lethbridge overthrows number 18, Sheldon Bass. Had him on the slant route. Mike Fullman, the senior, with the coverage. Seen him overthrow a few receivers today. There's his number, 6 of 15. Again, below the 500 mark.
Yeah, he's having a tough time today. He struggled early in the season at 36%, see 2 TDs and 2 interceptions, and really has come on the last 3 games. 55%, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He has thrown over people today, and it's usually been when the wind's behind him. You know, you really have to gauge that wind, and he throws such a strong ball to begin with. I think it's sailing on him a little bit.
Right now, John, the wind in his face on 3rd and 8. Lethbridge incomplete at the 41-yard line. Booker, Michael Booker, booked it, closed it, and it's 4th down. From Oceanside, California, the most reliable cover man on the team, making a big play.
Man-to-man coverage, tight bump and run. It's very difficult there to throw the out route. You see? Right there, he stays up in his zone, does Michael Booker, and he doesn't have to move at all because he's playing in his zone, and everything just came to him. That's a very dangerous pass to throw.
Booker leads the team with 3 interceptions. Jeremy Hernandez standing on his own 44, ready to punt. Still loose. Number 44, John has blocked it.
Nebraska Blues, John Hess coming right up the middle here. The guard on the left side does not close down. He's got to help out the center on that play, and that's what allows Hess to come right up the middle. Nebraska had 2 blocks. See number 83, he steps out. He's got to step inside and seal that gap. That's what hurts the punt protection scheme there by Texas Tech.
He came in there unencumbered.
That was Kyle Shipley, who's got to seal that inside gap.
Frost on the option, keeps it himself, tackled at the 37-yard line.
You know, Nebraska blocked 2 punts against Kansas State in that football. One, the punter didn't even get the football off. Terrell Farley came right in and knocked the thing down.
Kansas State is a common opponent of both Nebraska and Texas Tech this year. In the Texas Tech game, they were playing well. Byron Hanspard ran well, as he always does, had 112 yards. But in the end, it was miscues on special teams that did them in. And here's the other number 4, D'Angelo Evans, down to the 30. Texas Tech lost that game 21-14 against Kansas State. And there's a flag down at the 31-yard line. D'Angelo Evans on the carry.
You know, there's a late flag on that play. I think Robert Johnson was cut illegally. Number 7, see him limping around there in the bottom right of the screen. The flag came out late, but a lot of people saw the call and jumped all over the officials.
Frost, an undersized linebacker.
Dead ball, personal foul on the offensive team. It'll be a 1st down. 1st and 10 after a 15-yard penalty.
Well, you heard it.
Yeah, D'Angelo Evans carried the ball on that play. You know, he was booed mercilessly at Kansas State out of Wichita, Kansas. You know, they wanted him to stay in the state. Let's see if we can find D'Angelo. Gets the football, does a great job cutting back inside for a true freshman. He runs the football so well, but the foul occurred off on the left side, and we can't spot it from that angle.
Still waiting down on the field. Nebraska with 4 wide receivers on this play on 1st and 10. Evans in the backfield. Quick pitch. Evans gets to the perimeter. And another flag down back at the 49-yard line. Let's go to Roger Twyble in New York.
Thanks, Mark. The Burger King play of the day was set up by a fumble by Wisconsin as they were trying to run out the clock, and Northwestern Steve Schnurr goes 20 yards to Dwayne Bates, and Northwestern gets a gift from the Badgers. 34-30 the final. Mark.
Boy, Barry Alvarez has to be pulling out what's left of his hair after that one. Meanwhile, there was a flag thrown back at the 49. Here's a look.
Watch at the top of the screen. Very late, you'll see a engagement by the wide receiver. I believe that might be number 33, blocking and pushing and everything else.
Sean Whiting.
Again, yeah, Whiting, who got involved in that play.
Look at the penalty situation so far today. Nebraska with 8 of them. It's a very uncharacteristic of them. D'Angelo Evans in the ball game. Amon Green not in at the time. Evans brought down for a loss on the play of about 1. Dean Blevins, what's up with Amon Green?
Amon Green's turf toe, guys, is pretty bad. He was talking to the trainers over here saying it's hurting him quite a bit, and he's doubtful to return to the ball game. Of course, they have a few guys behind him who can tote the pigskin a little bit, but that turf toe is bothering him.
You did mention their depth, and they do have that.
You know, they got to come up for a better name for that because people just don't think turf toe should be that serious an injury, but it is painful. Can't push off on your foot at all.
2nd and 23, Frost. Incomplete, dropped by Lance Brown. Another ball that's dropped on the quarterback, Scott Frost.
Yeah, again, you know, Scott Frost may not have good numbers, but look at the balls we've seen drop today. I mean, that ball was right on the money, and it was a difficult throw between 2 defenders, right in Lance Brown's hands.
It was right there. Vedral dropped one earlier.
This is a hard throw to make into the wind. Lance Brown moves into the football, gets between his elbows. But he certainly cannot fault Scott Frost on the delivery of that football.
3rd down and 23. Nebraska had the ball earlier on Tech's 29-yard line. D'Angelo Evans. And hit hard at the 43. Texas Tech is putting a hat on Nebraska. Jones and Donahue with the tackle.
Nebraska lost almost 40 yards on that series. You said they had the ball on the 29-yard line. Look where they have it now, on the 41-yard line. Watch the hitting. Texas Tech defense coming alive in a moment in the football game where they have to. D'Angelo Evans gets the ball in the flat, tries to work upfield. Man, they just converge on him with that speed on the defensive side.
And Jason Jones is pumped up. Jesse Cush standing on his own 28. Ready to punt. Robertson and DeBuck back deep. Another great punt into the wind. Robertson. Nebraska's special teams today has been picture perfect. A 44-yard punt, 3 on the return. The Red Raiders still hanging in there, down 7.
This is the Pontiac Bonneville, one of the world's most powerful sports sedans. The luxury of the driver's command center surrounds you with 12-way adjustable seats, steering wheel stereo controls, and a powerful supercharged engine. Order this free video information kit and see for yourself why J.D. Power and Associates rank Bonneville most appealing premium midsize car. Just call 1-800-443-4444.
For the very best in home entertainment, the place to go is Circuit City, where right now this RCA digital satellite system is just $199.97 after $200 cash back from DirecTV. Just sign up for 1 year of DirecTV's Total Choice programming, and the RCA DSS system is yours for only $199.97. Get more movies, more sports, more news, more channels than cable. Plus, get coupons worth over $200 from USSB when you buy any DSS system. Hurry into Circuit City today.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement. And Chili's Grill and Bar, home of the Big Mouth Burgers. I'm Mark Jones along with John Spagnola and Dean Blevins on the sidelines. Right now, Nebraska leads Texas Tech by 7. And there's a look at number 30 for Nebraska, Amon Green, whose turf toe injury has acted up again, and he may not return to the game.
He came on in that drive, the first drive of the second half, but, you know, I think he's, as Dean said, out for the game, and that's a difficult injury to recover from.
Byron Hanspard recovering from an injury of a different sort mentally when he fumbled. He's fumbled twice today, brought down that play by Jeff Ogard. Hanspard is one of the Heisman Trophy candidates. Came into the game averaging 217 yards per contest. Averaging just 3.8 yards per carry today.
He seems to be a bit bemused by all the Heisman talk. He's not a guy who's going to let himself get caught up in the excitement of the moment, but certainly Nebraska knew he was a Heisman candidate, and they've been putting it to him today.
Here he is on the counter. Everybody here in Lubbock, of course, hoping that he does win the Heisman. And here in the stands, they have a certain configuration which they show from time to time. There it is, 4 and Heisman. And interestingly enough, that configuration was up yesterday at practice. Some of the Nebraska players were here during their walkthrough, looked up at that, and I saw them kind of shaking their head saying, Heisman, huh? All right.
That'll get the eyebrow up a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. Lethbridge to pass on 3rd down and 4. And it's complete at the 30-yard line. A 10-yard pickup to Matt DeBuck. First down, Texas Tech, with 1:44 to play in the 3rd quarter.
And that 5'8", 167 pounds out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Not a lot of tall targets between him and Stacy Mitchell, who's all of 5'5". But that's a key conversion deep in their own territory for the Red Raiders.
1.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. On the option, Hanspard run down from the inside, brought down to the 34-yard line. Well, tomorrow night on ABC, it's America's Funniest Home Videos, starting at a special time, 7:30, 6:30 Central. Then see what happens when the honeymoon's over on Lois and Clark. And Yasmin Bleeth stars in the world premiere of Talk to Me, all tomorrow night on ABC. Superman's still married, huh?
He's doing pretty well, isn't he?
Might want to get an update.
Yeah, maybe Dean could track that for us.
I guess the Man of Steel doesn't have a heart of steel.
Get Dean Blevins to chart it for us on the sideline.
They said the honeymoon's over. Complete. And Malcolm McKenzie had his knee on the rug. And it's ruled down at the 41. And it's another first down for Texas Tech.
A lot of pressure again from Nebraska up front. Watch how he gets rid of the football quickly. He goes back, reads his progression, and I'll tell you what, credit the offensive line. He was able to look over the right side of the field, step up, look to the left side. Yeah, he got hit, but he still got the football off.
Lethbridge is as tough as a competitor as head coach Spike Dykes has ever seen. That's what he says. Down here, he is a cult and folk hero of sorts. Half a minute to play in the 3rd quarter, and he fires another dart complete at midfield to number 82, Donnie Hart, who's dropped 2 earlier, but has now caught 2 in a row. Mike Fullman making the tackle.
And they're working those out routes that we had talked about. That's 3 out routes we've seen in front of the true freshman, Ralph Brown, for the Cornhuskers.
I'm Mark Jones along with John Spagnola and Dean Blevins. Nebraska leads Texas Tech 17-10 with 26 seconds to play in the third quarter. Nebraska got a free one early in the game off a fumble by Byron Hanspard. Play fake. Incomplete, intended for Bass. Let's check in with Roger Twibel in New York.
Thanks, Mark. Ohio State and Purdue. Stanley Jackson is going to find Matt Keller on a screen, and he picks his way through the Purdue defense, and he'll take it 63 yards for the touchdown, and the Buckeyes are starting to roll over the Boilermakers. 28-14 now in the third quarter. Mark.
John Spagnola wasn't exactly a speedy run, but
no, it wasn't
certainly crafty.
Every person on Purdue missed a tackle defensively, it looked like 2.
Third down and 1. Hanspard has the first down. Tackled at the 45. But Byron Hanspard ran over his big tackle, Lynn Scherler, and his guard, Shane Dunn. 16 seconds to go in the third quarter. Terrell Farley made the tackle. He's right at the century mark for the day on 26 rushes.
He's halfway to Chuck Reedy's Heisman Trophy. If he got 200, he said he'd give it to him.
And that will be the end of the third quarter of play. Hey, Nebraska came in here 22-point favorites. That's why they play it, don't just talk about it. We'll return with more action between Nebraska and Texas Tech after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Send your package in 2 days with FedEx, and people are impressed. Cost, about $12.
Send your package in 2 days with UPS, and people are impressed. Cost, about $6.
Send your package in 2 to 3 days with priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service, and people are impressed. Cost, $3.
So, 12, 6, 3, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
When it's time for routine service, the name you know best is all you need to know. It's the name that stands for GM trained technicians, the right tools and equipment, and genuine GM parts. It's the name for people who know your GM vehicle better than the rest. GM Good Wrench Service, the best name in the business.
It began in a crisis. Now it's a late-night champion. Nightline with Ted Koppel, the only late-night program worth talking about in the morning. Weeknights on ABC.
The RCA Home Theater with SRS Sound is now 50% brighter with a sharper, clearer picture. Better picture, better sound. Better get out of the way.
Experience it for yourself at your hometown Video Kingdom.
Hey, Max, glad I caught you. You know what I just discovered at Pizza Hut? The perfect pizza. Not too thick, not too thin. Just like, pizzeria pizza. Freshly baked every day. And here's the kicker. A ring of cheese baked right into the crust. Imagine.
Why are you telling me? I'm a dog.
I'm telling everyone.
Discover Pizzeria Stuffed Crust Pizza. Now we've got your pizza.
And the best part, Max, a large is only $8.99. Great, huh?
The Nebraska Cornhuskers on MTV.
Well, outside on 4th Street in Lubbock, Texas is a little quiet. Why? Well, everyone's inside Jones Stadium, that's why. Heck of a ball game with Nebraska leading Texas Tech 17-10 in this battle of division leaders in the Big 12 Conference. All kinds of battles going on the sidelines as well. 1st and 10 for Texas Tech on Nebraska's 45-yard line. This is the first play of the 4th quarter. Hanspard, it has been an afternoon of tough running for him.
He might have gone over the 100 mark on that one, but he paid for it.
It wasn't easy. Total of 27 rushes for a total of 101 yards for Byron Hanspard, brought down by Jared Tomich and Jamel Williams.
Tech's putting together another time-consuming drive, Mark. That was their 10th play of this drive. They've been able to keep the football surprisingly against this tough Nebraska defense.
Hanspard, John, has 13 consecutive games over 100 yards. And you know what? After that run, he may be back under 100 yards.
Yeah, you're right about that. And that's the difficult thing to do, is to cut back against this Nebraska defense. You've got to seal things off backside. And look at Air Force in overtime upsetting Notre Dame. Wow.
Those service academies have a way of playing well against some of those bigger programs. Can't sleep on them too much. 3rd down and 10 for Texas Tech. 4 wide receivers out for the quarterback, Zebby Lethbridge. Has time, and he threw it outside. The receiver went upfield, number 82, Donnie Hart. So it'll be time to punt for the Red Raiders.
Total miscommunication on that play. A receiver was supposed to break out. He looks, look at Zebby. He's saying, who's breaking out for me? I think Matt Dubuck was supposed to break out. Field Scoble, 87, was supposed to go upfield and try to shield thing in that man-to-man defense. But, you know, you just can't blow opportunities like that in the passing game.
Yeah, and they have to be very careful here, John, on special teams and punting. Jeremy Hernandez had one blocked not too long ago. Mike Fullman is standing on his own 10. Terrell Farley is a dangerous blocker on punt situations. But Hernandez gets this one off. And it's a terrible kick. It's going to be down somewhere in the vicinity of the 34-yard line. Call it 10 yards on the punt. Nebraska leading by 7 when we return.
It's about time and finding faster ways to take new ideas from drawing board to reality. It's about the search for methods to make machinery last longer or make a long drive seem shorter. It's about making time to look beyond the obvious. And most of all, about taking time to listen. All things change through time. Cars, trucks, and a company.
In an age of streamlining and downsizing, Chili's still makes its Big Mouth burgers by hand, one at a time, by a person. What this lacks in efficiency is more than made up for in taste. Chili's Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Play football at Chili's this season. In every restaurant, you can win 2 round-trip tickets on Southwest Airlines to anywhere they fly, a football or Chili's Big Mouth burgers, all just for playing.
Undefeated Florida State needs to beat Virginia to remain in the national title hunt. Or other action from the Big 10, Big 12, and Pac-10 next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
This is Roger Twybill in New York. Notre Dame and Air Force went to overtime. Ron Paulus fumbled it as Notre Dame had it first. And Dallas Thompson kicked a 27-yard field goal. Air Force has upset Notre Dame in South Bend. The final 20-17. Let's go back to Mark Jones.
All right, Roger, I guess those guys had something in those lightning bolts on their helmets, huh? A couple of major upsets today. Backs out of the eye on 1st and 10. 13:20 to play in the 4th quarter. This is number 4, D'Angelo Evans, and there's a flag down at the 34-yard line.
They're going to call a clip. Eric Butler, the linebacker, for some reason was knocked down and either pushed in the back or clipped, and he didn't even have an opportunity to make a play on that. So I don't know why he was hit, especially when, you know, once the back has an opportunity to get around him, there's no sense in blocking. Take a look right here. Number 48 gets pushed down from behind by Joel Makovica, the fullback. And that's what causes the penalty right there. But
illegal block in the back on the offense. It'll be a 10-yard penalty, and we'll replay first down.
If you're going to block from behind like that, you don't want to do it in the vicinity of an official. It's Byron Hanspard on the sidelines. He'll be one of the first guys in the whirlpool, that's for sure, after this ball game.
That's a 9th penalty today against Nebraska. So they have had some uncharacteristic mistakes offensively and defensively in terms of penalties.
Sets up first down and 22. 9 penalties, as you mentioned. Total 79 yards. 3 wide receivers in. Evans is the back. Quarterback draw. Frost keeps it himself. Out to the 30-yard line. Gained about 4 or 5 on the play. Brought down by number 48, Eric Butler. Butler, the 6'1", 251-pound junior. 12:50 to play now in the 4th quarter. It is 2nd down and 16 for the number 5 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers, who came into this game leading the Big 12's North Division. 4 wide receivers in for the Huskers. 2nd and 16. Frost is sacked at the 25. They got to him. Keith Cumbie, number 46, was one of the many tacklers on that play.
Cumbie was moved from linebacker to defensive end. He added about 20 pounds, and he's part of the rotation on this defense.
Sets up 3rd and 21, and look at what that Red Raider defense has done today.
2 fumbles recovered and the 1 big interception for a touchdown, Mark.
They've been opportunistic. 3rd and 21. Evans still on his feet.
Oh boy, and he lost his head on that one too.
Yeah, but the ground can't cause a head, right?
Something like
a fumble or whatever. 14-yard pickup, but the Cornhuskers will have to punt.
Well, you get an idea why people are so excited about him. There's a lot of comparisons to his stature to Emmitt Smith, and he looks a bit like Emmitt Smith, the way he works in and out. Broke all of Barry Sanders' rushing records at Wichita, Kansas, at Collegiate High School.
Better put his hat back on.
Yeah, he might want to just buckle that thing a little tighter.
Jesse Cush into punt. Standing on the 24, Clint Robertson and Matt DeBuck. Back deep for Texas Tech. Cush with a very healthy 49.7-yard average today. Texas Tech doesn't decide to come after this. Punting with the wind this time. And it's fumbled. Brendan Holbein has it for Nebraska at the 14-yard line. The 2nd special teams gaffe by Texas Tech. They had one blocked, and this one is fumbled by Clint Robertson.
Again, the wind plays a major factor. Robertson set up under the ball. The ball sailed on him because the wind was behind the punter, and he wasn't in a position to make the catch. Now they're moving the football back 5 yards because you can't advance a muff fumble. So it's from where he dropped the football, not from where it was recovered. Again, look at Robertson. He thinks he's in position. He realizes, oh no, this ball's taking off on me. Sails over his head. He's in horrible position. And right there is where the ball's going to be taken over by Nebraska.
We saw the wind play havoc with a kickoff for Texas Tech earlier. Evans is the deep back out of the eye. They give it to the fullback, Makovica, and he fumbles it. Man, nobody can hang on to the leather thing today, huh? What's up with that?
That's right, Texas Tech's going to get this football.
Joel Makovica, the sophomore fullback, fumbled it in the wide open field.
He's carrying it a little loosely right there. Big number 34 comes over and strips the football. That's a great play defensively by Monte Rager.
And Texas Tech will have possession of the ball. So the Red Raiders give it and the Red Raiders take it away. They got it back.
Yeah, that ball, I mean, not only did he strip it, but then it just took off and shot like a cannon out of the end zone. Monte Rager, you know, he had a strip earlier in the game on Amon Green. Dude, that's 2 fumbles he's caused today, 2 critical fumbles.
John, 4 turnovers for Nebraska today. And look at that thing pop out of there.
Whoa. Nobody could even get close to it.
Well, it'll be placed on the 3-yard line. And a look at a distraught Joel Makovica.
Yeah, that's a time when champions, you know, this Nebraska team can throw the knockout punch to Texas Tech. And, you know, he's a very upset young man that he wasn't able to hold on to the football. He clearly just had the end zone right in front of him if Rager doesn't knock that ball away, Mark.
Makovica had a brother, Jeff, who played at fullback for Nebraska a couple of years ago. You know, every time I look at Tom Osborne, I feel like voting for him. He's so stately. Surely not pleased with the performance of his team today with respect to turnovers. 4 of them in all.
4 turnovers, but 2 more that I can count up that have been on the ground today. Ohio State now 28-14. USC and Arizona State were tied there at 14 all.
Let's go downstairs to Dean Blevins with a comment on the coach.
You know, you mentioned Tom Osborne. I think sometimes he has taken a little bit of heat unfairly. He and his wife, Nancy, have founded the Tom Osborne and Nancy Osborne Endowment for Youth program. They work with the Lincoln Public Schools, and they find kids that are at risk, dropouts and others, and they hook them up with mentors. Some of them are players, some are not, and they promise to help these kids all the way through college if they stick with them.
All right, Dean, and that time, Byron Hanspard. Gain of 1 on the play. Jamel Williams making the tackle. And when you sit down and vibe and talk with Tom Osborne, I don't think you find a more sincere coach. Talks a lot about education and pays more than just lip service to it, I think. He's been a fixture in Lincoln for 26 years as the head coach. Still very energetic. See him on the treadmill every day running about 5 miles. Out of the end zone, incomplete, intended for Sheldon Bass. And it'll be 3rd down and long for Texas Tech. Mike Fullman providing coverage. Zebby Lethbridge is just 9 of 22 today for a total of 78 yards. And they are deep in their own territory on the 3. They need some positive yardage here. See what they've done in 3rd down situations today. Just under 500. And Spike Dykes knows that a win today would be huge for his program. Lethbridge needs 1 block. Has a 1st down at the 15. Zebby with a pickup of 12.
Boy, that play has worked twice today very nicely, Mark. Again, Lethbridge gets the football, drops back to his left side, and then fools the defense into thinking that's where he wants to throw the football. Watch how Lethbridge will get the football, go this way just a little bit, and then come back, and he gets a block. But watch what it does to the defense. See how they all go to the right? It's a good call, good safe call, especially into the wind, deep in your own territory.
1st and 10 at the 15. He fires incomplete, and a flag down may have been a late hit. I mean, Lethbridge got rocked after he got rid of it. Sheldon Bass was the intended receiver.
That's Jared Tomich again getting called, I believe, with a late hit. He's in disbelief.
Lethbridge is taking a pounding today.
Well, you know, whenever you run the option and you do so many things that they do with this offense, your quarterback is going to be at risk. And that's what, 10 penalties today, 94 yards.
Roughing the passer on the defense, striking above the shoulders, automatic, 1st down.
Oh, he went to the head.
Yeah, that's what's above the shoulders.
If there's anything else, we got a scoop. 17-10 with 9:28 to play in the 4th quarter. 1 more penalty for the Cornhuskers. Total of 10 now. He hands it off to Hanspard, who's brought down by Jared Tomich.
I don't think he isn't pumped up. He just cost his team 15 yards.
One of the 4 team captains, along with Mike Minter, Benning, and Dishman, a flag down on the play. He was the first team All-American last year. He led the team in sacks a year ago as well. And this one will be against Texas Tech.
The interesting thing about Jared Tomich, Mark, is that he had a learning disability, and a lot of colleges shied away from him. He had trouble reading and retaining. If somebody else read to him, he was fine. But if he read something, he couldn't retain it. They worked with him. They put him on some special educational programs, and he's going to graduate with a major in communications. So he was frustrated in high school, and it's great to see Nebraska being able to work with him in this situation.
Yeah, his mom, Cheryl, will never forget the day when a coach from Purdue called and said he wasn't good enough to be in the program. Jared came out of his room crying, but it motivated him to become a better player. And that's what he's done. This pass is incomplete by Lethbridge on 1st and 22. It'll be 2nd and 22.
Yeah, Purdue could have used him today against Ohio State. He might have been a difference in that game.
Sure could. There are a lot of teams that could use Jared Tomich. Applying pressure on that play as well. 2nd and 22 for Zebby Lethbridge and Texas Tech with 9:05 to play in the 4th quarter. Texas Tech coming into this game unranked. Doing well against the highly ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers. Out of the eye, 4 wide receivers for Lethbridge. Fires incomplete at the 38-yard line. Well, a potent combination of quarterback Ryan Clement and receiver Magic Benton lead the Hurricanes of Miami as they welcome East Carolina into the Orange Bowl. East Carolina takes on Miami tonight at 7 Eastern, only on ESPN. Miami trying to get back on track after losing to Florida State last week. What about the 2 opposing players from Miami and Florida State, former high school teammates, making that bet and the NCAA having to look into it, huh?
Boy, they look into everything, don't they? I mean, look at Casey Jones' situation here today. He's denied the opportunity to play for 6 games.
3rd and 22, blitz by Nebraska. And Hanspard can't hang on to it. Not sure it would have mattered.
Well, they're trying to set up a screen play, which is a pretty good call, but in this situation, there's just too much pressure on Lethbridge, and I don't think Hanspard would have been close to the first down had he caught that ball anyway.
Yeah, John, Lethbridge has missed his last 6 passes in a row. So the Red Raiders will have to punt from their own 18-yard line with 8:55 to play. Still very much in this game, but offensively, they don't have any rhythm at this moment. Jeremy Hernandez averaging 35 yards a punt today, and that's Michael Fullman, a dangerous punt return man. This is Damon Benning. Man, he put the brakes on, and Damon Benning has got wheels. Still on his feet. Damon Benning down to the 5-yard line. Man, he put the brakes on at the 40-yard line, stopped on a dime, and didn't leave Texas Tech any change.
Mark, that's about as athletic a move as I've ever seen with a punt returner. First of all, he had to catch a difficult punt that was into the wind going away from him. The catch itself was difficult. Look at a great catch he makes. Then he makes a cut on 28, Oscar Solis right here. I mean, leaves him completely whiffing, accelerates to full speed, and that makes more people miss downfield.
It's nice to see Damon Benning finally healthy. He's in the backfield, and he gets the call here. Damon Benning down to the 3-yard line. He was telling me yesterday his favorite artist is Mary J. Blige, and as Mary would sing, I'm giving you the 4-1-1 right now. You got all the information you need about Damon Benning. He's a skilled runner. Look at his numbers last week against Kansas State. 135 yards rushing with 3 touchdowns. He's from Omaha, Nebraska. And right now he is at the top of his game as we look at an injured player down in the field. 17-10, the Huskers in scoring range when we return.
Take a stroll down memory lane at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You crushed my knee. It was your toes. You broke my ribs.
It was your nose.
Ah, yes. I remember it well. You sacked me once.
I sacked you twice.
In pouring rain.
No, it was nice.
Ah, yes.
But when you go, don't forget your Visa card, because the Hall takes the NFL's best, but not American Express.
See ya, Nitschke.
It's Butkus.
Oh, yeah.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Budweiser.
Alright, we're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too.
Dodge Stratus and Dodge Ram have just received the prestigious J.D. Power & Associates Appeal Award. Stratus tied for most appealing entry midsize car, and Ram receiving the award for the second year in a row as most appealing full-size pickup. The Appeal Award comes from the most knowledgeable automotive experts of all, consumers. Frankly, we're tickled. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Eric Butler was just taken off the field. He got hurt on an isolation block by Brian Schuster, who's going to come in and hit him. What scares me is Butler's head's down a little bit. He walked off under his own power. Looked like he jammed his neck on that play, but that's where you can see that left shoulder. That's a pinched nerve when something like that happens, and he needed some help going off the football field. But that's that violent part of the game, fullback, linebacker, isolation blocks. That happens a lot during the course of a game.
For real men only. Damon Benning, the deep back out of the eye. He had that 51-yard punt return moments ago, and he fumbles it, but he gets it back. Just the way he planned it. Touchdown, Nebraska. A 3-yard run off the dribble by Damon Benning.
Well, I think it's only fitting that he complete that drive and score the touchdown after he set it up. But I know Tom Osborne has his hands on his hips, wondering what's going on with that pigskin today. Damon Benning was wide open on the option part of the game, and it seemed to me that the defense for Texas Tech overloaded on the quarterback and left him wide open. Watch the conversion on Scott Frost. Johnson's in there, number 7, quickly. But when a guy has time to pick the football up and score with it, you know nobody's in his face.
Chris Brown with the extra point and good. It's now 24-10. Nebraska leading. Damon Benning, number 21, said, hey, I'm healthy, I'm ready to play, and I got mad skills. Dig me. Nebraska leading when we return.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Which pickup, do you suppose, has the most powerful gasoline engine, the most powerful diesel, the most cab room, the most available towing, the most available payload, better resale value than Ford, Chevy, or GMC? If you guessed Dodge Ram, you hit it right on the nose. Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
No doubt that's a pretty good phone call for Damon Benning, who just ran for a 3-yard touchdown, giving Nebraska a 14-point lead. They lead 24-10 with 8:16 to play in the ball game. The native of Omaha, Nebraska.
You know, I played 11 years in the NFL. I never got to talk to anybody on the phone. What are these guys always talking? What are they doing? Why does a running back have to talk to somebody on the phone?
It's the post-touchdown pose, man.
Is that what it is?
Chris Brown kicking off to Stacy Mitchell and Clint Robertson. Big crowd on hand here today. The biggest crowd in Spike Dykes' tenure here at Texas Tech. And Chris Brown just airmails that one into the stands almost. Almost near where Dean Blevins is.
Yeah, I know, because as soon as I start to talk, these people are going to go nuts, right? These guys paid $25 a piece for these tickets, I think. Did you pay $25 for yours?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Yeah, but it is a large crowd. They've been excited one way or another, and I'm a grown man doing this for a living.
Hey, Dean, now, we saw you getting up to your vantage point there. A little bit of agility climbing over the top there, huh? You still got it.
Can't hear a word you said, but I'm sure it was really good.
The people's choice, Dean Blevins. He'll do anything for a story. And right now, the story is that hungry, thirsty, insatiable appetite by that Nebraska defense. Getting to the quarterback, Zebby Lethridge.
I'll tell you another part of the story here in the second half. Texas Tech is average starting on their own 17-yard line. Nebraska's average starting position has been on the Tech 46. Field position, such a key part of any football game, and Nebraska winning that field position battle here in the second half.
Field position, turnovers, containing Nebraska on first down. Second down and 5 for Lethridge. Incomplete. Almost picked off. Let's check in with Roger Twyble in New York on a USC update.
Thanks, Mark. You just saw the score, 21-14. Early in the fourth quarter, Brad Otten going to Chris Miller. Has he got possession? Looks like he doesn't. They counted it as a touchdown, 29 yards, and USC on top of ASU, 21-14. Mark?
Boy, it's nice to see USC play well against Arizona State in light of some of their problems out there.
Hey, that didn't even look close as far as possession. You got to be kidding.
3rd and 5 back here. Lethridge almost picked off by Michael Booker. Number 20, the 6'2", 205-pound senior, covering the receiver like a blanket that time.
You know, he's a guy that suffers from tendonitis in his knees. He doesn't always practice, but he's a great football player and a big part of this defense. You know, he's the Fiesta Bowl MVP with the interception for a touchdown against Florida. Again, though, that tendonitis just, you know, he can't practice all the time, and it might hurt his future in the pros. He's certainly a good cover guy.
Jeremy Hernandez, John, into punt. Hernandez has had one block today. Michael Fullman back deep for Nebraska. Hernandez gets it off. Fullman lets it bounce, and it takes a Nebraska bounce. It'll be down somewhere on Nebraska's side of the field. Earlier he had a 10-yard punt. This time Hernandez with a 24-yard punt. We'll be right back.
When you're choosing a name for your baby, you want one you'll feel good about for a long, long time. It's the same when you're choosing life insurance for yourself. You want something that will endure. When you go with State Farm, you get a life insurance company that has always received the highest possible ratings for financial strength. Which means State Farm is one name that'll sound just as good when your kids are grown up as it does today. State Farm understands life.
Kid, you got the talent, but you got a problem. You're too nice. We'll fix that. Okay, Mr. Lambert. That's how you do it. Kid, tomorrow, headbutts.
It's country driving. It's fancy coat and tie. Ooh, it's the football team, your beauty queen. It's why we're right nearby. And best of all, it's thrifty, renting cars in your neighborhood. Ooh, best of all, it's thrifty, coming through like you knew we would.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you, fresh beer tastes better. And Fila, change the game. Well, you know, folks, I made a bet with John Spagnola before the game. Told him he could cut my hair if, well, no, I tried. Not quite. Well, that's the right haircut today so far. Nebraska leading 24-10 with 7:17 to play in the fourth quarter. Texas Tech has not scored a touchdown offensively today. Their lone touchdown came courtesy of the defense. Robert Johnson on an interception return for a touchdown. D'Angelo Evans running up the middle, brought down at the 45-yard line, picking up 3 on the play. Don Abenshaw making the tackle. Look at the Tech offense resting on the sidelines. Time becoming a factor with them and their offensive coordinator, Rick Dykes, the son of head coach Spike Dykes.
And they're going to have to do something they're not used to doing. They only throw for about 130 yards a game. They're going to have to air it out if they want to get back in this football game. And, of course, Nebraska is simply going to try and run the clock out right now.
They haven't been able to throw it downfield. Texas Tech coming on a blitz. Evans spinning like a record on a turntable. Brought down at the 44 by Abenshaw again. This time accompanied by Tony Daniels, number 86. And Anthony Armour, number 37, is shaken up on the play. Next week, Texas Tech will take on Texas A&M, while Nebraska will take on Kansas. And in a game you'll see on ABC, Texas will travel up to Boulder to take on Colorado. That's where we'll be. And there's a look at our regional coverage next Saturday on ABC Sports, starting at 3:30 Eastern Time. Virginia, Florida State, Ohio State, Iowa, Texas, Colorado, and Washington at Oregon, plus another additional Pac-10 game. Check your local listings for the games available in your area, the games available on pay-per-view. Been a quiet day for the Red Raider mascot. I haven't seen much of that horse. But they are hanging from all places and all angles of this edifice here in Lubbock, Texas, at the corner of 4th and University Avenue.
You saw Eric Butler get hurt previously running through with a violent collision with the fullback. Watch Anthony Armour right here on the run through, and watch again the collision between fullback and linebacker in this football game. I mean, they're just smacking one another around, and Armour's trying to time his pressure out as he comes running through on the blitz.
On those,
and of course, now he's off the field, so every time they run through and hit a fullback, Nebraska is now winning 2-0 on that battle.
On those leads and ISOs, that Nebraska fullback, boy, they are really skilled at blocking.
That's as you said, it's a man sport, and that's where they go man-to-man more than any other situation in football.
3rd down and 5 for quarterback Scott Frost and the Nebraska offense. Frost still looking, puts his head down and got tackled at the 43. Short of the 1st down, so they'll have to punt. There have been some very violent collisions today on the field. Scott Frost comes away smiling from this one, surprisingly. Let's listen to it.
That's Ryan Donahue, 45, did a good job in pursuit of the quarterback and kept him from turning backfield. Jody Brown finally came in to make the big hit. But look at the field position. You know, Nebraska has started 4 times in the second half now in plus territory on their the other side of the 50-yard line. That's definitely helped them all game.
Jesse Cush, John, into punt. Standing on his 43. A high hanging spiral that goes into the end zone. Had the wind at his back and put too much leg into it. A 44-yard punt, and Texas Tech will start off on its own 20-yard line.
You know, one thing that's scary, watch this guy, 77, Adam True, he's 305 pounds, snaps the football, and he's the first guy down. He plays left tackle. But look at him just rumble down that football field. Look at him go. He's ahead of everybody. That's one of the things that the Texas Tech coaches said. Watch out for this guy. He's 305 pounds, and he leads the pack running downfield.
Nebraska's strength and conditioning program has a lot to do with the type of athletes they get on the field. Hanspard and Morris. They got Jones, and this is a catch complete. at the 34-yard line. Number 82, Donnie Hart, with a 14-yard pickup and a first down. Clock stopped with 5:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. Booker making the tackle along with Terwilliger.
Well, if you had to ask me today what team would be more equipped to be able to come from behind and pass the football, I would have to say Texas Tech. Not that they do it exceptionally well. He's 10 for 28 today, Zebby Lethbridge is, but I think they have a little bit better offensive scheme and a little bit better quarterback who can deliver the ball in this type of situation.
Well, they had the right idea coming into the game, but it's like Mike Tyson says, everyone's got a game plan until they get hit in the mouth. Lethbridge to pass, and he's sacked, hit in the mouth, back at the 27-yard line by Mike Rucker, who's played an outstanding game this afternoon. Number 84 can take a bow.
That's at least 3 hits that we've seen in the backfield today. Rick Dykes is the offensive coordinator, and, you know, it's son of Spike Dykes. A difficult situation for him as a first-year offensive coordinator to try to call plays here, but they're going to call timeout and think about it.
The look of a pensive head coach. The next move is his as time begins to wind down.
Dear Mom, camp is rough. Being out in the wild sure makes a kid hungry. But the sandwiches we got just aren't enough. It makes me homesick for you and a hot bowl of Campbell's tomato soup.
Nothing turns an ordinary sandwich into a hot, satisfying meal like rich, wholesome Campbell's tomato soup.
Mom?
I brought you something for those sandwiches.
Wow, tomato soup. You're the best, Mom.
Campbell's makes everything
better.
Boston Market, the place that made hot, hand-carved Boston Carver sandwiches famous, proudly announces the new $4 Chicken Carver Combo. A chicken carver, side, and regular soft drink for $4. Hurry in for a chicken carver piled high with real cheese on a bakery roll, plus a freshly prepared individual side and a regular soft drink for just $4. The $4 Chicken Carver Combo, only at Boston Market.
Hurry in now. Offer ends October 20th.
This is no ordinary toothbrush. This is a Braun Oral-B plaque remover. The new Braun Oral-B Ultra. Its ultra-speed oscillating brushing action removes plaque better than an ordinary toothbrush. That's not our opinion, that's clinical fact. And its unique cup-shaped brush head cleans even below the gum line. Dentists recommend changing your toothbrush every 3 months. We suggest you change it forever with the Braun Oral-B Ultra.
A look at the skyline here in Lubbock, Texas on a sunny Saturday afternoon.
I heard Donald Trump's going to come in and build a big skyscraper right about over here on the right side there. Put some penthouse suites in.
Those are our rooms, right?
Yeah, those are our rooms. Maybe we can get away from that Nebraska crowd that stayed at our hotel. Boy, they came in singing last night. Pep rally this morning.
Yeah, early this morning. Like about 7:30 this morning. I know a couple of guys that can recite the Nebraska fight song off the top of their head now. Heard it enough times.
I was reciting it in my sleep last night. I heard it so many times. It almost makes you want to root against them, Mark.
A talented group on the field. 5:14 to play in the fourth quarter. Lethbridge brought down under a swarming sea of white and red. Nebraska red, that is.
Well, that's a mark of a champion. I mean, you know, they know a team is going to do. They have some players who can get in there and pressure the quarterback. And they came into this football game ranked 3rd in rushing, 3rd in rush defense, 5th in scoring defense, all the way down the line. But, you know, right here is where it all starts for them. Rushing and rush defense. And today, you know, they didn't put up the big numbers rushing, but their rush defense came through, and their defense created turnovers.
Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, told us that the defense wasn't quite as good as last year's because of the injuries in the secondary, but they could be by the end of the year. Lethbridge on the run. Fires complete at the 43-yard line to the fullback, Sammy Morris, who caught a touchdown last week. Pickup of 20 yards, and Lethbridge is limping.
He is. And Texas Tech has to go for it now with 4 minutes, about 10 seconds left in the game. They're just short of the first down. And you have a quarterback limping. You have 4th down and 2.
Those are the ball on the 42-yard line, just beyond the 42. A look at a slimmed down Spike Dykes after triple bypass surgery this past summer. This game not for the weak of heart. He lost 50 pounds after the operation. Hanspard flagged down on the far side of the field. Hanspard down at the 45.
Yeah, they got him off sides once again. That's happened. That's about the one thing consistently Texas Tech has been able to do against this Cornhusker defense.
Warfield making the tackle for the defense. That's something Charlie McBride is going to talk to his team about, especially the two ends after this game.
Offside on the defense. Be a first down.
Spike's expression hasn't changed much throughout the afternoon.
Now, you know what I love about Spike Dykes, too, is the way he said a couple of years ago he started to schedule tougher opponents. He said, why schedule the creep ups? Get the tough opponents in here. If we lose, I don't care about my record. He said, I was born across the street. I'm going to stay here. I'm not going anywhere.
It's been a good move for him. Fumble. Lethbridge gets it back. Took a fortuitous bounce. Was knocked away by Jared Tomich, number 93.
Yeah, I think Tomich, ever since that personal foul call in the fourth quarter, has really upped his level of performance. Made a big play on first down a couple of drives ago. Gets his hand in there and swats the ball away. Great athletic move.
Those two guys, Tomich and Winstrom, really get upfield. It's incredible. Maybe two of the quickest ends in college football.
And they feed off one another. It's a competition between them that makes them so good.
2nd and 16. It'll be 3rd and about 19. Sacked back at the 39 by Jason Wiltz and Jamel Williams, number 28.
Yeah, I think it's 2 down territory here. Texas Tech calls a timeout, but they have to move Lethbridge in the pocket. He's taken 3 5-step drops. I mean, they're not that very deep, but the defense is all over him, so they got to find a way to try and get him to the left side of the football field. That's the open side, and see if he can make something happen.
Yeah, time is a factor right now, John, with 2:45 remaining in the fourth quarter. Invariably and inexorably, that Nebraska defense will wear you down. It hasn't been a pretty ball game for them this afternoon because of the number of penalties they've committed. But the bottom line is that they lead 24-10 with 2:45 to play. And that's the fullback, Schuster, going into the tunnel for Nebraska. Let's go downstairs to Dean.
Guys, that shoulder is partially separated. It does not appear serious. At least that's what the trainers tell us for Nebraska. It's been a very physical day on both sides of the field. For Nebraska, Schuster is out, obviously, and the hand injury to Jason Peter allowed him to only come back in for 1 series in the second half. They will x-ray that once they get back to Lincoln tonight. A lot of other bumps and bruises, though, for these Cornhuskers.
Well, you know, we saw with those collisions between Eric Butler and Brian Schuster, and then Butler, of course, went out with that jammed neck. But it looks like Schuster took a toll there, too. So that takes its toll on both sides of the football field. Anthony Armour went out, too, in the collision. And, you know, I think the Texas Tech players are going to be upset with themselves. They had some opportunities in this football game to win this game, but made some mistakes in special teams, kickoff returns, punt returns, and punt block, that sort of stuff really hurt this team today.
They did fight back after that miscue on the first play of the game. Backside pressure. Lethbridge sacked again back at the 33. The 6th sack of the afternoon. This time it was Grant Winstrom's turn.
And I'm really surprised that they're putting the punt team on the field. You know, trailing by 14 points with 2 minutes left in the game. 1 timeout left. I don't see where you can possibly get anything done by punting the football.
And as you look at Byron Hanspard, this loss will not change his perspective on football or the world. He's a very deeply spiritual man and a tough competitor. Fullman back to retrieve this punt. Catches it at the 21. Fullman tackled at the 28-yard line. A 7-yard return after a 46-yard punt. The tackle by Robbie Cartwright. Time permitting, folks, stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report, featuring scores and highlights from across the country. 24-10, Nebraska leading with 1:51 to play in the fourth quarter.
You know, you mentioned about Hanspard being spiritual. He doesn't get too high after the 200-yard games, and Maybe after the 99-yard games, he doesn't get too low. He put the 2 fumbles on the ground. It definitely hurt his team today. But one thing about his undying faith is that it's not going to get him too high during the high period or too low during the low period.
And he says that he'll use the Heisman if he wins it. Texas Tech goes, and
what are you doing?
You cannot commit a forward pass. Oh, there's so much linen on the field.
What's Tony Daniels thinking? I mean, come on, this isn't Australian football. What's he thinking there? What a great play.
Maybe he thought about drop kicking it through the goalposts.
Hey, Makovica now, you know, that's the second time he's coughed it up. He did it once around the end zone. Big hit on the inside. And that ball comes out from the hit. And then look, now watch this. Tony Daniels going forward. It looked like a little foul shot, didn't it?
It looked like a jumper.
Yeah, Ryan Donahue came through and made a major hit. Watch 45, stepping up. Right there, the ball comes flying out. Now look at that. What's it? You can lateral backwards, not forwards. Come on, you know. Oh,
that's why he's playing defense. That's why he's playing defense.
You wait. He is going to get so much grief on Monday when they look at the film of this game.
They will bust on him big time. Meanwhile, Spike, you better go see the basketball coach here.
Pretty good form, though. He had the ball in his fingertips. He didn't have it in the palm. Saw his little wrist follow through. That's what they teach you.
Hey, 1:43 remaining. Down 14 points on the option. Hanspard. Lord Byron brought down at the 23-yard line. And
Mark, you played a lot of hoops. Tell me what you
take a look at the wrist. You got to have the elbow in, aligned with the shoulders and the feet.
Okay.
And you've got to follow through with the wrist.
Oh.
He kind of stuck it a little bit. He could have flowed through a little more. Oh boy.
Yeah, you know, I think he's a little tight from short range.
Yeah, he stuck it a little bit. He pulled the string. Hanspard over the century mark, averaging just 3.6 per carry, though. That's 13 consecutive games over 100. Into the end zone, and it's incomplete. Intended for the diminutive Stacy Mitchell, covered by the equally diminutive Mike Fullman at 5'7". Boy, a matchup with the Giants on the corner. 5'5" against 5'7". It's incomplete, though, with 1:31 remaining in the fourth quarter.
I mentioned he's the third smallest player in football. Khalil Byers is 5'3". He plays for Kent State. Willie Smith at Navy is 5'4". And he's all of 5. There's a lot of people at 5'5", and I think they're all crazy to be playing football.
Third down and 2. On the slant. Hit him in the hands, and it's dropped. Bass. Covered by Booker. We have seen a lot of drop passes today from both teams.
Yeah, football's on the ground, whether it's fumbles, drop pass, drop kickoffs, drop punts. It's the football's been on the ground about 20 times today in one form or fashion by both teams.
1:27 to play in the fourth quarter. It's 4th down and 2 for Zebby Lethbridge and Texas Tech. On the option, Hanspard tackled by Terrell Farley. Number 43 had something to say on that play.
He sure did. He started this game with an exclamation point, and he ends it with one. Terrell Farley, a guy who just does so much defensively with his speed, comes up and makes the biggest play in a football game now. I believe he's lined up right here. You'll see the speed coming over for Terrell Farley. And this is the side-to-side speed. Gets outside of the block, closes inside. It's only 4th and 2, but that's the end of the football game right there, and Terrell Farley knows it.
You know, Charlie McBride told me earlier that Farley, when he blitzes so hard that the skin off of his eyeballs comes off. I'm not sure where Coach McBride thought of that one, but it's a good visual. And that's how hard Farley comes. 1:21 remaining. And Nebraska is just going to burn some clock.
Yeah, they may be wise to think about what happened to Wisconsin today. Up 3 points in that football game. All they had to do was take a knee. They don't. They fumble the football. Northwestern comes back and wins. You keep the ball in your quarterback's hands.
Terrell Farley, the junior college transfer from Columbus, Georgia. As you mentioned, tremendous speed.
Yep. McBride said he plays as fast as he needs to be. In other words, if he has to get there, he'll get there. He's got the legs and the motor to get him there.
A demon on special teams, blocking punts too. Last year he had a couple.
Yeah, Kansas State. I mean, the punter never even got it off. He just threw him down to the ground. I guess maybe the punter was worried about his average.
And don't forget, folks, next week, 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central, regional action on ABC. Virginia against Florida State, Ohio State, Iowa, Texas, Colorado. That's where we'll be. And Washington at Oregon, plus another Pac-10 game. Call your cable operator for the games available in your area.
We get these fools again. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. And we can play with them.
Hanspard doesn't look too discouraged. As we look at the Big 12 North Division standings, Colorado winners today.
Yeah, they beat Kansas today, so they're 3-0. There's a showdown coming down the end of the season, and Texas Tech's still in it. You know, we may see this rematch again later on this year in the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, that game will be played in St. Louis, a game you'll see later this season on ABC. A big weekend coming up, December the 7th. 1:10 remaining and the clock running.
Another team we might see is Air Force. You know, they're in that mountain region of the WAC, and they knocked off Notre Dame today and are doing real well.
Yeah, the WAC championship game, another game you'll see on ABC on December the 7th. Tom Osborne, just another game, huh?
Number 236 under the belt. You know, he averages 10 victories a year. That's incredible over the span of his coaching.
In this era of college football, with the limitations put on recruiting and scholarships and the amount of time you can put in with athletes, it really is a monument to perseverance and hard work that he and his staff can maintain this level of the program. The Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Terrell Farley for Nebraska and Johnson, Robert Johnson, for Texas Tech. A victorious head coach, Tom Osborne. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist those in financial need. It's been a Chevrolet tradition for more than a quarter of a century. The final score, once again, 24-10. Nebraska improves to 5-1 overall. And don't forget, if you miss the scores, hit AOL, keyword ABC Sports. Nebraska defeats Texas Tech.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
They're a pretty good team. Yeah, very physical, it looked like to me. Of course, I was safe on the sideline, but you even got rolled on a little bit and hurt your ankle. And
Big O-guard, 330 pounds of Jeff O-guard filling my ankle. That's a lot of weight.
Your own
there.
player did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not very heroic. I thought it was, you know, somebody from Tech that bit you on the ankle or did something. But anyway, you know, John, you've had a great academic career, and you graduated, what, 3.5 years?
Yep.
That's almost a record.
It wasn't that big a deal, though. I came in with about 17 hours of college credit from high school in Southeast. That's where I went to high school. It's a real good school, and they got me some AP courses, and then I got about 14 hours of calculus taken out of the way. So really, I did it pretty much in 4 years. Plus, I took a little summer school, too, and that helped out.
So now you're in graduate school and then you're working. Is that right?
Exactly. I'm taking a work study where I'm working with Union Bank and Trust here in Lincoln with their trust department, and I'm doing some working with their stockbroker part of their trust department. And
you got the Dow up over 6,000.
Yeah, that was my fault, Coach.
you did a lot.
I went out there and started being a bully, you know.
But and John has really done a lot of things on the kicking game too. You cover kickoffs, cover punts, so you pay your dues.
Yeah, well, that actually made me feel part of the team when I was a little younger, because sitting behind Doug and Phil, the two middle linebackers for the last couple of years, there's not much room to play a third guy, so I really didn't feel like a part of the team when I wasn't playing too much, when I didn't get on the field for a lot of games. And when I started getting on kickoffs and punts and kickoff returns and punt returns, that's when I started feeling like I was contributing to the team. So it really helped me out as far as make them feel like I was part of the team.
You had a terrific game against Texas Tech, 9 tackles, 4 losses, and of course you had the block punt in the second half. It was a great game, and you've had a great career, John. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Nebraska linebacker John Hess. At the half, it's Nebraska 10 and Texas Tech 10. When we come back, we'll get to the action in the third quarter right after this.
Higher education keeps us in step with tomorrow. At Amigos, we believe in investing in the future. That's why we offer a scholarship program to our employees who are furthering their education.
As a student, you can start thinking about the STEP program when you're in high school.
I started when I was 15, and so by the time I got to college, I was already at 50% tuition.
I've earned over $3,000 or close to $3,000 being in the STEP program. People like to help other people. That's what we do.
The Thompsons got their home equity installment loan from First Bank, not just because they could finance their car and deduct the interest, or get convenient ways to manage their money, or pay for the new addition to their home. They chose First Bank because the bank loaned them 100% of the equity in their home, which let them consolidate their finances and their family all at once.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350.
Take it on.
The game is tied at 10-all as we head into the third quarter. Nebraska will get the football to begin the second half of play. But, Tom, you're going to have the wind behind you as you begin the play in the second half, but you don't quite get the drive, I think, that you were hoping for.
No, we sure don't. We're 3 and out. So, actually, in this case, we take the football and we're going into the wind. Lon Green there picked up 7. And then this was a 3rd and 5, and John Bedwell just didn't hang on the ball. John normally has good hands, and we should have converted here. You know, we didn't have a very good completion rate, but we did have a couple drop balls. And so Tech gets the ball back, and now they're going deep. Ralph Brown in the coverage, and in that case they were throwing with the wind. Now a fumble, and we get great field position, and that was Brown who recovered the fumble on that particular case. I think that was, you see there he comes in from the corner spot and scooped it up.
He really has settled into a veteran role on that defensive unit.
Ralph Brown's he's a good player. And now a little tackle trap, and Amon Green gains 12 and gets a first down. Now Brian Schuster.
Take a look at Amon's run one more time.
Yeah, nice job of staying on his feet. And I think Tech did a good job of grabbing at the football. You know, you can see them on every play. They're going after that ball. Now Brian Schuster gains 7 on a trap off tackle. Now a draw play, and Amon breaks the tackle right at the line of scrimmage and keeps going, gains 19, and seemed to strain his toe again on this run. And you know, he had that turf toe against Kansas State, didn't play a week ago against Baylor, and then this game he was kind of in and out. He'd seemed to recover, and we put him back in there for a while, but he just wasn't able to last. Now Scott Frost on an option play does a nice job of diving up over his own man there and gets into the end zone, and so it was a scoring drive of around 50 yards, and it was a good drive on our part.
Aaron Taylor got a terrific block to center. And that really sprung the hole open for Scott Frost, and that was Brian Schuster that he kind of rolled over into the end zone. Just 7 plays, 41 yards, 3 minutes on that drive, and Nebraska capitalizes on the turnover and takes a 17-10 lead, and now Byron Hanspard gets the first carry of Texas Tech's drive.
Yeah, John Hess and Jason Wiltz. Jason Wiltz had to play most of the second half because of the broken hand suffered there by Jason Peter. And then they kind of went to work on us with a lot of short hitch passes out on the left side particularly. That was a gain of 8 on the pass, and then Hanspard picked up 7, and we were offside on the play. They declined it. Now Hanspard gains 2. That was a 1st and 10 play. Now an excellent break on the ball by Michael Booker, so the pass was incomplete. And now a great job here by John Hess coming through and blocking a punt. And as I recall, that was not even a play where we were trying to rush the punter. John just came through on his own here. Somebody didn't block him, and did a nice job. And so again, we get pretty good field position here.
That's the second time you've blocked a punt this season when you haven't had the block on.
Yeah, we.
That's pretty good.
Well, seem to have a knack for it, and we one of the things we talked about a lot was to block a punt during this ball game or block a kick. Now a nice little run by D'Angelo Evans, gain of 7, and it seemed like if we were able to get the ball in here and hang on to it, we were able to do some things. But then we got called here for a personal foul of some kind, and that pretty well killed the drive.
Yeah, this drive started in Texas Tech territory, and unfortunately will end in Nebraska territory.
Yeah, in this case here, well, I know we had a late hit downfield, and then on this play they call our wing back for holding, and I don't know, and so that's another 10-yard penalty. So now we're going backwards. Now we're 2nd and 23, and Scott lays this ball in perfectly. It wasn't an easy catch, but it was certainly a catchable ball there to Lance Brown, and that would have given us a first down. We would have picked up about 25 yards on that play. So we end up having to kick it away. Hanspard carries the ball, gain of 3 or 4. Jay Foreman made the tackle, and now a good play, a good catch by Dubuck, who gained 10. They hurt us a couple times on that. Now they get an option play where they get a little bit going.
But the defensive speed on that play was remarkable to close that off.
It looked like it was going to be a 10-yard gain. All of a sudden it was 4. And that has to do with speed, certainly.
That was Farley and Foreman making the tackle.
Yeah, now Lethridge and Hart, Lethridge to Hart on another hitch play. This was just a little bit out of the reach of the receiver. Now Hanspard again, a good play there by Terrell Farley and Wistrom. And that was a gain of 5. That was a 3rd and 1, and so they've got the ball near midfield. We're ahead 17-10, and it's still a ball game.
Now the Huskers capitalize on a Red Raider turnover and will take a 17-10 lead into the 4th quarter. The final 15 minutes are coming your way next.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective. But it's kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time, you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
When it comes to takeout, it's funny how a lot of pizza places define variety. Now this is how Valentino's defines variety. Valentino's takeout menu offers more than 60 homemade entrees and salad items. Everything from lasagna, spaghetti, and other pastas to fresh salads, desserts, and of course, our award-winning pizza. It's fresh, ready to go, and it's what we call variety. Valentino's, you'll like what we do, and you'll love our variety.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium, home of the defending national champion.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is Nebraska's #1 cellular service.
After a pickup of 14, that brings a 3rd down and 2 with the ball on the 16-yard line.
Cellular One, clear across Nebraska.
We're geared up for another great Husker season.
At J.C. Penney.
And we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices. Adidas sideline apparel at the J.C. Penney Husker shop.
One of the Huskers' goals each week is to win the kicking game, and there was no question that the Big Red dominated in several areas in the kicking game, especially in the fourth quarter alone. Tom, we've already seen one blocked punt, and in the fourth quarter you get a couple of more big plays in the punting game and in various areas in the specialty teams.
Well, it was a huge factor in this ball game, and of course the wind made it even more important. First play, Hanspard gains 2. Jared Tomich makes the tackle, and now Hanspard loses a couple. Farley and Hess in on the play there.
He really contained Byron Hanspard well. 31 carries and a season low 107 yards.
Yeah, if a guy carries it 31 times, you know, you're talking about a little over 3 yards per carry, and a back of that type, that's pretty good, really. Now a little confusion on the Tech receivers' part. They run together, incomplete. That was a 3rd and 10 play, so we get the ball back our own 35-yard line, run an option here. And pretty good run by D'Angelo Evans, but we're called for another penalty. It just seemed like every time we got a good play for a while here, we were penalized. So now it's 1st and 22, and you know, it's really hard to overcome a penalty of that length. Scott Frost on a little quarterback trap and gains 6. Evans now is going to get a nice gain here on a high back draw and breaks a tackle or 2. Gains 14, and we'll maybe see that again here. Well blocked. Good block there by John right there. And the thing about it was that we had some injuries in that offensive line, and so we end up having to punt it away here. But actually, Eric Anderson hurt his ankle a little bit, and there they fumble a punt. And so we're back in business again. That's Brendan Holbein who recovers the punt. This was a huge factor at this point in the ball game. Nice punt here by Jesse Cush. And
it's a 47-yard punt by Jesse, and great coverage there. Damon Benning is also down there. You've got those good hands guys, Damon Benning and Brendan Holbein, for a situation like that, I'm sure.
Well, you hope that might happen. And of course, the 2 wide receivers there, Vedral and Holbein, and then Damon covers some up the middle. But we give it right back here. You know, again, the ball gets punched out. Joel Makovecka has a pretty nice run, and the ball goes through the end zone. And I thought it might come out at the 20-yard line, but they said no, it would be spotted where he fumbled the ball. So they start out at the 3-yard line.
There's a great tackle by Jamel Williams on Hanspard.
Yeah, practically no gain on the play. Now the pass is overthrown, and that was incomplete, intended for Bass. And now Lethridge on a quarterback draw, and he picks up 12 yards in the first down. And
that was a 3rd down and 10 play.
Yeah, that was one that we really needed to stop him right down there and get the ball back. But a good play here by Tomich. Loses 4. That was Hanspard. And then they were called for holding on that play as well. We took the holding penalty. And now a great run by Damon Benning on this punt return. Got a couple blocks along the sideline, but you see a good stiff arm and good balance. And we take the ball all the way back down to the Tech 3 or 4 yard line. And so again, the kicking game comes up big. Unfortunately, you know, we should have had the touchdown on the fumbled punt, but we're going to get a second chance here to put the game a little bit more out of reach. And as I said, excellent balance there by Damon.
5 returns for 88 yards on the day for the Husker return team. And that's even more impressive because not only did he have to avoid the Texas Tech team, but also the sidelines. We had showed great balance there, and that sets up this touchdown, and he put it on the ground again, but he bounces it into the end zone. It is basketball season after all.
Well, it just seemed like we could not execute what we needed to execute. Now, it's pretty well executed option play, and Damon probably going to walk in, but he manages to get the ball on the bounce and still score. And so that didn't necessarily put the game away, but it gave us a 14-point lead about the middle of the fourth quarter, and we're in pretty good shape at this point, particularly the way our defense is playing. Now, pass a little bit high, and You know, Lethridge is a great runner, but he was a little bit inaccurate sometimes throwing the football. Now, a pass that's almost intercepted by Michael Booker. That was intended for Mitchell, and Booker got a great jump on the ball. And now we get the ball back, and Evans, D'Angelo Evans picks up 3. And now 3rd and 5. Scott Frost tried to run a shovel pass, and they defensed it pretty well. And Scott really was held for no gain on that particular play. And so we ended up having to punt it away. Now Texas Tech has one more chance, and really a good job there. Coming around, I think Chad Kelsey and Rucker. See a replay here. Mike Rucker coming around the outside, and Kelsey's right there. Yeah, Rucker really had a great ball game, and so those rush guys are doing a lot of things for us. Now he came with a blitz, and kind of smothered Lethridge there, and that was Rucker again on that play for a loss of 4. So Texas Tech is kind of going the wrong way, and so now it's 3rd and 21.
You had 17 tackles for losses on the day against Texas Tech. Those are incredible numbers.
Well, that's a lot of pressure by that defense. Now, a good throw and a good catch. The receiver just barely picked it off the turf before it hit. That was a gain of about 19 yards on that play.
Jared Thomas gets a paw in there and knocks the ball away from Lethridge.
Yeah, that was excellent pressure here. You see Thomas going for the football and knocking it loose for a loss of 6. And now Lethridge is going to try to duck up the middle, loses 3. That was Hess on the tackle there. You see another shot here. You see a lot of pressure. Jamel Williams coming from the outside as well.
They were coming from all angles on him that time.
Yeah, now it's 3rd and 19, and Lethridge goes back to throw, and he's sacked by Wistrom, and that's a loss of 5. And so a lot of sacks, a lot of pressure. Great job by our defense. You know, Tech had the ball about 15 more plays than we did. We only had it about 60 snaps, and 3 of those were down on the ball at the end of the ball game. So we didn't have it very long, and that was a little bit reminiscent of the Arizona State game. Now the unbelievable happens. We're just going to run out the clock and fumble the ball. And, you know, they picked it off in the air, and you could see them scoring here and onside kicking, and all of a sudden, you know, we've got a tremendous scramble at the end of the ball game. But, again, the defense really stiffens, does a nice job. They drop a pass or 2, fortunately. And so we're going to hang on. That was an incomplete pass intended for Bass.
There's a terrific tackle by Terrell Farley on Byron Hanspard there to drive him into the turf. And now you get the ball, and you can finally have a chance now to put the game away.
Well, yeah, they were down. They only had one timeout left. They take it here, and then we just kneel down a couple times, and the game's over. But again, you know, it just was very, very frustrating that we didn't hang on to the ball better. If we take care of the ball and have fewer penalties, I suppose we win by 3 or 4 touchdowns and feel pretty good about things. I feel very good about a lot of things that happened. I think it was important that we win a tough game on the road against a good team. And you learn a lot about yourself there, but still, we need to play better.
Well, Nebraska wins it 24-10 over Texas Tech. They improved to 5-1 on the year. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at some true Husker heroes.
Menards has savings worth looking into. And style plus storage with vanities and medicine cabinets from Pace. A wide selection is on sale. Lighted by-view medicine cabinets are $133. Get ready for winter with storm and screen doors from Mastercraft. The self-storing door features a solid core and seamless interior and exterior. Only $78. Find big savings on doors at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Nebraska Waterbed Mart's annual Clean Sweep sale is happening now. Here's your chance to take home some of the best bargains of the year. We're sweeping out all 1996 floor model and one-of-a-kind bookcase and 4-poster waterbeds as low as $188. Sterling back supporter waveless mattresses from $99. Solid wood bedroom furniture starting at just $119. You'll even save on soft side waterbeds and decorator linens. Plus, for a limited time only, we're offering 1-year interest-free financing during our huge Clean Sweep sale on this week at Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
Heidi knows that the dog days of summer are over. That's why she's inside with the new Weathermaker heat pump from Carrier and A1. It's the most energy-efficient heating and cooling system available and could save you up to 40% on your heating costs this winter. Plus, with A1, you'll get prompt service and quality installation from a professional you can trust. Don't get caught out in the cold this winter. Stay warm and comfortable with the new Weathermaker heat pump from Carrier and A1 refrigeration, heating, air conditioning, and plumbing of Minden, Hildreth, and Kearney.
When you go shopping, do you ever wonder if you're getting the best product for the best price? Have you ever felt like someone has taken advantage of you? Could you use some surefire tips to make you a more savvy shopper? Now, NTV is there to help you make smarter money moves. Every Tuesday through Thursday at 6, NTV's Pam Weiss will show you how to find the best bargains, save money, and be an all-around smart shopper. Only on NTV, bringing news you can use to your hometown.
Those of us who work with the Nebraska football players on a regular basis are continually impressed with the character and quality of these young men. Today, Jeff Schmall gives us a few examples of why these guys can truly be called heroes.
This is the realm that we're used to seeing Nebraska football players participate in. But because of all the exposure the Huskers get from playing football, they can also have an impact off the field.
Chris Brown.
This is a side of Nebraska football that doesn't always grab the headlines and attract attention. Huskers reaching out to help others. But then again, these guys don't do this for the publicity.
We have a lot of people who care about other people, and it's just that sort of thing doesn't make the newspapers, which I'm not sure if it should anyway. This is something that we do to help other people out. I don't think it really needs to be publicized. But I think the misconceptions about us being a bunch of bullies is wrong.
Visiting hospitals and spending time with disabled kids are all part of many Huskers' lives. And while the players are on the giving end in these situations, they also receive quite a bit in return.
It really puts life into perspective. I mean, it really makes you appreciate what you really got. And we have a lot of guys that are really willing and willing to give their time to certain community things, like coming out here and doing stuff like this. And we all obviously think it's important. We wouldn't spend our time doing it if we didn't think it was important. So we're going to continue to do it. We do it out of the kindness of our hearts.
I'm Josh Brown. I'm Chris Brown. Chris? No relation.
No relation. Hey, I couldn't tell.
We try to give back, and I think that helps out a lot for fans and people in Lincoln and Nebraska.
Last weekend, a little boy from Missouri attended the Huskers game against Baylor. He's been diagnosed with leukemia and will soon be undergoing treatment, which will cause him to lose his hair. The little guy said that was okay because his hero, Grant Wistrom, doesn't have any hair either. So after the game, Grant, Jared Tomich, and Jason Peter took turns doing the honors of shaving little Kendall Chalmers' head.
Make sure you don't get sunburn up here now.
Lower a hat for a while.
This was but a small moment in each of these guys' lives, and yet it's something none of them will ever forget.
Look mean, Kendall. Come on, buddy, you can do it.
There you go.
Jared was also part of the hospital visitation crew. And while there are many demands on the time of this All-American linebacker, he doesn't mind giving up a Sunday afternoon to reach out and help others.
It's good to come out and see the people and the kids, and it's a strange feeling when you can walk into somebody's room and put a smile on their face. To have that kind of power, it really makes you feel good about yourself and makes you appreciate everything that you have.
That's good. I'm glad to see you guys here.
This is the reason I decided to come here to Nebraska, is different things they do for the community and the way they support just the hospitals and make people smile and laugh, and it's just a good thing to do. It makes people happy, and I think it makes us feel better too, because we're going away, we know we've helped somebody and we actually made a difference.
The Huskers have given all of us many things to cheer about over the years, but it's moments like these, when there are no crowds, that they just might deserve the biggest accolades. This is Jeff Schmall reporting for The Tom Osborne Show.
Tom, it makes the patients feel good, it makes the players feel good, and I'm sure it makes you feel good, too, to see your players out there doing things like that in the community.
Yeah, they reach thousands of kids and people in the community, and like they say, it's relatively unreported, but I feel very good about the quality of people we have.
It's a great story and a great thing for them to do. Tom and I will come back to close out the show right after this.
Vince and Brenda Fuller are First Bank customers, not just because they have Checking Plus, which protects them from overdrafts, and a line of credit, which protects them from the unexpected. The Fullers are First Bank customers because at midnight, a banker helped them find their checking error and transfer funds to cover it, which protected them from a sleepless night.
Get 2 rooms for 1 low price now at Rod Cush's Furniture. Fill your living room with our spectacular 7-piece power packages. They start at just $4.99 up to $9.99 for a sofa, love seat, coffee table, 2 end tables, and 2 lamps. Dozens to choose from, including packages with reclining sofas. And when you buy any package, you can fill your kitchen or dining room with a 5-piece dinette absolutely free. Plus, we're also selling 2 Queen Anne chairs for 1 low price, just $99. And finance with 6 months savings cash with approved credit. Rod Cush's Furniture, 5 locations, including our new South Lincoln store.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but it's kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time, you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
Higher education keeps us in step with tomorrow. At Amigos, we believe in investing in the future. That's why we offer a scholarship program to our employees who are furthering their education.
As a student, you can start thinking about the STEP program when you're in high school.
I started when I was 15, and so by the time I got to college, I was already at 50% tuition.
I've earned over $3,000 or close to $3,000 being in the STEP program. People like to help other people. That's what we do. Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Call 1-800-445-3350. Tom Osborne's wardrobe has been furnished by Gary Michaels Clothiers in Lincoln and Hastings. Truly, Nebraska's leader in fine gentlemen's apparel.
Welcome back to the show. Nebraska improves to 5-1 on the air and remains unbeaten in Big 12 play with a 24-10 win over Texas Tech. Next up for the Huskers is a home date against border rival Kansas. And Tom, you got to go back to familiar territory and play a former Big 8 team. What do you know about the Hawks?
Well, they have a good team, great running back in June Henley. Strong defense, and we have a lot of respect for them.
Well, it's Nebraska and Kansas. Again, kickoff time for that game is at 6 o'clock next Saturday. That's all the time we have for this week's show. For Tom Osborne and our Husker Vision crew, I'm Bill Dolman. We'll see you next week on The Tom Osborne Show.
The Tom Osborne Show has been sponsored in part by the Pacific Realty Group.
Ziller Tile Center has the perfect solution to all your building or remodeling questions. They're proud to offer the latest in brick and tile with a professional, friendly staff. Their beautifully decorated showroom features house brick, wood flooring, marble and granite, ceramic tile, and more. Ziller Tile Center has the perfect brick, tile, or flooring to put the finishing touches on your new home or remodeling project. Do it yourself or have them do custom installation for you. Ziller Tile Center, 318 North Madison, Grand Island.
Here are some events happening across the Midlands. If you have something you want publicized in our community calendar, send your information to NTV Across the Midlands. Post Office Box 220, Kearney, Nebraska, 68848.
You know, being a parent on TV is pretty easy. But out there, parents have to deal with some tough problems like drugs, violence, and peer pressure. If you or your kids are dealing with problems like these, call the Boys Town National Hotline. You'll talk to people who understand and can really help. That's the Boys Town National Hotline because there's no script for being a parent.
Hitting the presidential campaign trail. Details in the late edition.
That tiger looks ready. This tiger is ready. Are you ready for some football?
The San Diego Chargers linebacker Junior Seau may well be the perfect football player. An elite defensive force of strength, speed, size, and smarts. An opposing player with a football may not hear the credo of Junior Seau, but he'll surely feel it.
Thou shalt not come across the middle. Thou shalt not leave part. Thou shalt not run the middle.
No player in the game today is more valuable to his team than Junior Seau. He has been voted a 5 consecutive Pro Bowl.